know I can't help but these, cause they know they can never touch these. So baby, let me talk my shit, or I might just throw another fit. You know I can't help but these, cause they know they can never touch these. So baby, let me talk my shit, or I might just throw another fit.
all in and a call once again.
Don Matsuda all in for his tournament life with Ace-8 versus Pocket King. The river is the 4 of diamonds, and William Teo is your APT Super High Roller Champion!
I'm very excited, very happy to be in this field. I always dream about this. It's mine. I have 2 little lions at home, but I think it's now time to bring a new partner with them, for them already. APT is always a dream for us. Getting a big lion is a dream for, I think, every Asian poker player. After achieving this silver lion, that's actually a symbol for us to go for the next step, maybe go out of Asia. Poker, you need to keep communicate with friends, player. I believe by doing more communications, you will learn, because sometimes you alone doesn't discover certain strategy. Poker is an information game. By talking to people, especially your own communities, your own friends, it helps to achieve certain achievement. Yeah. The new era has brought APT from ordinary tournament to a very prestigious tournament. It's an honor to participate and to get a trophy of APT. Thank you for all the supports from the friends, and also I would like to thank one of my Malaysian young players, Sean, and a few Chinese players, which they give us a lot of good advice. Even when I was playing, they keep on texting, you do this to them, do that to them. They cares about team working and team building. They coach us a lot. So we'd like to take this opportunity to thank them.
Happy Halloween from APT Manila!
Not scary. Good to see you. What is your favorite card in the deck?
King of Spades.
Okay. What's your favorite card in the deck?
Must be the Ace of Spades.
Ah, so close. Oh, are you Wednesday Addams today?
Sure am.
Amazing. Happy Halloween. What's your favorite card in the deck?
Ace of Hearts.
Oh, so close, so close. Classic Wednesday Addams, making me depressed. No, it's too late. It's too late, Wednesday. It's too late.
Definitely Joker.
This guy. It's not even part of the game in poker and hold up. What's your favorite card in the deck? You'd think that 1 in 52 people would pick the Ace of Clubs.
Okay, I choose Pocket Deuce.
Jack of Spades.
Thank you so much. I know I'm a good card. I know I'm a good card. I'm the Ace of Clubs. I'm the ace.
Ace of Spades.
It's and you know, and just because they don't see it doesn't mean that I'm worth any less.
A Jack of Spades.
Why the Jack of Spades?
My name starts with the letter J. But I kind of like the look of the spade.
Like a spade is a gardening tool. Like it's a hoe. Like you dig in the dirt with it. Whereas like a club is like a clubhouse. It's like a club of people.
Excuse me, sir. What's the most scary thing in poker about you?
Getting rivered. Yeah, scares me to death. Yeah.
For me, if I'm in the action and someone calls the floor, really get me scared.
Runner, 1 out, 1 out.
Being a short stack on the bubble, I guess.
请告诉我你们在扑克上最害怕的事情。
遇到 AA，
我不 bluff 别人。
上下家做很可怕，就是卫生习惯不好的人。
我不好，
就是可能
跟我脚皮。
后头皮屑很多，或是很脏啊，这之类。
Guarantees and missing them. That's the most scary thing in poker for me.
How about this one?
They look nice. Not bad for a guy who failed his road test 5 times, right? Hi, welcome to the APT Manila Golf Tournament. As with any APT golf tournament, the day starts early in the morning at your hotel lobby, where a shuttle will pick you up and take you directly to the golf course. Today we're at the beautiful Manila Southwoods Golf and Country Club. Come on, Christy, let's go. They're teeing off. This must be Michael Soiza's ride. Victor Chong, is that you? Let's go!
I've always believed in, players having fun beyond poker. Being able to create, somewhat of a family environment for the love of the owners as well. They love the game as much as I do.
We're really fucking joking in front of the cameras, man.
The guys are playing this. We do it class A, B, and C, and we give trophies even for the most exercise and stuff like that. So guys shooting 127, 110, we're still, having a lot of fun. I'm gonna go straight into some prizes here. Tom won the most exercise. The best golfer. Give it up for Rolando. Runner-up of Class C. It's gonna be Johan Paredes. He played his heart out today. Daryl Chu. Class B was really tough to calculate. Tom was Class B champion. Lester had 3 pars, and I had 7 pars. So sorry, Lester. Class A. And guys, this is for the runner-up. Here you go, Jordan. Runner-up.
How are you feeling right now?
My back hurts. Yeah. My name is Marco Espela. I'm a cash game grinder, but recently I've been playing a lot of tournaments. I was optimistic after the first day. I was chip leader in Flight C. Some players that I know said, it's yours, it's yours. It's long due because I've been playing for a long time and haven't really won a tournament before. So I think it's like 20,000 USD, and this would, almost double, yeah. During the first few levels heads up, the people around us were like suggesting to do an ICM, and she was really like getting the momentum, so I like, okay, it's fine, I'll do the ICM. I had like an open-ended straight draw. She went all in with Jack high. The board was like ace 4-7. I could have just gone and she would have folded, and maybe the ICM didn't happen. Yeah, she had Jack 9. The board was like ace 7-4. Well, winning this event definitely feels a sense of pride as Filipino, and especially playing here in the Philippines, representing our countrymen, poker players. So I feel really good about it. All the people that supported and believed in me, I'm gonna try to mention most of you, but if you don't hear your name, please don't be. Huwag kayong magtampo. So si Mad, si Rainiel, si Yurid, basically the Rivera brothers, really been good to me. Bam, Mike Takayama, those are people that I admire in this industry. Thank you so much for believing in me and supporting me. This is it. Finally, I got my first trophy for APT. Hopefully more.
How does it feel to get beat by 8 beautiful ladies?
I can't complain.
Challenge the Queens Challenge. 1 king will be taking on 8 queens. Every queen he busts, $100 will be added to a free roll on Natural 8, of course, the main sponsor of the Asian Poker Tour.
My name is Clayton. I'm from Hong Kong, and I'm usually play cash game for the previous years. I start my poker career at 2016. It was wonderful, surrounded by all these like brilliant ladies, wonderful ladies, and they play well as well.
Hello, nice to meet you guys. I'm Angus. I'm from Hong Kong. I got a couple friends, always got a poker game, and then invite me for some game, and then I think it's quite interesting.
My name is K7 and I'm from Taiwan. Many people think like poker is gambling or something, but I think that this match is different.
The most fun part is when I guessing a people card or I try to do action, and then I actually got what I want at the game, so I'm quite happy about it.
I think that poker is men's thing, but I don't think so. So I hope more girls will like these games.
They play as equally good as men. There are many good female players.
Hi, this is Kathy from Hong Kong. If you play online, for me, I get sleepy easily. So brings it to offline is train up my patience a lot.
Playing online helps a lot because in online we play like 8 to 12 tables at the time, so we practice a lot. It also helps live tournament as well.
Greg, why do you look so mysterious? And Greg, what's the mysterious envelope?
Elfin, who are you talking to?
It's Mishy!
It's bounty time.
Bounty time.
Okay, maybe a spin in the tentacle shoes, right? I pick for you? Alright, there we go. We want to see 5 zeros. One more zero! One more zero after this. 500,000. Come on. Hey! Oh, wow! Let's go! 150,000. Whoa! 5 zeros. Hey! Big sweat. Hey! 200,000. Whoa! 150,000 Filipino peso. Zero. Hey, hey, big one. 150,000. Let's. They're still all out there. Whoa! Hey! 300,000 is gone. 1 in 13 for $500,000 in Filipino pesos. Oh! Hey! 500,000 is gone. Congratulations to you. Condolences to everyone else.
It's good to double it up. Usually I don't win anything in raffles. I was shocked to pull the top bounty. But obviously, yeah, that was really nice and pretty tough tournament. So I was happy to get through to the final 5 and shame not to win it all, but pretty happy overall. So yeah.
How are you gonna spend the money?
Maybe take my wife out for a nice dinner and then some more buy-ins probably later in the week. So just the thought of these awesome tournaments, big prize pools, and lots of nice Omaha bounty tournaments. So I thought it was a good schedule. So I was happy to come out for it.
Elfin, what do you look for in a vacation?
The most important thing, of course, poker.
Okay.
And I need the sun, beach, and good food.
Wow, you asked for a lot for your vacations. Oh! Phu
Where?
Quoc. You know, my third APT was at Phu Quoc, you know?
Wow.
It was great. And we were at this beautiful Corona Resorts. Oh, and Phu Quoc's known for its beaches. Really nice sandy beaches. Just horizon for days. Well, Elfin, you're in luck. APT is going to Phu Quoc next week, November 8th to November 17th.
I also bring the 10 of bikini come here. Bikini!
Oh, you brought 10 bikinis to Phu Quoc.
Yes.
Nice. I brought 12.
We're so ready to go Phu Quoc. Phu Quoc, I'm coming!
All in and a call once again.
Ron Matsuda all in for his tournament life with Ace 8 versus Pocket King. The River is the 4 of diamonds, and William Teo is your APT Super High Roller Champion!
I'm very excited, very happy to be in this field. I always dream about this. It's mine. I have 2 little lions at home, but I think it's now time to bring a new partner with them, for them already. APT is always a dream for us. Getting a big lion is a dream for, I think, every Asian poker player. After achieving this silver lion, that's actually a symbol for us to go for the next step, maybe go out of Asia. Poker, you need to keep communicate with friends, players. I believe by doing more communications, you will learn, because sometimes you alone doesn't discover certain strategy. Poker is an information game. By talking to people, especially your own communities, your own friends, it helps to achieve certain achievement. Yeah. The new era has brought APT from ordinary tournament to a very prestigious tournament. It's an honor to participate and to get a trophy of APT. Thank you for all the supports from the friends, and also I would like to thank one of my Malaysian young players, Sean, and a few Chinese players, which they give us a lot of good advice. Even when I was playing, they keep on texting, you do this to them, do that to them. They cares about team working and team building. They coach us a lot. So would like to take this opportunity to thank them.
Happy Halloween from APT Manila! I'm not scary enough. Good to see you. What is your favorite card in the deck?
King of Spades.
What's your favorite card in the deck?
Must be the Ace of Spades.
Ah, so close. Oh, are you Wednesday Addams today?
I am.
Amazing. Happy Halloween. What's your favorite card in the deck?
Ace of Hearts.
Oh, so close, so close. Classic Wednesday Addams, making me depressed. No, it's too late. It's too late, Wednesday. It's too late.
Definitely Joker.
This guy. It's not even part of the game in poker and hold up. What's your favorite card in the deck? You'd think that 1 in 52 people would pick the Ace of Clubs.
Okay, I choose Pocket Deuce.
Jack of Spades.
Thank you so much. I know I'm a good card. I know I'm a good card. I'm the Ace of Clubs. I'm the ace.
Ace of Spades.
It's and you know, and just because they don't see it doesn't mean that I'm worth any less.
A Jack of Spades.
Why the Jack of Spades?
My name starts with the letter J. But I kind of like the look of the spade.
Like a spade is it's a hole. Like you dig in the dirt with it. Whereas like a club is like a clubhouse. It's like a club of people.
Excuse me, sir. What's the most scary thing in poker about you?
Getting rivered. Yeah, scares me to death. Yeah.
For me, if I'm in the action and someone calls the floor, really get me scared.
Runner, 1 out, 1 out.
Being a short stack on the bubble, I guess.
请告诉我你们在扑克上最害怕的事情。
遇到 AA。
我 bluff 别人。
上下家做很可怕，就是卫生习惯不好的人。
不好。
就是可能。
抠脚皮。
后头皮屑很多，或是很脏啊，之类。
Guarantees and missing them. That's the most scary thing in poker for me.
How about these ones?
They look nice. Not bad for a guy who failed his road test 5 times, right? Hi, welcome to the APT Manila Golf Tournament. As with any APT golf tournament, the day starts early in the morning at your hotel lobby, where a shuttle will pick you up and take you directly to the golf course. Today we're at the beautiful Manila Southwoods Golf and Country Club. Come on, Christy, let's go. They're teeing off. This must be Michael Soiza's ride. Victor Chong, is that you? Let's go!
I've always believed in, players having fun beyond poker. Being able to create, somewhat of a family environment for the love of the owners as well. They love the game as much as I do.
We're really fucking joking in front of the cameras, man.
The guys that are playing this, we do it class A, B, and C, and we give trophies even for the most exercise and stuff like that. So guys shooting 127, 110, we're still, having a lot of fun. I'm gonna go straight into some prizes here. Tom won the most exercise. The best golfer. Give it up for Rolando. Runner-up of Class C. It's gonna be Johan Paredes. He played his heart out today. Daryl Chu. Class B was really tough to calculate. Tom was Class B champion. Lester had 3 pars, and I had 7 pars. So sorry, Lester. Class A. And guys, this is for the runner-up. Here you go, Jordan. Runner-up.
How are you feeling right now? My back hurts. Yeah. Yeah. My name is Marco Espela. I'm a cash game grinder, but recently I've been playing a lot of tournaments. I was optimistic after the first day. I was chip leader in Flight C. Some players that I know said, it's yours, it's yours. It's long due because I've been playing for a long time and haven't really won a tournament before. So I think my hand amount was like 20,000 USD. Almost double, yeah. During the first few levels heads up, the people around us were like suggesting to do an ICM, and she was really like getting the momentum. So I like, okay, it's fine. I'll do the ICM. I had like an open-ended straight draw. She went all in with Jack high. The board was like ace 4-7. I could have just gone and she would have folded, and maybe the ICM didn't happen. Yeah, she had Jack 7-4. Well, winning this event definitely feels a sense of pride as Filipino, and especially playing here in the Philippines, representing our countrymen, poker players. So I feel really good about it. To all the people that supported and believed in me, I'm gonna try to mention most of you, but if you don't hear your name, please don't be. Huwag kayong magtampo. So si Mad, si Rainiel, si Yurid, basically the Rivera brothers, really been good to me. Bam, Mike Takayama, those are people that I admire in this industry. Thank you so much for believing in me and supporting in me. This is it. Finally, I got my first trophy for APT. Hopefully more.
Welcome to Asia's largest online poker room. Our next generation poker software is now initiating. Elevate your online experience with a wide variety of poker variations to choose from. Get fully immersed with fun and social features. Level up your game with PokerCraft and Smart HUD. Unlock a wealth of rewards including cashback, bonuses, and jackpots. Join world-class poker tournaments featuring some of the world's most renowned brands and the largest guaranteed prize pools in the world. Experience the best in customer service and hassle-free transactions for a seamless online gaming experience. With online poker available on all your devices, you'll be able to play your favorite games anytime, anywhere. Sign up now and elevate your online poker experience today.
A warm welcome to APT Manila 2024. My name is Vidar Singhal, joined by Sam and Sol, and we are bringing you the main event. This is what it ends up being all about. Over 1,000 entries, 1,081 to be precise. 437 of them made it into day 2, and we are going to attempt over the next few days to play down to the ultimate winner. What an incredible showing it has been, not just in terms of the main event, but really the entire series. But now we're in the business end, the part that you and I love, Sam, because we're going to watch feature table after feature table, rotate every 2 hours, get to know who's out there as we slowly make our way. Number 1 milestone, day 3, into the money. Of course, after that, the final table, and then playing down to the winner. Sam, how are we feeling? It's the main event.
I'm feeling fantastic. We have a stacked feature table to kick things off. We have Joseph Cheong in the mix, coming hot off his heels of a second Black Line win. That's a Superstar Challenge, a 25,000 USD buy-in. We also have 4 Filipino nationals joining us, 1 newcomer to the live tournament scene, and then 3 with about $500,000 on their hand and mob. So very, very accomplished players. We also have Sean Uy. I hope I'm saying that right, Sean. Over 1.2, just under 1.2 million in lifetime earnings from Malaysia, and did just win an APT Lion 4 days ago in the Hyper Turbo High Roller, and also came second place in the High Roller just in Taipei. So an APT regular, we love to see that. I'm doing great, Bitter. How are you?
Well, there we go. The feature table is stacked. The field out there is stacked. I walked into our grand ballroom here at the City of Dreams in Manila, and it was absolutely full to the brim. Those chip riffling sounds we all love to hear, and there you see it right on cue. That is what I just walked into, and it is a sight to see. In fact, our very own Christy from the production team at the moment is flying a drone over all the tables to try and capture this beautiful grand ballroom and get the feel of what it's like to play day 2 of the main event. So records have been broken with 1,081 entries. Perhaps we did not meet our ambitious guarantee, but still we're talking about almost 1.5 million USD in the prize pool. It is going to be a fun one as we make our way towards the end of the day. 5 sessions of 2 hours each, I believe. That's what we have planned. 1 hour levels. That is the beautiful structure of the main event. The average stack is over 100K, so that's 2.5 starting stacks. And with blinds being at 800, 1600, we are playing plenty deep.
Yeah, I mean, like you said, an absolutely incredible record. 1,081 entrants. Of that, 437 made it to day 2. We'll be playing down close to the money, perhaps even in the money today. We kick off day 3 tomorrow. We will definitely be in the money at some point tomorrow.
We will have 22 qualifiers join us from online. They qualify directly into the money. About 150 entries or so online. It's part of the beautiful option we have here. You can play online, you can play 45-minute levels, you can play 60-minute levels. Choose your day 1, but when it comes to day 2 and eventually day 3 and beyond, it's going to be 1 hour levels. It's going to be live with us. And most likely at some point it's going to be on stream. That's Lloyd about to say the magic words. Oh, in fact, what Lloyd is saying right now, that registration is officially closed. That's 30 minutes behind. So day 2 entrants have been accounted for. And there you go. Thanks, Lloyd. Shuffle up and deal. There's our feature table. You mentioned Joseph Chong joining us. You watched him absolutely dominate his opponents in the Superstar Challenge yesterday.
Yes, that was a very, very quick one. I think it's one hand to get a heads up, and look at his stack, 120 big blinds. I think he knows poker.
How do they do it? Also, bottom and chips, but still 41 bigs is Hishashi. Absolute mixed game master. You know, I've been getting busy in the mixed game street, Sam, and you see the same faces over and over.
Yep.
Hishashi is simply one of the best.
He did win the triple stud event. He got second place in the Rose, fourth place in the no limit single draw ace to 5 hyper turbo. That's a mouthful. And then also has some no limit caches. This is all just APT Manila. Crazy.
Yeah, I may or may not have contributed to his purse in some of those events.
Always good to see. Giving it back to the people.
The kind of person I am.
Here we are, hand number 1 underway of day 2 of the main event. Of course, we have a few latecomers, as always.
Oh, playing with your chip still in the bag. Power move right there as we kick off the very first hand of day 2 here on our feature table.
You know, now that you say that the playing with the bag thing, just yesterday, so I was vlogging one of my tournaments and I had just doubled up. And as I was pulling in the chips, I'm just noting down the hand, and the very next hand I get another shove hand. So I just pushed my pile of chips back into the middle.
Isn't that supposed to be a bad omen or something?
It worked out.
There we go.
I went from 4 big blinds up to 25 in the course of an orbit.
Oh,
It was
that's
fantastic.
Awesome.
All right, King, Jack, 10. Very loose call from the small blind, 6-4 suited. Is the big blind missing or something? Yes. Okay, the big blind is missing. That makes sense.
Tons of locals, as you mentioned, Sam. Really exciting to see. Not easy to make it to day 2. The journey only gets tougher from this point on.
Yeah. Looks like we are missing Ismail William from the Philippines. 461,000 on his Hendon mob. We're also missing Joseph Cheong, who has enough chips to sit out today.
We'll probably make day 3 by sitting out.
Yeah. And did we see Hisashi in the mix yet?
Yeah, that's him.
Oh,
Right
there we
on the
go.
screen.
Yeah. Yes, so for our live streams, we have finished off most of our Natural 8 events. Some poker cups, some fun events like Challenge the Queens, the Superstar Challenge, and now we are in for 4 days of the main event here on the APT YouTube and Twitch channels. And we will round out the series on the 7th of November with the APT High Roller final day, like we always do. Sean picking up a pot here with the pocket 5s.
If I could just remind everyone, let's not forget what's next. Sam and I, as well as the entire APT production floor, executive staff, instantly fly away to Vietnam, to the lovely island of Phu Quoc, because APT Phu Quoc kicks off the very next day. I will never understand the ambition of scheduling 2 APTs back-to-back with not even a day in between. But I do know one thing, it's going to work out and it's going to be a fun event. So in case you're listening and cannot join us for the remainder of the series over here, book your flights. Phu Quoc in Vietnam. What an awesome place to play poker.
And hello to those watching us, joining us early. We have Justin Fairbanks in chat. Hello. Unfortunately, your prediction was correct. Did not meet the guarantee. And also good morning to Chat Pro. Hello, hello.
Gonzalez not folding the 7 deuce. It is suited. Worthy of a limp. Ace 10 6. Let's fight. Just 7 guess there. 7 deuce. Shows down. Our table has no short stack. Actually should make for a fun feature table. Wonder what it's like out there in the streets. Some people certainly did barely make it into day 2. Others have bought in on day 2 directly. That gets you starting stack worth 25 bigs. Plenty for those pros and perhaps even amateurs who like to play at shorter stack depths to begin with. Don't forget, for all kinds of updates, you can go to apt.poker. Go to our live reporting in case you're following anybody on the outer tables. If you hit live seating, actually make sure your friends and family are still in the mix. Even find out their table numbers, seat numbers. In case you're looking for anybody out in the field, you can do the same. The payouts are just about coming in, as they do once we are done with the end of registration. If I'm looking at this correctly, 159th place is getting paid, and that's good for 167,000 Filipino pesos. So, should be just about double the buy-in. 159. Quick math. 280 odd people to go.
Yeah, not bad. We might hit that today. Sorry, how many places paid again?
159.
159. Okay.
And drum roll, first place prize, 308,000 USD.
Incredible.
The old 200x return on your money. 200x, mind you, not percent. X.
Yes.
20,000%.
Incredible.
In 4 days.
That's a Lamborghini.
Hey, that's how you value money? Sure. I like it. I don't know.
20 watches.
I didn't know you rolled that way, Sam, but sure.
All right, Jack 10. Nice looking hand on the button. Sashi will defend. Pretty interesting board here. Sashi turning a lot. Surprised Gerardo didn't go for the c-bet here on the King Jack 6. Jack 10 is going to be one of those hands that does fit very nicely in a check back. Sashi bricks out. Gonna bluff at it. Around half pot.
This could fold out all the small pairs that might play this way, perhaps some ace highs. Jack should find the call, but kings and nines do beat him.
Oh, it looks like he's going for a raise. It is a nice hand to raise with, but I just don't know if he has enough value that plays this way. Got ace 9. You know what? I think he does, actually, with the 9 pairing on the turn and river. Turn this hand into a bluff. But just goes for the call. His hand is strong enough. Picks up the pot. Justin in chat with some very cool stats. 118 Filipinos still in the mix, the highest of any nationality in our main event.
Yeah, as for the guarantee, once again, I mentioned it was ambitious at 1.7 million. So, hey, free money, as Justin is saying in chat. Almost $330,000 added to the prize pool, courtesy of the APT. Congratulations to all the players. That's already out there.
Justin, let me know. Not players still in. Total unique entries. So 118 Filipinos, 111 from South Korea.
Amazing. $19 from Mongolia. 6 of those were on our Mongolian Champions event.
No, we haven't seen a lot of our high-stakes regulars here. They must be busy somewhere. There's Banshee Wei, Hunat. Who else do we usually have? I just had a list of like 4 people in my head, and now as soon as I started...
Well, in the case of those two, I can actually comment. Fan probably playing some of the festivals in Taiwan. Punat, I did spot on the Triton stream, Sam.
Okay.
The powers that be in the APT do recognize when we're clashing with some festivals, but the programming is done accordingly. But speaking of high-stakes regulars, how about the man on the screen, Joseph Chong? Absolutely crushing it this year at the APT. 2 Superstar Challenges won, $25,000 entries.
Yeah, David Wang, no stranger to tournaments either. 1.1 million on his Hendon Mob. And some decent finishes here in Manila. Both on Halloween, actually. 2nd place in the No Limit Hold'em High Roller Double Stack. Good for 7,500. And then 6th place in the PLO Omaha Masters event. Good for 3,200. Not bad.
Has the board on lock now, and how much heat can Joseph withstand? There are 2 diamonds. Some straight draws possible that the button could potentially have. 8-9 comes to mind. As a result, he does come along drawing dead. Ace or 10 would be dangerous, as would the board pairing. 4 seems like a brick. Now I think it's time for David to polarize. Represent those misdraws. You want to go big here, such that you could not be betting a 7, and he seems to have heard me. Goes for all of it, Joseph, with the quick fold.
That's crazy to call twice and then fold river that fast. You know, not even think about it.
Yeah, it certainly comes from years and years of live experience. From a theory perspective, you are right. The 4 not changing much should give you pause, but it's one of those things. What does the solver say, and what does the population do? Does Joseph think 15 minutes into day 2, David is putting his tournament life on the line? That's likely.
Yep, for sure. It's one of those things when you're in the hand, you can't see what the other person has, and you've called down twice with ace high because you think it's good, and then like, well, nothing changed on the river, and just to have, you know, that snap decision just to let it go is impressive.
You are hoping that they check. That's really it sometimes on the turn. Another ace 10.
Hijack versus big blind. Ten, 10, 3. How about top trips? Sean has a somewhat interesting hand to continue with. Check, check, queen of diamonds. No, that is not a turn that Sean can do anything with, unfortunately. Gerardo goes for a bit of value, but that is going to be it. Sashi, our short stack, with 50k, still slightly over starting stack.
Fair open, king queen off. And these two will battle once again. 9-8 suited for Joseph. About to complete an orbit. The players just about settling in. Perhaps you and I. Same Sam. It's going to be a long one. And it's going to be a fun one. That is the nature of main events and day twos. So 159 paid. Not as good at doing tournament math as, say, Neil Johnson. Are we reaching the money today?
Ooh. Let me check what blinds we're going to end up with today.
$105 still is the big stack on the table. That's the man on the screen. Makes it look easy. Joseph Chong. I first saw him on the November 9 main event WSOP final table. I think he ran a big bluff and came third, cementing his legend.
You know what? I think we are going to reach the money today. 4k, 8k will be the finishing blind level.
So 5x of where we're at right now.
Yeah, we'll bring a starting stack down to 5 big blinds. Average stack right now is about 2x that, slightly over 2.3x or so.
I think we started off average 100 and change, so that should be good for just about 12 bigs at the end of the day. Okay.
Yeah.
Stay tuned.
If nobody busts.
Sam's prediction is that we reach the money, which means bubble coverage at the end of the day, which is always super fun.
Yeah, Justin pointing out in chat, if only a day comes when we can have Koreans play in Korea. If 111 of them could fly out to Manila, I think it'd be a crazy APT. They're always very fun to play with. They love to chat at the table. They're very friendly. And they're quite aggressive. It's tough to play when you have a short stack.
Speaking of aggressive, watch what's happening here. Sean has waited long enough. And in that case, 9 hands. Decides to 3-bet queen 3 suited from the button. And now ace-king offsuit this deep is not the easiest of hands to navigate out of position. Obvious options do include 4 bets.
Yep. Call is also not terrible here on this stack depth either. I think you do a decent mix of both. Because they are, what, just over 40 blinds? I know around 30, you just want to get it in quick as possible. But around 40 you do start to see quite a bit of flatting. More so with the suited variety, but sometimes offsuit as well. Just jams it.
Certainly fearless in terms of courting some variance. Just jams it in there. Knows he's getting a lot of folds. Knows he's getting Sean's out of line opens. Insta-muck. David now, 50 bigs. Everybody kind of hovering around that 40 to 60 range, with the exception of Joseph.
Seven deuce hits the muck. There we go, a real hand for Sean. Jack 10 suited in the cutoff.
Oh, Sam. Did I completely blank on this? Is today the day of the players' party?
Oh my goodness, me too.
10 p.m. today is the players' party. I kept thinking it's the next day, but I just noticed it's Sunday. Let's take a moment and watch what happens here, because there is a situation brewing. 80% of a royal flush in between these two players, and Sean surely comes along with the pretty-looking Jack-10 suited.
Who do you think is going to hit the royal?
King of Diamond would be interesting, just because it would give the wraparound. No diamond, no king, and the board super dry. 9-3 deuce should certainly favor the 3-better. Jamar has ace-queen suited.
I think you can actually still bet ace-queen for value here if you go small.
It's the kind of bet you wouldn't mind seeing a fold, but in position, he is comfortable, and of course it's going to be balanced. All the overpairs would act the same way. As a result, Sean may be a bit handcuffed. But the 9 is giving him enough reason to come along. Backdoor is possible. Overcards could be good. There is the overcard.
Wow, look at that.
And there is another overcard, but it doesn't hit Jamar. It's the only one that doesn't. Sean with the check mark. Middle pair on that board. Checking with the intention of check calling, and a big bet from Jamar. Insta-called. Unfortunate outcome for Jamar. Sean finding a way to win that one.
I like the bluff from Jamar. His hand's getting pretty low in his range after the run out. Sean picking up a very nice pot. 34k added to your stack. It's a huge, huge boost, especially in confidence at this stage. Add 50% to your stack.
Another playable hand for Sean. 3 in a row. And Jamar as well. Queen, queen, king, 2 clubs, flush draw for Gerardo. He's the only one who has anything playable. Sean with the betting lead though. Does he bet?
Gerardo's going to continue with a call.
Oh. That C-bet working out nicely. His ace high. Should feel a lot more confident now.
Or he could be drawing dead.
He's in position, gets to make this a 2-street affair if he so desires. But go for that turn blocker I keep talking about. If he does not think his opponent is going to be raising him as a bluff too often. It would be the moment to fire on the turn, maybe something small, get a free showdown, but now the check actually gives the best hand to the flush. 2 pairs on the board though. Tiny, tiny bet. Minimum value extracted on the final street. Still a takedown. Well over 100k now for Gerardo. 4 Filipinos on the table.
We have the 5K chips as the biggest denomination on the table right now. I think we'll see the 25Ks in play later. It's always nice when we get to the plaques. They just look so cool on the table.
I think that's a day 4 affair, perhaps?
Yeah, I don't think we saw him until the final table in Taipei. Oh, Ace-Jack under the gun. $3.5K is the raise.
David comes long. Has become the most active player on this table over the past orbit or so.
Ace, Queen, 10.
Yeah, I doubt he gets too involved now.
No. What size does Sashi go here? Oh, quite small. Go quite big on this board. You want to put his 10x and Queen X in just like a really rough spot right from the get-go.
$26 bigs for Jamar now. Still plenty to work with, but a much shorter stack finally on the table. Could become a target.
Our main event, take 2. Blinds going up. 1,000, 2,000, 2,000. Let's get blinds off of the main event, take 2. 1,000, 2,000, 2,000. I don't know which one.
All right, Joseph, King Jack offsuit under the gun. Gerardo, ace 7 of spades. Want to get aggressive? Goes with the call. Wow, ace, ace, deuce.
Too easy.
Check, check.
Nice trap. King Jack. Joseph might think it's worth protecting. Fires 2 bigs into the abyss. Nice just call from Gerardo. Doesn't get greedy. Backdoor flush does come in. I think Joseph might be done with the hand. Gerardo could easily have a backdoor flush. The hand that checks the flop, calls the turn, and now leads out. Not sure how many bluffs there are.
Yeah, his bluffs could be like pocket 4s, pocket 5s. But that beats Joseph.
There's no way he's bluffing those. Just check behind. I mean, it could be a value bet actually with those hands. Joseph just makes the call. Wow. Just goes with theory of sorts. Has the jack of clubs, has king high. Gives his opponent a lot of credit, and look at this. 82 bigs, Joseph under 100. That one check from Gerardo after flopping trips really pays off. William has been patient. Besides king 9 is the moment. Yet another local. Very exciting to see how the locals have been performing.
Well, 6-5 suited has to hit the muck. Jack 8 definitely going to get in there though.
King high board, easy life. Joseph is bored.
Joseph kind of getting run over this table. His opponent's making very, very strong hands. That's the way it goes sometimes. It's up and down.
Not willing to fold and give a walk from the small with the jack 3 off. Let's go. Suited king for Sean. Great candidate. Try and steal or perhaps build a pot in position. Oh, pardon me. Joseph actually raised from the small, so Sean comes along.
Joseph catching the best of it, middle pair here. Monotone board. Interesting c-bet. Usually play these quite passive out of position. Gets it done.
First spot, says Joseph. That's one to celebrate. Back up to almost 100. Joseph says if he lost that one, it would have been a downward spiral. I highly doubt that. The man has seen it all, done it all. It is a mark of a good player to not be affected by variance and losing a few pots. It barely counts as variance for the likes of Joseph. Pocket kings for Sean. Super high VPIP and now a proper holding. He's 3-betted. If I remember correctly, he did 3-bet a suited queen 3. So let's see if he gets credit after the speeches from Joseph. He opens 10-9 off. Well, first, Sean has to get through Jamar, who seems to be interested with the 6-5 off.
No, just lets it go.
No downward spiral. Just a quick fold. So you mentioned Players Party, Sam. 10 p.m. is the Players Party. Having forgotten that it was tonight. I'm not sure I'm ready, but maybe over the course of the day, we gear ourselves up for it. And you went to the venue, didn't you?
Yeah. Yeah, it's just downstairs in the little circle bar. It's the first thing you see when you walk into the venue.
Think we'll have live music? I see live music there all the time.
Oh, definitely. I think we've got a DJ tonight.
Ooh. Come join us. Starts 10 p.m. I believe it will kick off before the end of the day, but of course everybody is welcome to join after the end of the day, or indeed, I've been saying this, if you've ever played with us at the APT, you're more than welcome. Just don't tell anyone I told you. All you need is your player's card, and sometimes not even that.
Oh, King 10 offsuit on the button. Oh, Jamar's turn with the pocket kings now.
Ooh.
This could get expensive for Gerardo. It's only 20 big blinds with pocket jacks. Small raise to 10K.
I do wonder how Gerardo interprets this. Jamar has been relatively snug. 17 hands in, so tends to be card distribution oriented. I feel like it's one of those situations you know you're likely behind flipping at best, but it just feels so strong, and Gerardo has plenty of chips. Second biggest stack on the table.
Does go for the call here.
I've been in these spots before, Sam, and I mean, how do you perceive the jacks? Like, are you just set mining, I suppose, evaluating depending on the flop? What if it comes undercards? Are you committed? It does come undercards, by the way, so the question remains.
With one SPR, it's going to be very tough to get away. But he also has to worry about Sean behind, who has a very big stack. You know, I think he had like 80, 90K. So you have to worry about him trapping as well.
By the way, Gerardo nods, just like I said. You just know it when the short stack, relatively snug player, has 3-bet from the blinds and now jams, but just went with it. One SPR, not much he could do. So a fantastic spot for Jamar. Could get up to 84K. 2 outs to dodge. Queen.
Oh,
no way.
Brutal.
Wow.
Oh, that is not a fun way to go. One card away, only 5% for Gerardo.
Oh.
Oh, no.
And Jamar taking it better than you and I are.
For sure.
Respect that for sure. Walks away with a smile. That is the attitude that is going to take you really far in the poker world, in my opinion.
Well, he does have a few other events that he can register for. In an hour, we have the Sunday Super Stack. 40,000 Filipino peso entry, which is about 700 USD. We also have a high roller double stack. Then nothing else until 6 p.m. onwards. We have the turbo double stack, some Omaha, some bomb pots, another hyper turbo high roller, and of course, quite a few mixed games running today.
Don't tempt me like this, Sam. I can't leave the booth now.
Gerardo, another pocket pair now. Pocket sixes.
I did the math yesterday on the 9-game mix I played. $140 entry. $16 a game. Don't get that anywhere.
Wow.
Joseph has had enough of being bullied. 3-bet with the ace-8 suited. Gerardo with some fresh chips in his stack. Certainly should be set mining given the stack depths. And he does come along.
10-8 for Joseph outflops Gerardo. How big does Joseph want to go here? Just checks it back. Deuce of clubs on the turn doesn't help Gerardo. Could be incentivized to kind of bet for protection here. Just checks it again.
There has to be some intimidation factor facing Joseph Chong, surely. Even if they don't know his legend in the poker world of the past decade and a half. Do you have banners and pictures of him around the grand ballroom here? Did win the 25K Superstar Challenge. Won yesterday as well as in Jeju. And actually Gerardo with the chip lead now does cede a few chips. Did you ever watch the World Series coverage back in the day, Sam? Joseph was, I believe, I mean, we could look it up, but early 2010s, like I want to say 12 or something like that.
Yeah. No, I never saw it.
I think he bluffed off his stack and finished in 3rd place. Don't quote me on it, but definitely came to attention in the poker world as a result and has proved himself in the 10 years hence.
See if we can find it.
Yeah, do hunt for that. So there's some big bluff. And
6-bet shoved with ace-7, it looks like.
Yeah, there we go.
So basically what he said was, I had an ace, I beat over 6,000 people and won $4 million in 3rd place.
Yeah, he did, didn't he?
Yeah.
Plenty of people can do that once, though. Joseph is simply one of the world's best. I think he's approaching being APT's #1 winner. And a flopped nut flush for David. No action, though. So Joseph has almost 19 million on his hand and mob. Absolutely incredible. Actually, this doesn't account for his win yesterday, so he's going to be reaching 19 million. Happy to help you get there, Joseph. Let's not forget, you had a APT cash yesterday yourself. Your first one, I believe, right?
Second.
Second APT cash, very nice.
I bubbled the final table once again. Back to back here at APT Manila. Feels pretty good.
This commentary booth is just full of bubble boys.
Yep.
Bit embarrassing, really.
You as well yesterday, right?
Yeah, I have 2 under my belt. You have a stone bubble, like me, and a final table bubble. But a cash is a cash.
Absolutely.
GG.
Cash is a cash. Got some interesting hands here. Gerardo, suited ace. Sean, suited king. Both very strong hands for late position. Always get mixed up with late and early position. Takes me half a second to remember which one's which. Look at that flop for Sean. Could he get any more of the board locked up?
I want to get back to what you just said. What do you mean? So +2, you get confused, or
No, I can't remember if button or under the gun is early position or late position half the time.
Position dyslexia.
Yes.
Does remind me of when we first started playing poker, you know, college home games and the likes. We used to call being first to act, or essentially being out of position in a hand, we used to call that being in position, because you get to bet and bluff your
First.
opponent out. Yeah. And you're like, oh, you're in position. And then you have to unlearn everything you learn.
I think that was it Gus Hansen who said that? He
Did
likes
he?
the small blind the best because he's first to bluff.
Okay, there we go. Exactly.
It's someone from the old high-stakes poker days.
If there's anyone who played like it was a home game, it's the great Gus Hansen.
Yeah.
A legend in every respect. Also, the biggest online loser of all time.
Really?
Over 20 million he lost playing online.
Wow. Must be nice.
Yeah, it is nice actually. You nailed it. He had 20 million to lose, all of which he made playing poker.
Yep.
Ace 3 opened, Ace King waiting in the cutoff. Martin also has been patient. Last time around, William decided he was just going to open based on frequencies, has yet to find a reasonable hand. Worked out with the King 9 this time, Ace 3. Quick open and a quick fold, and a quick look at the Ace King by Martin. Isashi at the bottom of the chip leaderboard has been quiet as well. I mentioned playing a ton of mixed games with him over the past couple of days. And he seemed like one of those people that has a bit of an aura at the mixed game tables, has shipped multiple lions as a result, come close to others. You mentioned he had some proper hold'em scores as well, no doubt, in here in day 2. 30 bigs is plenty though.
Yeah, for sure. Still above a starting stack. We have lost 52 entrants already on day 2, down to 385 of the 437 we began day 2 with.
Yeah, this is within 50 minutes.
Yeah, dropping like flies, as our co-commentator Stephen Lai would say.
So it's 10 levels or getting into the money, whichever comes first, I believe. Right? If somehow players drop like flies too quickly, then everybody can make it to the players' party right as it kicks off at 10 p.m. But if I know APT players' parties, they will be going on for a while.
What are we doing today? We're doing 10 hours of play, including breaks? 11 hours.
Excluding breaks.
11
yeah.
hours with breaks. Okay, so that ends right when the players' party begins.
Oh, there you go.
Yeah, we began play at 11 a.m. today, and the players' party starts at 10.
I do believe we have... yeah, I guess you're right.
Yeah, just 3 15-minute breaks.
There you go. No dinner break, just 15-minute breaks. And we should be wrapped up.
You know what I've learned with the longer tournaments, now that I've been getting more into the live tournament scene, is you got to remember to eat.
Yeah.
I finished at about 9:30 p.m. and I realized I haven't even had lunch today.
Yeah. That does happen. Yesterday, I was playing until about midnight, and I actually ate while walking. And that's not good.
No.
It's also a mental game, and you don't want your body and digestion to be confused while you're trying to make decisions.
Of course, of course.
The king with the best of fit, way the best of fit. Joseph in check calling mode, I assume. Give some rope to William. Decent pot to fight for. 3 clubs on the board now. William doesn't go for it. Joseph, of course, joining us from the US. Korean American. There's a Korean restaurant. Actually, there's multiple Korean restaurants here in the casino, Sam, and I was at one of them. Joseph was seated a few tables away with a couple of friends. And I must admit, I tried to lean over just so I could order whatever he was ordering, because I figured he knows.
Which Korean restaurant was this? The hot pot or the barbecue?
Actually, I can't remember the name, but it's one right at the end. It's a little more beer-oriented than the other ones.
Okay.
Have you been to the many restaurants here at the City of Dreams?
Yes, I had the laksa at Red Ginger yesterday. It's very good. Oh, William. There we go. Oh, look at this. Ace King suited versus Ace King suited.
I'm
See
actually
if either player goes for the trap.
I'm very curious to see how this plays out. Usually a good insight into the styles and the strategy they've brought to the table. Pretty even in stacks. 3-bet standard, of course, from the cutoff, and now I feel the real game begins. William, this is the first premium he's had. The last time around when you were saying Ace King could be a flat, you did mention it was around these stack depths. The blind level is still the same, but this is suited.
Yeah, so suited likes to flat a little bit more just because it's got more playability post-flop. But we do see the 4-bet incoming. 16k, just a little click back. How does David proceed here with his Ace-King suited? I think this is a pretty good candidate to just flat in position here.
If David flats, 16k to call, pot would be 44. He'd have 55. Things could get pretty hairy. Folding not really an option, of course.
Now maybe you have some crazy reads. Ace-King offsuit might hit the muck. But suited is a whole nother category of hand. It's way too strong.
There's 3 options. Jam. And that's the one he takes. Never mind the rest. Should get called Ace-King suited again. Too strong to fold. Got to take the gamble. In this case, it's not really a gamble. 49 to 51. Is there an upset? So the odds aren't even, which means some hearts have been folded. At least one, I guess. We do take into account the muck cards in our equity calculations. Is it wrong to want to sweat? Maybe how about one of each on the flop?
Yeah, there we go. 2 hearts on the turn, 2 clubs by the for 2 hearts on the flop, 2 clubs by the turn.
The full sweat being asked for. There's a club, a free roll.
Ah, that's it. Chop it up.
And this is why blockers are such a scam. You have Ace-King, your opponent has Ace-King also. What's the point of blocking anything?
Yep. Yeah, but they both pick up 2,000 in chips.
So 5 days left in our festival, including today. I had to double think that. That is correct, yeah?
Yep.
And after that, I believe 9 days of Fukwok. Take your pick, folks. Manila, Fukwok. As we wrap up what has been an incredible year with the APT. 2 stops in Taipei. 1 in Jeju. Manila, and then Fukwok to close things out.
10 days in Fukwok.
10 days in Fukwok, there we go.
Very nice.
You and I should be involved in the final 5. The coverage will begin with essentially where we are today, the main event.
Yeah, I believe that'll be 14th of November, so it begins on the 8th. The 14th will be, is that day 2? Yep, day 2 of the main will begin coverage, which is also the players' party.
Oh.
Fantastic. So it's like a deja vu from today.
And I must say, the Fukwok Players Party will be quite scenic. Today's, though, inside a casino. But you mentioned live music, so I think that makes up for it. Or the DJ.
Yeah. Open bar.
Open bar means none of those things matter anyway, so. Here we go. Hisashi's been patient. 47k is approaching starting stack. Wow. Wow.
Wow.
Just folds it.
Nice.
How did they do it, Sam?
Crazy.
Just
Very
proper
nice fold.
discipline there, or
Yeah,
some
I
sort of
think
a
so.
read?
If he's button, I think it's a little bit of a different story, but cut off, I'm sure it's so marginal at best. And then if you think your opponents are opening too tight, I'm sure he's got his reasons.
It's almost like you've owned them by folding.
Yeah.
New player has joined us. Fang from Taiwan. In seat 2, I believe.
Well, I like that at the top. We got the next level coming up in 2 minutes. 1K, 2K.
Oh, nice. Nicely done, Jan. Our production team improving things every stop.
Oh, cool. Justin pointing out that the Corona Casino in Phu Quoc is the only casino in Vietnam that the locals can enter. I assume it has to do with the visa-free designation of the island.
Yeah, interesting. Frankly, I did not know there are any other casinos in Vietnam.
Do you know if this field contains the on-live portion of players?
Not yet.
Not yet. So we actually need down to 100 and so, like 108 or so, to get to the money then. Because there's 47 in the on-live event.
That's an interesting point, yeah.
So I don't think we'll actually hit the money today then. Yeah, Justin always helping us out in chat. There we are, a little suited connector versus ace queen, and unfortunately 3 deuce flops. Not even a backdoor flush draw. Has a backdoor gut shot. Somehow 20% equity though. Ace queen just checks it back. 6 of spades on the turn. Check, check, and the queen of clubs on the river. Does William want to bluff at this? No.
Hisashi's gonna pick one up. You know, I mentioned I've been playing mixed games and Hisashi pops up on most tables. And looking at him on the stream right now just goes to show what a different game almost this main event is. You're talking about a 4-day grind at the minimum as opposed to a 4-hour grind if you want to make some serious headway. And I think Hisashi is showing he has that gear. Super patient. You just see a great ace-jack fold, so after being a bit card dead, did not step too out of line.
Yeah, preserving your chips, very important. Tournament poker.
What is the milestone here, you think, for players? I mean, right at the start of the day.
What do you mean by that?
You know, going into the money is so far away.
Okay.
What do you even shoot for? You can go break to break. Some people probably just one hand at a time, absorbing all the variables and information at once. But personally, I'd feel like...
I think my goal to end the day would be roughly around a 40 million chip stack.
40 million?
Yeah, I think that'd be a good goal.
I have heard, on a more serious note, Negrano on his WSOP vlogs, and in general, I can't recommend those enough, by the way, if you're a tournament player. Fantastic coverage of the WSOP. He does have goals in terms of number of lines he wants to end with.
Okay. That's his goals? Number of blinds?
Yeah, he'll usually be like, we're aiming for, you know, we're starting stack 60, we're aiming for 250 at the end of the day, it's going to be about 50 bigs, coming in 50 bigs tomorrow.
Okay, nice.
Some others just make survival the goal. It is the ultimate goal of a tournament. If you survive until the end, you win.
I don't think we introduced a new player. Fang Cheng Lun from Taiwan, coming in with 92,000 was his stack coming to the table. Replacing Gerardo, unfortunately.
That's right, that's him in seat 2 on the right-hand side of the screen.
What are your goals if you were playing today?
Yeah, that's actually what prompted the question. I suppose with the long grind ahead, I would be looking to conserve my stack in the beginning simply because I wouldn't trust myself to make the absolute best decisions without settling in first. So,
Okay.
you know, maybe like a bit more solid, slow and steady until the end of the first break. Then really kick things into gear. I made my share of out-of-line bluffs and, you know, these kind of day 2 spots. One hand that never leaves me is I check raised absolute air and then backdoored into a straight I didn't even know was possible in the flop.
Amazing.
One of the best
Love
feelings
that.
in poker of all time. I thought I was check raising nothing.
Yeah.
Noticed a little bit of equity, but completely ignored it because my plan was just to triple if needed. And then on the final three, I'm like, now what do I do? The plan was to triple. I suppose I have to be balanced, and went big, didn't get paid off or anything. But thinking back to when that was, you know, it's sort of the middle of the day. It's when you really settle down. Mind you, we're watching feature tables 2 hours at a time with a set of players. But in case you're not that familiar with MTTs, these players will be playing with each other on this table, possibly for the rest of the day. Some tables do break as we move players around, but until we hit the money, you don't know that you're going to have a new cohort of players to play with. So you can't really settle in. After all, this is live poker. You can get a lot of reads on your opponents as well.
Yeah, for sure. Yeah, for me, I kind of just take it one hand at a time. You know, I get the hand, I just go, I want to play this hand as best as I can.
But don't you think that's your cash game background, Sam?
Perhaps.
Definitely that makes sense in a cash game. Every hand is just an individual hand, right? Like, I know people do talk in terms of sessions, but I remember learning long back. It's just one long session. How are you liking the MTT streets, by the way, as you've gotten more and more involved?
I like them, but it's a whole new set of reads you have to develop. For cash games, you already kind of know the spots you need to overfold, that you need to be more aggressive. In tournaments, it's totally different, and I'm very lost without seeing showdowns, and it's going to take me a while to readjust. But I'm finding my way. Finding out triple barrels work very well, despite how terrifying they are. You know, I've sat there for 6 hours, we're not in the money, and I'm going to triple barrel my stack off 2 hands in orbit.
Which one do you think is more strategic?
Oh, tournaments for sure. Absolutely.
That's probably what attracts people the most. Just gets those poker neurons firing.
Yep. Pocket queens.
King
Kings.
7 suited.
Yeah.
Solver loves this hand, doesn't it?
Yeah. Looks like he is going to go for the re-raise here. I like it.
William knows the charts. You're all those confused by the hand selection. This is very, very solver-friendly. Jack 10 suited has to hit the mark.
Yeah, it's a nice hand to use because you get to fold out the bottom of Joseph's opening range, like King 10, King Jack, King Queen offsuit that dominate you. And it's got quite a bit of playability post-flop as well. And prevents your opponent from having the strongest hands like Ace King, Pocket Kings. But Joseph just goes all in here with the Pocket Queens. Gets it done.
William caught with his hand in the cookie jar. You like the fact that he went for it, though.
Yep.
I was talking to sort of a top reg, and they looked a bit tilted. They were like, man, I just really missed this spot. I was just about to do it. And then they go, if only my hand was 1 pip lower, I would have done it. I was like, what do you have? It's like King 8.
Oh. Yeah. Yeah. Yeah, makes sense. It's crazy what the computers tell us to do.
Yeah, do you follow it blindly sometimes, or are you waiting to figure out the logic before you implement it in your game?
So as a default, I do try to follow it, but if you don't know why it's doing what it's doing, then you following it has no purpose. It's just throwing money away because it's exploiting itself, and players don't play like that. So if you are re-raising King 7, it's because it unblocks your opponent's opens. But if they're opening very wide, so like 7-8 or something like that, then you kind of have to drop the pip by 1. Yeah, but then learning the exploits is a whole nother thing. First, you have to learn the baseline, which is already enormous and will take more than a lifetime to learn. So you just pick the common spots and try to organize them into buckets, as they call. And then you have to start branching out and finding out how your opponents play and how to react to that. It's a lot. Joseph, Queen 9 of diamonds, going for the cold 4-bet here, and it's probably going to work out.
Sick. The man is sick. Just completely figuring out the whole situation. David will have to posture a bit before he lets this one go. Can't insta-muck after 3-betting on the button.
Imagine we 5-bet shoves. Wow. Goes for the call.
And the fact that they have the same hand is just so fascinating. As we head to the flop with exactly 1 SBR, this is tricky. No 9, no queen, but Joseph after the cold 4-bet flops 2 overs and a flush draw. Easy life, easy jam, and David has to let it go. The same hand does hit the muck.
Very unfortunate flop for David Wang. That one hurts.
What if the situations were reversed at game 6-5-3, 2 hearts?
Yeah.
The hand might still have gone to showdown. Would have been pretty funny. As it stands, Joseph retakes the chip lead even at the higher blind level. Now he has 110 bigs. What did he say? Downward spiral? And then he called 4-bets? What a hustler.
Yeah.
AB in chat was shouting out all the mixed games, finally hitting Asia. The single and triple draw are a blast. I played both of them for the first time ever. They are definitely a blast. I certainly agree, KB. They're also so tricky to play. Single draw in particular, just one street, one round of drawing, and then it's always played no limit. So position matters so much, Sam. You can basically see if your opponent is drawing. If they're drawing a hand, even if you have a horrible hand, you can just stand pat, which means no draw. And then it's no limit. If they're drawing, you can just jam. If they drew, they probably got a card worse than, you know, let's say an 8 or a 9, 50% of the time.
Yeah.
That's it. It's old school. Look your man in the eye and decide if they have it. Feels like the Wild West.
Wow.
And then triple draw. No matter how bad a hand you start with, you get 3 rounds of drawing. You can give back all 5 cards if you want.
Yeah, true. Martin, ace king.
Easy defense, 7-6 suited. And 9-4 is interesting. Neither player loving it too much, right? Smack dab in the middle of both, and it goes check, check. A club, perhaps, could keep him around, but Queen of Hearts now will make things tough for Sean. Ace King still ahead. Martin with a gut shot to Broadway and a second nut flush draw. Actually, straight flush draw. And he is going to semi-bluff. Yeah, this one has to be let go. Taking yet another look at the payouts. Let's see, I mentioned 18 million Filipino peso up top. That's 308,000 USD. Second place is 10.8 million, 185k USD, and third place 7.6, should be about 120 or so. That is going to make things very interesting as we start going deep into this tournament. And may I say, from my time in Manila thus far, these numbers are just mind-boggling for Manila. Not an expensive place.
No, no.
I bet 300k gets you. What did you mention? Lamborghini? Ferrari?
Yeah.
Lamborghini. I bet it gets you a pretty nice house as well.
Yeah, I think I'd say so. Ooh, Hisashi, pocket queens now. Very welcome sight when you're sitting on 24 big blinds.
So you can convert $1,500, not even, our main event buy-in, into a house.
Just like that.
Not only
beat
that,
1,080 players.
That's it. Easy. Just have to walk into the tournament, walk into day 2 where all 437 players remaining were playing, and just look around and be like, all these chips will be mine.
Yeah, that's it. All right, 8-7 suited under the gun. It's the muck.
I believe seed draws were out earlier this morning, so I wonder if these players look each other up.
Maybe a little bit. It's tough to kind of get too much info on them without seeing a few hand histories. All right, 2 very strong hands for cutoff and big blind. Ace-10, king-queen. King and queen, 9 all diamonds. Joseph with the gut shot to the nuts, barring a flush. And William top 2 here.
Quick check. Brick City. 3 of spades. Time for William to put some money into the middle, charge all the draws. Joseph has a weak one. Can't really have Jack-10 as played, so William should know he has the best of it. Nice sized up. Quick fold from Joseph.
I think that's quite a big bet, wasn't it? 8.7, yeah.
$26 shortest stack, 107 is the biggest. Delta is a lot bigger than it was as we started off the day, thanks to some of the chips that have been flying about. By the way, that's a cool... I don't even like calling them card protectors. It's just trinkets, really, that we allow on the poker tables. I believe that's Snorlax, firstly, in seat number 1. The famous lazy Pokemon. And then I did see what I think was a polar bear for...
Yeah, I saw that one as well.
Yeah, for William, I believe that would be seat 3?
Seat 3, yes.
Right out of frame. Are you the superstitious variety with these trinkets and such?
How about you?
No, me neither, but I wish I was.
Do you?
Yeah, you know, like, carry a little trinket, rub its belly every time you're all in.
Yeah. Yeah.
Keep life more interesting, you know? Have a lucky hat. I feel very not fun when I'm too rational about these things.
Okay. There you go. Stack's starting to spread out a little bit more, getting a few stacks down below 30 big blinds. But everyone's still quite deep for a tournament.
Such is our main event. That will continue in Fukuoka as well, by the way. Beautiful APT main event structure. Justin in chat says, I'm interested to see if more locals, which is to say Vietnamese locals, show up in Fukuoka. We certainly hope so, Justin. Vietnam has perhaps the biggest tournament playing population in that part of Asia, thanks to all the local card rooms. Fukuoka, just a short flight away from Hanoi, where I believe there's at least 4 card rooms running tournaments every day.
Yep. King Jack getting into the mix here. Martin, 8-7 suited, can definitely call here. Does go for it. Gerardo, rags, hit the muck. $10-9-9, Sean flopping huge here. And Martin with the open ender as well. Bang does flop a gut shot. Everyone's got a little piece here. His gut shot is no good though, as Sean will improve to a full house. It'd be a disaster for him. Small bet from Sean. Wow. Very quick fold.
Nice fold. 1%. Lets it go.
Martin comes along. Oh, and banks his straight on the turn. It is a flush completing card, though. It's getting a little dicey for Sean to bet here. He'd be targeting hands like a 10 with a spade. Just checks it back. The multi-way pots are always tough. 4 of clubs on the river gives Martin the check mark. I think Martin can go quite big here. He's got a lot of very strong hands. Just 15k, half pot, and a snap call. Yeah, sees the straight. Unfortunate for Sean. Flopping huge, but can't hang on. 33.5k added to Martin's stack here.
Sean all the way to the bottom. 25 bigs. How quickly things can fluctuate. You can see in the top left, 159 ITM. Approaching that half the field mark. That will be at, I guess, 30 spots away, 318. Jack 10 off for Joseph. He's opening +1. Very loose, but he is the chip leader. Gets it through. That is the top shot of our feature table. We'll be rotating every 2 hours, every break, meeting a host of new players. I love seeing somebody we've seen all the way from day 2 or sometimes from our feature natural 8 tables run deep and know the history, know what kind of moves they've been making. Queen 5 suited being raised. William seems to just bet and open pots when he's been quiet long enough. This time, I don't think he waited long enough. Ace Jack suited. Just a call in the cutoff. Wow, no 3-bet with the suited Ace Jack is rare as well. William getting some respect. Could have been easily blown off the hand now. Gets to take a flop with the betting lead. And a queen right in the window. Must be nice. Martin has enough to continue with as well. William surely should see bet the queen 10 deuce dry board. And right as I say that, it's nice to check. Getting tricky. And Martin obliges 1.5 bigs. Now William is in check call mode with top pair. I think his kicker gave him a bit of pause. Didn't want to build the pot out of position. 19k in the middle already. And the 6 of clubs is as safe as they come. Check, check. Martin would like to realize his equity. Has only 5 outs, 2 folded. The 7 of diamonds is safe as well. Look how dry that board is. Surely William can find a value bet here. As played, though, it is going to look a bit strong. Yeah, tough for him to rep the kind of hands that would check on the flop. The 9s, 8s of the world. Sizing also does not imply some sort of a blocker bluff. So Martin puts it together, lets it go. $12,000 added by William. About an hour and a half into the day's proceedings, so that implies 30 to 40 minutes until the end of this level and the break. To all of you joining us, thank you for being with us. This is day 2. 3 and 4 will also be covered in succession tomorrow and day after, and then the final table. It's going to be a fun, long journey. As always, Sam and I will take you through it. For now, we will be looking to see who joins us on the next table. Maybe it won't be as heavy in terms of local representation. On this table, we had Jamar, who left us, William, Martin, that's Gonzalez, and Gerardo from the Philippines. Joseph just lets it go. So William's super active now as well. Queen 5 suited working out bet. He's never shy from putting in a raise, no matter what he has, and that has taken the stack up to a comfortable 39 bigs or so. Justin in chat asking, do you think there will be a big Indian team in Phu Quoc? They seem to love Vietnam. Justin, I do think there's going to be a big Indian team in Phu Quoc. First off, it was Diwali while we were here in Manila, so very difficult to get Indians to join. That being said, there are a couple about. Phu Quoc, much more closer to India geographically, unfortunately does suffer from not having direct flights, so the travel feels a bit cumbersome. You do see Indians playing a lot in Vietnam, Hanoi and Ho Chi Minh. Some of them actually go and spend months out there to try and grind on the live circuit. It's one of the few places in the world you can have a tournament to play every day. And Vietnam is also just a cool place. Why wouldn't you love it? I was personally just there a couple of weeks ago, pardon me.
Oh, what part of it are?
Hanoi, certainly the easiest to reach from most places in India. 3 to 4 hour flight, and suddenly you're there. And you get to be playing poker, eating Vietnamese food. Not too bad.
Did you play any?
I was actually there for a poker-oriented TV show, so I ended up playing only amongst the production staff.
Okay.
Obviously, I was the best player by far.
Good to hear.
That being said, the TV show had some of the best players in India, so I was the weakest player by far over there. Evens out.
Both players with a strong gut shot here. I think we might see a check raise out of Sean. There it is, up to 15K. Both players with the back door.
Sean has put in a third of his stack. He's like, this is my board. I'm the big blind. I have a 7. I have the backdoor hearts. Let's go. Picks up 11K for his efforts.
Very nice.
Sean from Malaysia. Love seeing the Malaysians outperform as well. Thinking back to William Teo, was it? I forget how to say his last name yet. Teo. From Malaysia, taking down the Superstar Challenge. There is the Grand Ballroom, as full as we will ever see it, I suppose. The entire main event Day 2 field, along with some of the side events, fully in motion.
Wow, and look at that field. We're almost down 100 players now since the beginning. Down again, 341. It just ticked down, so 96 players already eliminated today. It's going fast. Ace-8 suited for William.
By the way, Sam, you keep claiming to be bad at maths, and yet keep calculating how many players we lost off the 437 absolutely accurately. It takes me like 5 seconds after you're done to confirm.
This one was easy because it said 342, so it was just 100 minus 5. That's the only reason I could do it.
Still, those
but it took me longer to get from 95 down to 96.
Okay.
When it ticked down 1, yeah.
Still not bad, not bad. Good hacks.
Yeah.
So there you go. You don't need to be an arithmetic expert to be a great poker player. Sam proves it.
Yeah, I did have a lot of trouble counting the pot and chip stacks behind yesterday.
Break time last night. So once again, all the tournament dealers and the shipping for 100.
It's a nice size re-raise from Sean. William will continue here. Little on the loose side, I think, for an under the gun open. Has quite a few better hands to continue with, but 3-3 deuce. Sean still way out in the lead. Can get a value bet out here. Has the ace of hearts as well.
You can't love this flop either. William, after opening under the gun, having called the 3-bet, should have plenty of pairs in his range. We see he's defending pretty loose against 3-bets, so certainly all the small pairs may have come along. Just 6K is the bet. I do wonder what his plan is now that it's 1 SPR, but William way behind. No backdoors to speak of really, so does he want to continue?
I mean, Sean's hand is strong enough to just go with it if William does decide to jam.
Oh yeah, absolutely. You have to. Could be head of flush draws, have decent equities in terms of overs.
And even if he's got a hand like pocket jacks, I think you still have the right equity to call.
It'd be close, I think, yeah, with 2 overs. Yeah,
and then when you factor in his entire range with bluffs, for sure, you got to go with it.
Ace King is Ace King, as they say. That being said, Sean has maneuvered his way up to the middle of the pack, all the way from the bottom, so well done. You mentioned our co-commentator Stephen Lai, who did inform us he is possibly battling a case of appendicitis, so good luck to you, Stephen.
Yes, we wish you the best, of course. Sad you couldn't join us today, but I hope you do get better soon.
It does make me, in case it is appendicitis, it does make me kind of glad I'm finding the silver lining with him not being able to join us in person in Manila. These things have a funny way of working themselves out. I know if I had appendicitis, I'd want to be as close to my home, maybe parents,
as possible.
my
Yeah.
bed as possible, you know.
Have we figured out what an appendix is for yet? Is that still a mystery?
Actually, we have. Yeah, no, it's nothing.
Oh. Really?
You mean what it was originally for?
Oh, is there a reason for it?
I remember my high school biology, and it's one of the most famous instances of what they call a vestigial organ, which is a vestige, something that's stuck around from evolution but has no use now.
Okay.
So it's for nothing. You can just take it out. You can take it out whenever you want, but most people don't like to undergo invasive surgery unless they have to, and every once in a while it acts up.
Did we know what its use was way, way, way before?
Now that part I'm forgetting.
Ah.
Always hated biology. Biology aside, let's take a look at this situation, because once again the suited ace is going to call the 3-bet. Fang had decided he's had enough. Button open, should be loose. He 3-bets the 4s. Pretty reasonable, but Sean coming along should give him pause. And now 2 spades on the flop. This is getting tricky. SPR exactly 2. Sean might think the nature of the 2 overcards on the board allows him to go for a hefty c-bet, trying to get folds. Begins with that continuation bet. Sizing currently hidden by the graphics. There we go. It's 10K, 5 bigs. Just about 1/3 pot. Is an under bet to the pre-flop aggression. Oh, those are 5K chips. Sean has effectively, pardon me, committed. He's raised small in position, but it is so scary to be sitting there with pocket 4s.
Yeah, the problem with calling in his shoes is if he calls, Fang is going to be doing a lot of jamming on the turn, and you have to fold your flush draw, and you could be folding it out when you're ahead. You know, your ace-9 could be good here. And then this also gets Fang to fold a better hand. You know, pocket 4s is not in a good spot. Maybe an ace-queen type hand. Ace-jack that just can't continue. Really
That being
nice
said,
raise.
yeah, I do wonder what value he's repping here, though. I mean, what hands apart from the one he has play this way?
I think he can still have, if he trapped with pocket jacks pre-flop, or even some weaker 10x that needs protection. So you can balance it with like 10-9, Jack 10, Queen 10, stuff like that.
Gets the job done, and he's gone from 25 blinds to, I believe this is almost 55. In the space of less than an orbit. Very, very active on the table. 2 spades coming to his rescue. Yeah, there we go. He's almost died for 3rd in chips now. Three out there in the field, which means we have lost. This one I can do. 104 entries from the 437.
There you go.
And that's well before the end of the first break. That pace is quite quick. That being said, some stacks do stick around from the end of day 1. Our blind level increments are nice and slow, as are the 60-minute levels. There is no rush.
Now look at average big blinds now 65. I imagine we are going to start seeing the field stay relatively consistent compared to our first 2 hours.
And how cool is that for a tournament? 65 average big blinds. That's how you want it.
Yeah, on day 2.
I was talking to someone about the APT just yesterday, and I mentioned Taipei, which I can't even process this really, but was just about 3 weeks ago.
Okay.
I don't know about you. To me, it feels like it was months ago.
It does. It really does.
APT Taipei also breaking records like our event here in Manila. Yeah, just 3 weeks ago. Hisashi, who has displayed tremendous patience. 42 hands in. Nice pace of play, by the way, for the streaming table here. About an hour and a half and change, 42 hands. Hisashi has only played a few, but has conserved his stack. It's good for 27 bigs still.
King 10. The man with all the chips. Always interesting to check out Joseph's Twitter.
Oh, yeah?
Yeah.
Is he super active?
Very.
Interesting.
See what he's got about Manila.
First off, what's his handle? He goes by Sublime in poker.
Yeah, so it's the same thing. Sublime, but 2 eyes. Sublime. Oh, he reposted his Black Lion win.
Very nice. Just
Twice. 3 times. Love that.
What a troll.
Yeah.
Ace Queen 5, by the way, is the board, which means top 2 for Martin. Somehow the other players have some equity. A set draw for Gerardo. Should end up meaningless, and is Joseph betting with the Broadway draw. So Joseph has 2 black lions. Those are the 2D lions.
Yep.
Has he ever been in contention for a Mega Lion? Not in this year, for sure. He is one of the winningest APT players, so you just never know with him, but
yeah,
that's what he's looking to accomplish today.
Let's take a look if he's made any final tables with Mega Lions.
After coming 3rd in the WSOP main event, he did end up winning a bracelet, I believe, so has accomplished a lot in the poker world. Still, to win a Mega Lion, those 2 black lions will look pretty good on the mantelpiece.
Oh, for sure. Okay, he got 10th at the APT Super High Roller. I believe that one's a Mega Lion or Super High Roller in Incheon.
There you go.
So
yeah.
Close-ish. Almost final table.
That's the one you like, the silver Mega Lion.
Yeah. This one will be the gold Mega Lion up top.
Mufasa.
Yeah. That one's a beautiful trophy.
Speaking of which, they're making a Mufasa movie.
Are they really?
Not sure how I feel about that.
Which one's Mufasa? Is that the evil one?
No, that's Scar.
Yeah, Mufasa's the dad, right?
I always found that really grating because they call him Scar and he has a scar on his face, and I think I know how he turned evil. Just being bullied for his facial deformity throughout his life.
Yeah. Ace 10 for William. Having a little bit of a tough go.
Another thing I find to navigate in tournaments is when you have a bit of a stack. Martin, for instance, right now, and wow, he does make a tight laydown on the button. I was going to say it is tempting to make all sorts of moves, all sorts of speculations. I certainly expected at least a call.
Yeah, I think call's very standard there on 30 bigs. You know, a little bit shorter, you can consider jamming. But yeah, to fold that versus cutoff open is quite tight.
Earl, the tournament player for the main event, take two. About two minutes left for the break time. So please come back to your table and take a seat. The main event, take two. 2 minutes. And all the tournament players who are playing on table 67.
6-5 suited for William. Trying to pick up another pot here. Oh no, he keeps running into it. You got to feel for the guy. Pocket queens now for David. It's one of those spots where you feel like you're getting pushed around. You know?
Yeah.
You definitely experience that when you're at the table.
All right, now 1 minute warning for all the tournament players.
Mind you, when you're opening at the frequency William is, you should expect this a bit. After all, players will wake up with hands sometimes.
Yeah. I haven't seen him do anything too out of line. They've been sort of the bottom of the open range. Ace-8 suited under the gun, 6-5 suited hijack. I think they're all supposed to be open, but you are getting on the bottom.
Yeah, he did come along with the ace-8 suited, which
Yeah.
is perhaps a bit too wide. Got punished there with the 3-3 deuce flop, but it's all about your playing style. He seems comfortable opening, maybe folding to 3 bets when he needs to, calling in position.
Yep. Yeah, it makes sense. You do have to get in there and battle for as many pots as you can, keeping up with the blind levels as they increase. We have Bamila Manua returning with us. Hello again.
Bamila, nice to see you here without any natural aid giveaways. Bamila certainly was very active in guessing the winner. Did you ever get one right and participate in the free roll? I think that was yesterday.
There we go. King, Queen of Hearts being opened by Sean under the gun off of 50 big blind stack. And William, there we go. Picks up a hand. Pocket kings here. Very nice. Goes for the re-raise. I like his pace of play. He knows his pre-flop spots. And William, no stranger to tournaments, 461,000 USD on his hand and mob.
And don't see how Sean doesn't come along. King, Queen suited. Very nice to look at. Very playable. Stacks are just about deep enough. It's just 8k to call. William has about 47 behind. He's going to be out of position, though. And William has 3-bet and under the gun open. Wow.
Oh,
he overcommits. William's reputation for just being so active, getting him likely paid off. That is a misstep.
There we go. William, 86% here to double up.
Sean just going for maximum pressure, trying to use his blockers. Not think his opponent would show up with kings when he had king, queen himself. As we head to the flop. Oh my goodness!
Oh, that is devastating for William.
You gotta be kidding me. 14% becomes 98. Needs the board to pair, and that's it. The kings are drawing dead. Hard luck, and Sean's misstep, as I called it, rewarded by the poker gods, adds William's entire stack to his own.
Oh, that is brutal. GG, William Ismail. Oh, that one hurts. That one hurts even from here. Those aren't my chips, and that still hurts.
I agree. Kings against king, queen. How much better can you try and get it in?
30 big blinds as well. Not a small pot.
I believe the most you can be ahead in poker pre-flop would be something like aces versus ace-9.
Oh, really?
I think that's like 8 or 9%.
Okay.
In this case, we were looking at 14%. I mean, it's almost the best poker you can play is to get it in. 86% to win. But as with the name of the game, the problem is you need to hold him.
Yep.
His hand did not hold.
Wow, players still dropping off. 321 now.
Maybe there's more upsets like this on the outer tables. In fact, I say maybe 100% there are these upsets. That is the nature of this game we all love for some reason. Cannot have poker without bad beats. Remember what Phil Hellmuth would say? Especially back in the day, he'd be saying it to the cameras. Sometimes he'd say it to his wife. In fact, to this day, when people are mocking Phil Hellmuth in chat, they'll always be like, honey, honey, he called me with queen 10.
Yeah.
He jammed with king queen suited, honey.
Oh, I love that.
And then his other quote with respect to bad beats, he'd stare right in the camera and go like, if it wasn't for luck, I'd win them all.
Okay, Phil. I love that. We recently had I saw a live stream where Phil Hellmuth was on at Champions Club. He's part owner.
That's right.
Down in Houston, and Wolfgang, a frequenter down there, pulled the honey. He called me a queen 10, honey.
Oh, he did say that?
Yeah, he needled him pretty bad. But Phil took it very well.
Was it queen 10 precisely?
Yeah, it was.
Yeah, there's a very famous hand with Phil.
Yeah, I
where he
saw it.
does go with the queen 10 suited.
Yeah, I think Wolfgang said in his blog the reason he played it was because it's queen 10 versus
There
Phil
we go.
Hellmuth.
I remember the hand Phil had 8s and made a set, and the queen 10, I think, backed into a straight. It was queen 10 suited.
Yeah.
Used to be the guy who had queen 10 suited. I think he used to be like a online high roller and really good at poker, and people used to like rail him playing live. And then Phil just goes, this idiot guy calling me with queen 10 suited.
Oh, boy.
And the guy was on the back foot as well. He just goes, yeah, it was an aggressive call.
Yeah, an aggressive call. Oh, I love that. Joseph going to pick up the blinds here. Les Bang wants to get crazy. Nah, just lets it go. I had one of those spots yesterday where 4 big blinds, open shoves. I'm in the big blind. Like, I think this is going to be it for you. I look down. 8. I'm like, all right. Deuce. I don't think I can call.
Did you?
No.
Oh, wow.
No. I only had like 12 bigs, so a pretty decent chunk of my stack.
Oh, I see. Couldn't have made an aggressive call.
Yeah.
Honey, he called me with 8 deuce. This idiot guy. We're here trying to find the Phil Hellmuth of Asia. There are some characters that make their way into the Asian Poker Tour across various spots. I'm thinking back to some of the Vietnamese locals. There's one winner of the high roller who just started singing every time he was all in.
Singing, eh? I don't think I've heard him.
I think it was like some sort of, like a prayer to the poker gods, I suppose. But it worked. He shipped the high roller.
Always got to feel fantastic. Was that the single day one yesterday?
No, he actually shipped a 2-day high roller, one of the Mega Lions. This was in the summer series in Hanoi.
Oh, gotcha.
See a lot more characters, I feel, in Vietnam. The locals are just so entertaining. Ooh, an 8 now. Best card for Fang to get paid. He has the flush draw covered as well in a great spot here. Small versus big. Just 3 bigs in the middle, so time to bump up the pot. Starts off with a big and change. Nothing for Martin to really do but call. Middle pair has the redraw to the flush. And right as I say that, has he raised? Oh no, those are 500s. Just a call. So the blacks 100s, the purples 500s, and the jack on the river rather. Let me pause myself on the chips because this is the best card in the deck for Fang. Not only does he make trips, Martin should feel like he has the best pair more often than not.
It's like the best run out ever for Fang to get paid.
That's right, 8 and a jack.
Wow. Oh, sorry. I thought that was a fold. He threw his cards in the muck when he called.
Yeah, he insta-mucked. I suppose Fang must have revealed his hand really quickly. But yeah, just a reminder, the black chips 100, the purples 500, the yellows 1,000, and the blues 5,000.
Yeah, we will be losing the 100s shortly. Leave on the break. Oh,
there we go. Nicely done, Sam. Called it.
Scary.
Oh, is that a new player actually? Look at that, a big stack coming in.
Oh, yes. Looks like it is.
Can we count that stack? It's at least...
So 20, I saw 40k in yellows and another 10k in blacks.
Yeah, so it's at least 180k. There we have it. Another local joining us. 130k or so, not the biggest stack. 65 bigs though is plenty. Rivera, Mark, Richelieu.
We are approaching the break shortly. Got another 7 minutes to go, and we will be rotating our feature tables. We get to take a look at everyone. A few other players will get a chance to play on our TV table. It's always a very fun experience. Wow, Joseph, very aggressive. Goes for the re-raise with the king 8 suited. Gets a better king to fold.
Thanks to the 30-minute delay, I can't spot our next feature table. You'll be happy to know our friend, Mr. David Spade. 252,000 in his stack, and he's going to be on the next feature table. He was with you in the booth yesterday?
Yep. Wow, very, very nice stack. He's got more than Joseph.
Filipino local / legend. Did not realize how close he was to runner-up finisher in the Superstar Challenge yesterday. But I bet they had a nice meal afterwards.
Oh, really? I actually didn't know that.
Aces for Joseph Chong. And he's been 3-bet by Sean.
Oh, beautiful.
This table is getting action-packed. The players settling in right before we hit the break.
Going for the 4-bet here, Joseph. How does Sean want to proceed here? 29.5k, just around 3x Sean's 3-bet.
If Sean had raised from maybe late position, Joseph could have considered different options, but when the +1 open has been 3-bet by +2, aces can start trying to get all the money in, hoping to be up against a monster. In this case, Sean has to fold. King 4 suited. 2 players from Vietnam joining us as well. Excited to see that after all the hype I just mentioned. Thomas Lamb from the UK. Robert Bryan from the US. Rudolph Domin from Russia. Loving this mix. Another player from the US, Ronnie Tate. And Matthias Schell from Switzerland. Very different dynamic than our Philippines heavy feature table at the moment. Only one player from Philippines and multiple ones from Europe and the US.
Oh my goodness, look at that field. Down to 306.
Wow.
We might reach the money by break number 3.
Oh, you think so?
I mean, at this rate, obviously it will be slowing down, but if we lose, what are we at now, 131 players per break?
You're right, Sam. I think
we'll
are
have a winner today.
That's right. That's the problem with extrapolation.
Yeah.
I think I mentioned this to you once, but we did once take a group trip to play cash games in Atlantic City.
Yes.
All of us made about $700 to $800 that night. Immediately did the math versus our well-paying jobs at the time and started discussing quitting our careers by extrapolating how much we could make if every night went like that.
Yeah. Confirmation bias, the one. Oh, look at this flop. Hisashi. Very, very nice flop for the big blind. And Mark Rivera also flopping top pair with a good kicker. The only person that should have him out-kicked would be Martin, who could have some king-queens. Once he gets out of the way, he's got to think he's got the best hand more often than not.
Which is exactly what happens. And now Hisashi has the straight flush draw. Queen or a club is what he needs. There is the club, just like that, the check mark. And a quick check in flow to Mark, who does not fall for the trap. Checks behind for pot control. Absolute brick. Deuce of spades rolls off. The only question is sizing.
Goes for the check. He's going for the check raise. Mark is going to bet for value here. Oh, it's really small. I don't like these small bets in position. That's a very quick raise.
Yeah, I was noticing the same thing. Does not exactly scream bluff in terms of reads into the timing.
Yeah, the problem with these small bets when you're in position on the river is that you open yourself up to getting bluff raised. And you don't win very much in the chance that they do have a worse hand and pay you off.
By the way, you can see the players moving about, which means this is the last hand before the break, but it also is not over yet. Mark facing a tough spot. River raises, always difficult to navigate with just top pair. The only question is your opponent trying to bully you out, or in fact, using the fact that you made a small bet? And this is why the speed with which Hisashi raised was interesting. Yeah, Mark makes the right decision, losing not too much given the unfortunate turn card. And with that, we have hit our first break. Pop quiz, Sam, how many players eliminated?
Oh, put me on the spot. 131.
Nicely done.
Oh, 132 now.
Oh, wow. 305 left there in the field. 159 will be paid. 167,000 Filipino peso. It is the one to watch. The main event is where we're at. Day 2, 1 session down. 4 to go, or we hit the money. You can see the prize pool. $1.7 million thanks to the guarantee. First place prize over 300,000. We will take a quick 15-minute break, about 12 minutes left in it, so don't go anywhere, and we will see you shortly.
Welcome to Asia's largest online poker room. Our next generation poker software is now initiating. Elevate your online experience with a wide variety of poker variations to choose from. Get fully immersed with fun and social features. Level up your game with PokerCraft and Smart HUD. Unlock a wealth of rewards including cashback, bonuses, and jackpots. Join world-class poker tournaments featuring some of the world's most renowned brands and the largest guaranteed prize pools in the world. Experience the best in customer service and hassle-free transactions for a seamless online gaming experience. With online poker available on all your devices, you'll be able to play your favorite games anytime, anywhere. Sign up now and elevate your online poker experience today. Welcome to Asia's largest online poker room. Our next generation poker software is now initiating. Elevate your online experience with a wide variety of poker variations to choose from. Get fully immersed with fun and social features. Level up your game with PokerCraft and Smart HUD. Unlock a wealth of rewards including cashback, bonuses, and jackpots. Join world-class poker tournaments featuring some of the world's most renowned brands and the largest guaranteed prize pools in the world. Experience the best in customer service and hassle-free transactions for a seamless online gaming experience. With online poker available on all your devices, you'll be able to play your favorite games anytime, anywhere. Sign up now and elevate your online poker experience today. Welcome back to the APT main event. We're coming to you live from the City of Dreams in Manila. Look at that beautiful city on the screen. This is Manila. This is day 2. We have a new feature table to play with. My name is Vidar. I'm joined by Sam once again in the booth. Sam, you mentioned how they were dropping like flies. Started the day off with 437 entries out of the incredible record-breaking 1,081 entries that joined us on day 1. Now we're playing down to in the money. That's going to be at 159. And thanks to the guarantee, the prize pool, 1.7 million. That's 100 million pesos. First place prize, USD 308,000. That is incredible.
You'd just love to go home and look at that lion on display. The award-winning award the APT provides for the main event, the Golden Lion, at 308,000 is a very, very nice payday to go home with. We are rotating feature tables, so we say goodbye to our last 9 contestants, and we welcome our next 9. Players are just getting seated, coming in from the break. We do have our own David Spade, who did a guest commentary for the Superstar Challenge.
Actually, my mistake rather. I think we have a different David from the Philippines. This is...
I think that's him.
Oh, you're right. You're right. That is David Spade, yeah. Dave Erkiga. 1.7 million for Dave, and now the chip lead on his feature table. 252k in his stack. Should be fun.
You know he's 6th on the Philippines all-time money list.
That's right. In fact, we have a documentary shoot with him here at APT Manila. Really cool to have him in the booth, but he actually went on with our production staff to do a bunch of videos, so I look forward to that coming out. He is a representative of what Philippines is all about when it comes to poker. And look at that, a new friend I made yesterday is on the feature table. That's Thomas Lamb from the UK. Played a bunch of mixed games with him.
Which seat is he in?
That'd be him on the right inside of the screen a moment ago. Seat 7.
Okay.
The ball gentleman right there. Super fun presence, and this is his first APT main event.
and we're chatting up as you do on mixed game tables, and he mentioned that he'd be super excited to be on the feature, so I'm happy for him.
Nice. Well, congratulations and welcome, Thomas. Pocket jacks. Kick things off.
Ronnie Tate, by the way, someone I also happened to meet, not in the poker venue, mind you, but at an undisclosed location, a bar in Makati. Did mention he's a high-stakes player, including tournaments, so seems to know what he's doing.
Domin Rudolph. He was in the tournament yesterday. I didn't get to play with him, but knew a few of the regulars. David is missing. Fashionably late. It's nice commentating with David. We did the Superstar Challenge. It only lasted 2 hours for the final 3. But he was saying the heads-up portion, his friend Vam, they started playing 7 or 8 years ago, just playing 10, 20, maybe $30 tournaments, and now here they are playing enormous buy-in events. Vam ponying up 25,000 USD for the Superstar Challenge. Very nice to see how far they've come. And this is bad news for Cal. Pocket 8s on the first hand, all in versus a hijack open from Ronnie, who has pocket jacks.
Yeah, this could just be it. Ong An Kao is a Vietnamese superstar in his own right, 11th on the Vietnam all-time money list. Has run into the jacks. That should snap this one off. Could be on the verge of losing one of 2 Vietnamese players immediately coming back from the break.
Wow, Ronnie went for a very big open, like 4.5x.
Cards on their backs. Ronnie is from Honolulu, from the US. 300K in his lifetime earnings. No 8 means the jack's well ahead. Hearts don't help either, actually meaningless. The 8 of hearts has been folded. Ace of spades means it comes down to this. 1 card. No dice, and Cow is eliminated. GG, sir.
There's someone in chat. Hello from Japan. Hello and welcome. Nice to see viewers from all over the world. Also, I didn't get around to answering this question earlier, but Bamila asking what color is the 1 million chip. I think it's our red plaque. I think the yellow is 500K or 250K. And the reds are 1 mil. But I could be wrong.
I think you're right.
We won't see them until day 4. Or maybe even the final table.
Depends on the casino. I do distinctly remember them being red in Jeju.
Yeah.
With those heads-up battle plaques being put out. Frank Shops in chat says, is that Pitbull? Don't talk about my friend like that. That's Thomas Lamb from the UK. Seat 8, by the way. Robert Anthony Bryan from the US.
Ronnie, pretty openable king 8 suited here and +2, but not the best hands open. Goes for the limp. Bam, gets to check her queen 5 offsuit. 10-5 deuce. Outflops Ronnie with middle pair. Actually goes check, check, and the deuce of hearts on the turn. Bam will bet at it, 2.5K. Takes it down.
Two shorties. Highest is from Switzerland. 6.4 bigs. Thomas, we just mentioned, from the UK. Very different table dynamics from the one we watched last. So David Spade has over 100 bigs. Certainly afford to be missing from the table, but has to give the fans what they want. The local hero on the stream. I just love his vibe. Just tell he's raised on the island life. Just always vibing, always chilling. You were mentioning how his friend was runners-up. Didn't he mention they always swap 18.8%?
Yes. Yeah, it's their thing.
So it seems like Dave might have had a nice score yesterday as well.
I'm not sure if David jumped into the Superstar Challenge.
Oh, they always swap only if
I'm not sure
they're both playing.
What their agreement is, but maybe for this one as well. There he is. Oh, I like that hoodie. Got a little cat on it, I think.
It's not a little cat.
Big
Damn.
cat, yeah. All right. Ooh, that's a very short stack from Mateus. I think that this might just be it. All in. 6.4 big blinds, Jack 10 suited.
Ace Queen off. Also gets in his own short stack and pocket fives for Robert.
Look at that stack for Robert. 906,000 in chips.
Now that's off, I believe. That would
Okay.
be way too many chips at the moment.
Oh, yeah, that's not 906.
I suspect it's
96.
96, yeah.
Yeah.
Well, actually, we can count. Those blues are 500. So, yeah, one stack of blues. Purples are Blues are 5,000, pardon me. Purples 500. And he does make the call looking for the double elimination. No player can be too happy, but also not too upset. Look at that. Even equity is three-way. Yeah. Queen marginally ahead. Big flop incoming for the two all-in players. Triple up on offer for Matthias. Double up and a half for Thomas. And Robert could be the merchant of death here.
Here we go. Suspense is building. Nine, 8, 4 with 2 clubs. A huge flop from Mateus puts him in the lead now to 67%. Robert's still ahead though with his pocket fives. 9 of clubs. Mateus just needs to fade a 9 or a 5 now.
Thomas is getting up. He's not drawing dead yet to the side pot, but the deuce means Matthias finds a triple. Thomas Lamb has been eliminated a short time on the feature table.
And does Robert just get around even money?
Yeah, that's right, actually. He does eliminate Thomas in terms of the side pot.
Yeah, seeing that his chips really haven't moved, I think he got exactly even money.
That's right. Thomas had double of Matthias. So yeah, Robert Bryan should be around the 90 to 100k mark. Pardon the graphics, should be fixed in about 20 minutes as we have a 30-minute delay. David Spade has shown up in his hoodie with the cat on it. We should see that in a moment. Seat 3. He is the actual chip leader, and there he is.
Okay, so Robert Bryan's true chip count is 90,500.
That's right. He does not have what would be 450 bigs.
No, no. We do have a new player joining us, though, on seat 5, Na Sung-soo from South Korea, coming in with 170,000 in chips. Now, I can't find him on Hand and Mob, so I don't know too much about him. Could be relatively new. Or this could be him with a different name, Dohang Na 302,000. But I'm not sure. It's always tough, the Asians. They have quite a few tournaments that aren't tracked. The names aren't exactly what they appear either.
And don't forget, they have masks in their hand and mob photos. Doesn't make our jobs easier. Now that's quite a trinket.
The teddy bear?
Full-sized.
I gotta say, that triple up's gotta feel incredible. Yeah, coming in with just 6 big blinds, you're now getting close to a 20 big blind stack. That's got some play. 20 bigs is usually where you're sitting for most of your tournament life.
Yeah, it's above starting stack, so the players who bought in day 2 played a couple of levels, probably right around there.
Yeah.
Full new lease on life.
He's got pocket 8s now. Looking to add even more chips. All right, picking up another 2.5 blinds.
You can already see a few tables have emptied up versus the start of the day on that shot we have of the Grand Ballroom. This goes to show those dropping like flies players. The field down to 289. In the money, 159. We're well above that halfway point, 130 players away from being in the money. No sign of slowdown yet, Sam, to be honest. They continue dropping like flies. Is that a cat on his hoodie?
It kind of looks like a bear with a tail.
That's right. That's right. Let's wait for him to be in the hand before we analyze it too much, but if it's paid, eclectic as always. Yeah, there you see it. Dave Kiga would be his actual name. Goes by Dave Spade sometimes. 101 bigs. They joined us in the booth in APT Taipei as well. It was super fun to have around. Obviously, as one of those super pros with millions earned in live earnings, he's very much capable of top tier analysis, but seems to just want to have a good time.
Yeah.
Easy takedown from the cutoff.
All right, David limping small blind here. Queen Jack. Tejas ace 4 suited in the big blind, sitting on 20 blinds here. Could go either way. Raises it up, 7.5K. And a call from David. Flop comes down Jack 9-3. David way out in the lead here with top pair. Tejas has a little bit of backdoor there with the 3 of diamonds.
The kind of backdoor he wants to actually try and have a shot to reach by checking behind, but he decides to just turn his hand into a bluff. Bluffing into the chip leader, usually not the best idea. Wants to get the hand over with here, but David will not oblige.
King of hearts on the turn. Proves him to a gut shot, but isn't over to the jack.
Matthias from Switzerland just got back up to over 40K, and he commits a chunk of his stack. This is a proper bluff now. 29K behind, 40 in the middle. And in comes the quick call from David.
Pot is now 52,500. Tejas with 30,000 back. 3 of clubs on the river doesn't change anything. David checks it over.
Is Matthias going to triple barrel his stack off?
I think it might work.
You might think hands that fold he could be ahead of, straight draws and such. Wow. Oh, I thought he'd actually bet and got a fold, but
No, just checking.
just check,
David takes
check,
it down.
and the cards get revealed. Had the chips in his hand. Certainly seemed capable. But David extending that chip lead, 275K chips at this stage of the tournament is absolutely massive. As we get down to that under 200 of the field remaining point, the amount of pressure you can put on short stacks and the middle stacks with ICM is tremendous. Once again, the prize pools have been reflecting in the clock for a while. 18 million up top, 308,000. Tons of overlay having been added means players are getting additional value for their 1,500 buy-in. In case you're following anyone on the outer tables, don't forget to go to apt.poker. Our live reporting team is covering as much of the outer tables as they can. Do a fantastic job. They don't spoil our feature table, which is on a 30-minute delay. Maybe you'll spoil yourself in terms of the number of players remaining 30 minutes into the future, but should get some updates on any friends or family out there, plus some really cool hands to follow as well. In fact, as we make our way towards the final few tables, we tend to rely on all the hand reports from the live reporting team.
I do love bubble coverage. I think it might be my favorite part of commentary. Neil darting around, trying to cover, and always just one brutal elimination to bubble the main event.
We're only 100 and a few spots away from that. I'm taking a look at the nationalities out there as well. Justin Fairbanks in chat had pointed out the big cohorts. How about the ones with not too much representation? Romania, Lithuania, Latvia. Good to see Eastern Europe in the mix. Saudi Arabia. Very cool. That's Abdulaziz Yusuf. South Africa in the form of Edgar. Just amazing to see who all joins us in Manila. Sweden in the mix. Meanwhile, the new entrant at the table from Japan, Kazuhiro. That's the ace. David has the Broadway and the backdoors in the form of draws. None of those come in, though.
Good spot for Kazuhiro to start getting defensive. Does go for the check here. David's got a decent amount of showdown value here. Queen high.
Don't recognize that the queens and tens might be live and want to realize his equity by checking behind. At the same time, would be tempted to bluff off a king perhaps, or at least set up a river bluff of some sort. Time to see how aggressive David has decided he's going to be with this monster stack. Gotta say I'm loving the look. The glasses, the beanie, the hair, the hoodie, the bear with the tail. All working for me. Looks cooler than I've ever even seen him in the booth.
Wow, big bet. Going for pot here, 35,000. Really putting Kazuhiro in a tough spot with a hand just like he's got. Kazuhiro makes the call. They're heading to the river. About 1 SPR here.
Yeah, David almost went the right amount in terms of being geometrical on the turn. I mean,
oh, that's a beautiful river for him to bluff. He's going to have some jack tens here. He's going to also get a lot of two pairs. You know, ace 8, ace 9, ace 7 suited. Really nice combo to go for it with. He's also blocking ace queen. Does have some relevance.
all of it.
Oh, beautiful. I love it. Now we know he's got that big stack. And Kazuhiro in a very tough spot here. Ace 5 of clubs. What do you even do? Your kicker doesn't play. Could lose to an ace queen and ace jack that perhaps is going for some pretty thin value. You also do lose to a lot of two pairs, jack 10 as well. You know, you're looking at king 8, king 9, king 7 suited. All the ace. Look at that. Huge pot going David's way, up to 330k in chips. Incredible. Pot, pot. That's how it works. That's how it goes. Up to 329,000 in chips now.
Made it look easy. Earned the queen 10 that So many players would just try to realize, check behind, think queen high could be good. Nah, take control of the pot, muscle your opponent out of top pair. Get up to over 300k in chips. Surely one of the chip leaders of the tournament at the moment. That is exciting considering he's on his home turf. This is the APT main event. What a time for David Spade to show what a world-class poker player he is.
Yeah, so we're looking around 4.3 million in chips in play. Is that right? Or 43 million?
I'm bad at zeros, but
Yeah.
I'll take your word for it.
Let me bust out the calculator.
It's got to be 43 considering we have 276 players out there. So yeah, 43 million.
Okay. So getting close to 1% of the chips. Is that right? Yeah. Very nice. Ronnie, pocket nines here. We'll open it up. Take it down.
Robert Stack still off. Should be fixed very shortly. Is likely 91,000. So he's going to be actually towards the bottom of the pack. It is Dave Spade in pole position on this table, and you can see why after the move he just pulled off. 132 bigs for him. Ronnie Tate, very comfortable 80 bigs. He's joining us from Honolulu. I do believe he spends a lot of time in this part of the world. The new player Sam mentioned, Sung-Soo Na from Korea, 66 bigs for him. Shirazawa from Japan, 47 bigs. The only short stack remains Matthias. He has been the shorty. Did find the triple up, now still at 11 bigs. See what he wakes up with. 6-5 off. Not going to cut it surely. 5-4 suited does though. Now opens on the button. Pretty standard. Bam. Comes along with King 9 suited and pocket 9s now for Shirazawa. Great spot. Can squeeze. The button's going to be super wide as we can see. That is indeed the case. Thomas just called from the small. He's grabbing a bunch of blues. Those are 5k apiece. The big 3-bet.
Decent price here with a baby suited connector. Takes it down.
Picking up a few big blinds without any contest. Always a good feeling. It's up to over 50 bigs now. So again, we've ended up with a table with not too many short stacks. Just one for now, Matthias.
Ten six hitting the muck.
$271 remaining. Do have about 20 players joining us from the online portion, so About 250 out there in the field. Half of them will be saying goodbye to us without making it into the money. About $2,800 is the min payout. 2x return for the efforts, but it's the incredible 308,000 up top that these players should be vying for. That's one player certainly vying for it. Dave Spade lets it go, as does Matthias with King 9. Folded to the blinds. And 9-2 is getting defended. Getting raised, rather. So off a 90k stack, Robert has raised 7.5 with 9-2. And a very playable King 10. Ronnie does not get involved. The size of the raise gets the job done. King 7 under the gun. Not good enough, surely. Same goes for Queen 9 off. Again, I mentioned players do sometimes take a while to settle in, but don't forget these players have been battling each other on this very table since the start of the day 2 hours ago, just not on our feature table, so they've come in here with some history. E3 off. Nothing for Matthias to write home about, which means he is going to face the big blind and anti-burden on the very next hand. Will be down to under 10 bigs, but it's nothing he hasn't seen before. Found the triple up last time around. Now opens ace jack off. Not much to think about with 9-5 off. Seems to know she could blow off now off his hand. She got aggressive, but 9-5 off is just not the holding to do it with. Especially with so many players behind. None of them pick up the hand, though, folded to the blinds. It's David who comes along with the suited king deuce. Top for now. Easy C bet, goes small. Only backdoors for David. We've seen how sticky he can get. Pattern continues. Comes along. And there is one of the backdoors, the club. Board is pretty dangerous. Should favor big blind more than it favors +1. And as a result, David is donking it on the turn. Semi-bluffing with his club draw. Mind you, Na has the ace of clubs, could become an absolutely key hand. Actually favors David, reduces the likelihood in Na's eyes that David is bluffing with something like the nut flush draw. It's the second nut flush draw in this case, and look at the size of the bet once again. David has overbet the pot slightly. Na can't love this, particularly because risking another card to come seems like opening yourself up to a world of pain. Obviously cannot fold. Top pair, top kicker, ace of clubs. Jamming seems way too aggressive. After all, you've been bet into. Nothing to do here but call and deal with the variance, in my opinion. Let's see what Na goes with.
So featuring 180,000 peso buy-in and 200K starting set. So if you're interested, please go to register.
Oh, he's actually clicked it. Not even an option I considered. He's playing it as though he can see his opponent's cards. David should be priced in. He's clicked it precisely, which looks so strong. I wonder how David is perceiving this. Now almost playing like he has ace-jack of clubs, not just lone ace of clubs. Looking to extract value from the exact kind of holding David has. This is funky. 28,000 for David to call. His kings are live as well, so 31% equity. He's getting the right price. In fact, he's getting an amazing price. About 24% or so. In terms of the pot odds, 31% equity. He puts it all together and makes the call looking for a club. It's tough to get paid out of position if you do hit a club. But I wonder if he's planning to bluff rivers such as the 9, the queen, maybe even the 7. How about the ace though? Top 2 for Na. He's going to feel a lot more comfortable. Very tricky raise on the turn, and it does get him extra chips. Now, I suppose David should be done with the hand, unless he wants to use that king blocker and rep king-queen, but he would have to put his opponent to the test for all of it. Would be a lot of chips to commit after being raised on the turn, especially min-raised. Gives up, and maybe an easy jam spot, one that shouldn't make too much of a difference in terms of how the hand ends up, but nah. Top 2. Welcome back, Sam. Bit of a situation did brew. David not on the right side of it this time around. You can see from the board the backdoor club draw did come in after the check call from David. And David donked at it. Overbet donked slightly on the turn.
Okay.
28,000 was the bet. And what do you think Na did with top pair, top kicker on Jack 4, 10, 8, 2 clubs?
Raise, I assume?
Click min raised.
Okay. Ooh.
David had to make the call being priced in. And now the ace on the river gave 2 pairs. So nice pickup there by Na. In fact, almost catching up to David with that pot. Tricky one. I might see a rivalry brewing here.
I think good card to donk on. Jack 10, 8 from the big blind. Gonna hit him quite a bit harder. Interesting to see the donk sizes in tournaments. In cash games, there aren't many spots where it's bigger than 1/3, but in tournaments, it actually splits your range between 1/3 and some very large donks. It's crazy. Always more to learn. 9-8 suited though. Nice looking hand.
David still has over 100 bigs. Chip leader on the table. Most experienced on the table as well.
Yeah, very impressive hand and mob. Ah, nice. There we go. 265k. We got the graphics sorted.
Yeah, that's right. Robert Bryant no longer having 400 bigs. It's actually closer to 37 bigs.
Makes sense. Yeah.
Now he puts the 37 bigs to work. Ace-8 off, +2. David has come along, yet to see what he has. King 10.
Are we going to get 3 sort of loose calls here? 3 loose hands?
Big blind discount. Nah. Would have had 2 live ones. Unfortunate. 7-4 is going to end up the best hand on the flop, isn't it?
Oh, of course.
Let's see, as we see ace 10, 8, never mind, and it's an action one. 7-4 with the hard whiff, but it's not in the hand anymore. It's actually Robert opening kind of on the loser side and flopping top and bottom, and David, middle pair, best kicker, backdoor flush draw. Nothing to do with just flat call in position. He has just 1 out. 110 has been folded. The brick, though, could mean trouble for David. Robert always continuing with the 2 pair. And David might think he has too much of a hand to release just yet.
Yep, does agree with you. Goes for the call. Three of clubs on the river. Basically the most brick run out ever.
It is an interesting card in the form of giving all aces the 10 kicker. Also incentivizing any ace that Robert might have to actually find the 3 streets of value. So David can start waiting Robert's 3 barrel range to be a little more value heavy. That being said, there are 2 diamonds, all kinds of draws possible that could have missed and played this way. Queen Jack comes to mind. David does block the 10 of diamonds. Any hand with the 10 of diamonds shouldn't really be betting on the river anyway, so can't mean much.
This is a tough spot. Middle pair, top kicker, makes the call. Robert gonna get paid here. 53,500 add to his stack.
I do think really good players like David Spade do tend to get a bit more sticky. They are obviously capable of bluffing, as we saw David Spade pull off a big bluff earlier. They also give their opponents a lot of credit for bluffs as well in spots that maybe are a bit under bluffed. I think the 1/3 pot bet on the river certainly seemed like it was unlikely to be a bluff. Easier for me to say looking at the cards, though.
Yeah. It
David.
always is.
Still almost tied right at the top. So 258, Sam. We are within 100 eliminations of being in the money. Just a few hours into today's coverage. This is crunch time.
I think I just saw on the screen it's down to 256, so 97 more to go.
97 more to go.
Wow, that is very fast. We began the day with 437 as a reminder to those of you joining us, out of 1,081 total entrants.
And as another reminder, these are 60-minute levels and very slow increments, so it is certainly up to the players how frisky they want to get with their stacks, and I think plenty of players getting plenty frisky for us to be down to just 256. Today will end when we reach the money. At the start of the day, Sam and I had some confusion, but I think it's been cleared up by the pace of play here. We are going to reach the money today. After
I
which
think so.
the day's proceedings will end. I certainly think so as well. We are going to have bubble coverage. That means
We like to keep Neil busy, and Mateus taking a spot here. King 7 suited. Oh no, he's gonna run into Nas Ace Deuce suited in the small blind. A little bit bigger than I thought. It is 8.8 big blinds.
yeah, there is a world where
Oh,
Nas
nice.
folds it. Great result there from Mateus, and
Oh
Nas
no.
just happened to know that Fam had ace 10 off.
But look at this. Mateus actually has an equity advantage due to some card removal.
Oh wow, yeah, of course we saw one ace get folded, but clearly no kings and sevens have. You don't see that too often. 52% for the king.
This should
against
usually
the
be like
ace.
60-40 or so.
Yeah.
Maybe a little bit closer because it's suited. Here we go. King 8-3. Mateus could stay alive once again. And be back up to that 20 big blind mark. That'll do it. Mateus doubling through Fam. He's got the smile. He's back up to 20 big blinds.
He just keeps getting back to starting stack and change every time he's down.
That's all you need to do.
Yeah, you'd win. You'd win the tournament if you keep doing that. Eventually, our blinds reach up to maybe 10 starting stacks. Let's see if the strategy can persist. 19 bigs now, the shortest stack on the table. 20. We're 8-handed, and every table should be rebalanced immediately, so never a hurry when you're at the 19 big blind mark. You see so many hands for free thanks to the big blind anti-structure.
Yeah, look at that average stack, 68 bigs. It's just crazy. A lot to work with.
Do you think we should start displaying the median stack?
What's the difference again between median and average?
A good example is if there's...
It's to do with the outliers, right?
Median just means 50th percentile. So let's say there's 3 stacks, 10k, 10k, 100k. The average stack is actually 40, but that's meaningless. But the median stack, which is 1, 2, 3, so the middle one, is still 10k.
Okay. Yeah, we could do that.
Basically, if there's too many short stacks or too many big stacks, it throws off the average. The average stack, of course, is just the total chips in play divided by the number of players.
It'd be very tough to do that in a 1,000-person event, running around trying to find out who's the dead middle. Neil would have fun. Good flop here for Kazuhiro. Open ender and the flush draw. Nobody else really connecting too hard with this board.
You know, Sam, I have to admit, I didn't even think about the logistical challenge of that. I think you could only do it online, now that I think about it.
Yeah. Or the final table.
Or the final table, of course. We are keeping track of all stacks on our feature table here. I have to think about the incredible production we put on And let me pause on that for a moment because inexplicably the deuces have come along, and now we're somehow still three-handed as we head to the 9 of diamonds on the turn. And Fam looks like she's firing.
Might work.
You're right. She could get the best hand to fold if she chooses to fire. Oh my god, she scared me. She's done every motion so far.
I know, that looked like a fold, didn't
yeah,
it?
that looked like a fold instead of checking. Goes with the check. And now the 4 seems to know that he has to get out of the way.
Oh, Kazuhiro went for the lead there.
Yeah, Queen 10 getting the job done.
It's generally a card that's going to be better for... Oh yeah, I guess the out-of-position player, as the button did fire a C-bet to 2 players.
Very well played.
Yeah, I like that.
You can hear some of the chip riffles in the booth if you listen hard enough. Good time to take a look at what else is out there. The schedule a bit shorter than usual thanks to the Players Party. Try to end all the events such that those who want to make it can definitely join us. Do have a pretty special double stack high roller. It's a big one though, 3,000 USD buy-in. Just kicked off. It's a 2-day variety. Double stack simply means super deep stacked. Have a Sunday super stack as well, 80 runners in that one. Once again, simply means we're plenty deep. My kind of event, the 400 USD 9-game mix. Just played this. Cannot recommend it enough. I think it follows the same 9 games as the Players Championship in the WSOP. If not, it's pretty close. Hold'em, Raz, 2 variants of draw, triple draw and single. The single one tends to be no limit. BLO. Stud high-low, normal stud, limit hold'em. And if you haven't played limit hold'em, I enjoyed it a lot, more than I thought I would. And lastly, Omaha high-low. Most of them are limit games, 2 of them no limit. Then a fun one, pot limit Omaha, Lazy Rivers. That's at 7:30 p.m. The individual river is dealt kind of like stud, except it's face up. Hyper Turbo Bomb Pot, that means we go straight to the flop. A Hyper Turbo High Roller, classic Hold'em, just faster levels, 400 USD is the buy-in. And then finally a Draw Mix, $103 buy-in. Ace through 5, deuce through 7. All single draws, and Badoogie. And then 10 p.m. the Players Party. Do not miss it. Right here at the venue. Sevens for Robert. That to be a bit snug off late. Just a call from the small against the +1 open. Did not take the squeeze spot, and as a result, Ronnie comes along getting a fantastic price 4-way. Could be a fun one if some of these shared cards get hit. Kind of. 9, 2, 3. Ronnie, the one with the open ender. 2 spades for Fam as well, and the 2 overs. Wheel draw for David and pocket 7 for Robert. Every player has something on this flop, and it is actually the player with the least amount of equity continuing into 4 players. The quick call from Fam could have considered a jam. This allows Robert to get away. He's made the kind of fold face you can't come back from, and Ronnie cannot go anywhere. Open ender from him, for him rather, to the nuts, both ways. He knows he has 6 clean outs. Only question is to call, or does he want to turn his hand into a semi-bluff? David has everybody covered is the problem. Right, thinking about it. Certainly doesn't make sense for him to ever fold. Oh, he's grabbing raising chips. This could get interesting. Surely David gets out of the way now, but Fam has 2 overs and the spade draw. Has a tiny stack, 1 SPR. Has to commit, and Ronnie has effectively asked to commit. So I think Fam is going to be going all in, and Ronnie is going to have to essentially call off with 5 high. Oh, that is tricky. That is a tricky spot. Dave has to posture a little bit considering he bet into 3 players, but don't see how he continues here. Just a wheel draw. That 2 got shot. Lets it go. And Fam jams it, and Ronnie will have to show down the 5-4. He's going to have more outs than he realized since his pairs are live as well, but a spade would just end it. Oh, he hasn't called yet. He knows he has to. There we go. I'm pleasantly surprised to see she's ahead. Ace 5, 4, 6 needed. Spades no good. 7 outs still live. 26% equity. Oh! Just like that, the offsuit 6. Now the redraw for Fam needed, and the 4 is no good. Oh, that is just brutal. Ronnie is a tad embarrassed to take that one down, but it's part of the game. His aggression pays off. We lose the only woman on the table, Pham Tran from Vietnam. Or Chan, that would be, pardon me. Pham Chan, I believe. 7-handed on the feature with that elimination. Both players from Vietnam leaving us in quick succession. Down to 252 in the field, not counting some recent eliminations as we inch our way towards the money. Just like that, the offsuit 6 on the turn. Brutal. Aces for David. He's hoping to not get the credit that he hasn't been getting on this table frequently. No resistance, still the blinds it seems. Ronnie with 10-9 off, surely too weak from the small, so it's going to come down to the big. And an insta-fold from Rudolph. That is rough. No action for David. Healthy stack still. 83 bigs, but hurt in chips after that monster pickup by Ronnie. Floor seems a bit quiet, mind you. Tension's running a bit high. Inching towards the money, as I said. Pocket fours opening in the cutoff. Now Ronnie, does he want to get drunk on chips, as they say? Queen 8 suited. All options on the table. He goes with the discipline. That's it. Hit the muck. King, queen off in the small, will flat. Rags for David. Queen 8 suited, mind you, would have flopped an absolute monster on the 9752 diamonds. In fact, Ronnie is grimacing, thinking about what could have been. Nothing much considering the other two hands. Robert just takes it down with the bet. Matthias is the bottom stack here with 16 bigs. Still plenty. Everybody else has at least double. David not getting the choicest of holdings in the blinds this time around. Does not want to fold. Tyus is even weaker. And 6 dominating the 6-3 as we head to the Queen, Jack, King board. And it's a good card to have. Open-ender to the nuts. As well as the best hand at the moment. Let's it go. $1,081 entries down to just 249, 159 paid, 90 spots from the money. Minimum payout 167,000 Filipino peso. That's about 2,900 USD. So double the buy-in, give or take. And as we make our way towards those final few tables, things do start getting serious. 13th place onwards, 1 million pesos being given out. That is well beyond what is very often first place prize in a lot of tournaments. This is only the beginning. 13th place climbs from 1 million to 18 million pesos for first. That's over 300,000 USD. Don't forget the Mega Lion. If you come into the poker room here at the City of Dreams, the Grand Ballroom here at the venue, you will see banners perhaps 20 feet in length commemorating our main event winners, as well as some other Mega Lion winners. So it's a chance at history and legacy as well for any poker player. 8-6 off will not enter the mix, and the disappointing 5 deuce off. Blinds at 1.5 and 3. Matthias has had a rough go of it in terms of card distribution, but again, thanks to the structure, no reason to get too frisky. Another absolute drag holding, but unwilling to fold with the 8 deuce off. Tries to steal it. All deuces are now out. Kazuhiro comes along with his pocket pair. He's not going to flop a set, we know that. Can he hold on with the 3 overs that are incoming? Ace, 5, 6. Nah can certainly represent aces as played. He raised from the small. Has no showdown whatsoever. Starts off betting. And a quick call from Kazuhiro. Very impressive. Calling quickly does tend to slow your opponent down. Now the backdoor straight draw for both players. Nas is interesting though. He has a double gut shot, a 3 or a 7 would make him a straight. That's the kind of equity you want when you're pure bluffing. Should give you enough to double barrel. He can't exactly check call with a hand like this too profitably. Although I have a feeling that's what he wants to do now that he has checked. Shirazawa will let him have the free one. And the king of spades means the deuces end up ahead. Very tough for Na to bluff here. That being said, he has 8 high and no showdown value, so he does find the bluff. Great timing considering Shirazawa's holding. Can Shirazawa somehow make a hero call? Na either had an ace or a king that could play this way for value. Wow! The deuces call it off. Na does not want to show. Can't say I blame him. How do you like that, chat? 8 deuce versus deuces, and the deuces hero calling on the ace 5 4 6 king board. Pretty rad. We are seeing some thick hero calls over the course of our coverage. We did have the Challenge the Queens event with an absolute wreck in the form of Amma, meaning grandmother, on the table. Her hero calls were perhaps a little less thought out in this case. Kazuhiro getting it done. Proper hand, ace queen for the new chip leader. Ronnie opens under the gun. Ten 7 suited is tempting. Na has the kind of chip stack that can speculate, and now king queen suited in the small is tempting in many other ways. Could be looking at a squeeze considering the undergun open is from the chip leader, but does give Ronnie the respect. Just calls. Ace, 10, deuce is ideal. Something for everyone. Top pair good kicker for Ronnie will continue. Middle pair and the backdoor flush draw. Can you really fold 10-7 suited after you call pre-flop and have ace 10 deuce, ace of spades? No, you cannot. Oh, well. Thought he'd called. Yeah, he has. And let's not forget Shirazawa. King Queen of Diamonds. Got shot to the nuts. Backdoors with that 10 of diamonds. That's 60% of her oil. You can't just fold that. So three-way still to the turn. Ronnie in good shape, but now the King of Hearts. Shirazawa does catch a pair, so good thing that it is good every once in a while, or at least it's 2 pair outs. They aren't really with Ronnie having ace queen. The only hand Ronnie's afraid of here is Queen Jack. Does have the Queen of Hearts as well. He's going to put in another bet. You certainly can't let 2 opponents see a free river, so he fires once more. Na probably has a much easier fold now, but it's Kazuhiro I'm curious about. By the way, the bet is tiny. Tiny. 1/4 pot, not even. Maybe like 18%. Interesting decision, but Na is able to make the fold thanks to Shirazawa coming along. Cold calling on the flop. Cold calling pre-flop as well from the small. And Shirazawa lets it go. Wow. Great fold. Did not get tempted to draw. So looking at a big chunk of the cohort we started at the table with, short stack in the form of Matthias, has managed to stick around. Did lose one player from the UK, Thomas Lamb. Suited ace king for now. That is a sight to behold. Tricky spot developing. Kazuhiro 3-betting. Jack 9 suited. At this stack depth, ace king suited. Could have way too many blinds to consider anything but 4-betting it. Gonna be out of position. Would want to take the lead. Not really eyeing Kazuhiro up and down, at least it seems that way, and Kazuhiro is getting a bit out of line, as we can see. Bunch of blues being grabbed, those are 5Ks. Wow, just a call. As we were mentioning in a similar spot earlier, with ace-king suited, you can maybe just call. You have the flush draws to think about. One of the hearts does come in, queen a3. Interesting board considering Kazuhiro has flopped a small piece in the form of the gut shot. His pair outs live as well. And Na doesn't seem to be interested to play in flow. Decides to lead out with the ace king. You don't see this too often. And he's gone half pot. It's great timing. It's as though he can see his opponent's hand. Literally charging Kazuhiro in case he wants to pursue his minimal draw. Kazuhiro is obviously not getting the right price to chase a gut shot, so the question is, how does he perceive Nah, playing out of flow. This is fascinating. Even though I can see the cards, Kazuhiro seems so handcuffed and just has to make the laydown. Tricky play there by now. How frisky does Ronnie want to get with his over 300k in chips? The attack on his limp is just massive, mind you. Ace queen off. Going for 6 bigs. Ronnie's somehow not done with the hand just yet. Those blues are 5Ks. He's cutting out a bunch. Did show down the 5-4 off on the 3 deuce board, so the table well aware of what he's capable of in terms of aggression. Would be the time to mind his own image, perhaps. Wow, this is old school. He's giving his opponent the look over. Did seem ready to fire the 4-bet bluff. Now not so much. Again, puts a chip over his cards. He's not done with the hand just yet. Keeps grabbing almost 40k in chips. And he's going with it. The pump fake fooled me in the booth. He's added some 500s to the stack. The purple chips are 500 apiece. Blues 5k. I don't know how convincing it is to 4-bet after taking this long. And I think he realizes it as well. And Rudolph says he was going with it. Not sure you need to show your hand there, Rudolph. Keep the information to yourself. Ronnie would never show you the hand, but have fun with it. So the rich get richer. Ronnie can certainly withstand the heat. 103 for him. David crippled from where he came in, but maybe the wrong word to use when you still have almost 70 bigs. Matthias has been enjoying with the short stack for a while. 13 bigs in his stack still. Everybody else has at least 33, so very, very deep on our feature table here.
I think he'll get back up to 20. Just has to drop down a little bit.
That's right.
Repeat the pattern.
He has too many right now. King 5, though, is not going to make the cut.
He still has a starting stack. could just consider it. He just late regged into 237 remaining.
I know you're saying it as a positive, but sometimes you do wonder if you should have just late regged, if after a day and a half of grinding it out, you end up back at starting stack rather, you end up super short.
Yeah, for sure. I mean, it can sound positive, but it doesn't feel good.
I mean, just depends, you know. Is your chip stack half full or half empty?
Oh, nice. David going for the re-raise here. Holds out a better hand.
$237, Sam. I think I'll start feeling the tension once we get down to 200. And that's me in the booth. You can only imagine the players. It is an achievement to cash in itself, but some of them are going to be wanting to go much further than that and actually abuse the players who are looking to just somehow scrape their way into the money.
Yeah, if somebody is really fearless and knows how to really put pressure on, it is so terrible to have them at your table. Especially in these high ICM spots like the final table or near the bubble.
In particular, near the bubble, you know, ICM, which is to say correct poker, taking into account the payouts, actually does demand that you just cower to the bully. You have to just make huge folds.
Yeah, we do see quite a bit of that. You even see like hands like ace queen hit the muck on 10 big blinds in certain spots.
Or you can be like me and just get it in there on the stone bubble and just say you're going for the win.
Yep, yeah.
Ace queen suited 3 bets, and Shirazawa has proven himself to be so sticky and somehow still has the best hand. He's been in this spot multiple times before. Now, can he navigate with 3 overs? SP are not that big. Shirazawa facing the check on the flop, but now the turn, he could think he's ahead based on the flop action. Ace 10, ace king would certainly check behind. Rudolph catches the best card in the deck and checks again. Super tricky. He's convinced me he has ace king, not ace queen.
Yeah. Ooh, might get a bet. Right, Kazuhiro here.
Thinking of perhaps putting out a blocker. And a quick call in the showdown. Surprised by the just call. That's what block bets do. They tend not to get raised. Rudolph stack also would have demanded a jam, I suppose. Although I would have loved to see it.
No, pot's 40k. I think he's got 130 behind, so you could go for a raise up to 50k or so.
Oh yeah, you're right. Shirazawa had 100k left effective. 73 in the pot after the bet. Certainly with top there. Could have looked for more.
Ace king here for Robert.
Dave doesn't get greedy. Has to sit there patiently. Now, a very, very comfortable middle to high stack. Not every hand is the one to go for, and Dave knows that better than perhaps anybody else on this table.
This is a really close spot with threes. Let's go.
Yeah, he's been patient as well, Matthias. Was getting called for sure from the ace-king if he found the 3-bet jam. Not sure how the flip would have gone, of course. And now Na has a very foldable 9-4 off. That's one you can let go on the big blind. I guess we'll never know if the threes would have held up. 71 bigs for David. You have Kim joining us from South Korea once again.
Ronnie's not been getting too many hands, eh? Been a little bit quiet, but I wouldn't say quiet. Still going after it. Oh, this could be the spot. Jack 9 offsuit on the button. Only 2 players to get through. Has a lot of fold equity with 11 bigs. There it is. Goes for it. 1 down. 2 down. Nice pickup. Back up to exactly starting stack. If you're Mateus, I think min cash is probably the goal at this point. You want to preserve your stack. 70 players to go. It's a long shot, but I think that might be the strategy.
Yeah, he doesn't seem the type, never too afraid to get it in there. We just saw the jam of the Jack 9 off, of course, so.
Oh, there's no way he can fold his way to the money right now, so he is going to have to take those spots.
Absolutely. Proper hand here for David. Ace-9 suited.
No, I think we hit the money after this break. We're losing over 100 players per level. It should theoretically slow down as the average blinds. I guess they're actually kind of dropping as well. We had average big blind of 67, I think, coming off of the last break. Now down to 63.
Yeah, some tanking and such closer to the money, which is completely understandable.
Yep.
But you are right. I would be hopeful as well for the next break. Meanwhile, the Queen 9-8 gives both players enough to stick around. Got shot to the nuts for Kazuhiro along with the backdoors thanks to the Queen of Diamonds. Now the ace means 2 pairs. Ace is up for David. Kazuhiro has impressed me as well with how he's navigated. Thinking back to those deuces calling it off on the ace 5, 4, 6 king board. Now king 10 of diamonds with the ace on the board. His hand looks much weaker than it did a moment ago.
I saw that big equity shift. They're about 50-50 on the flop, now down to 91-9. Let's it go.
Kim has come in with a big stack. Curious how he built it, joining us from a different table. Part of the variance of MTT is multi-table tournaments. When your table breaks, if you get moved around, where you get seated, it's all about adapting, really. These players will get increasingly familiar as the day goes on, to the extent they haven't already. Then it's about playing off each other's styles, getting as many reads as possible, making decisions in the moment.
Queen 6. Definitely not going to be good enough. Ace Queen suited again for Domin. All right, just takes it down like that. Down to 228 now. Are seeing the entrance dropping off, start to slow down a little bit. Still not very far from the money. Players have been playing for 1.5 days now. It's a long, long grind. Ace Jack. Bumping it up, 10-9 suited will stick around. Robert, King Queen with a little bit of a decision here between aggression. And looks like he is going to go the aggressive route. Rebets it up to 21k, very, very small here. Only 3x and he's out of position. Sitting on 40 big blinds with Kazuhiro sitting on 30. I think this is a bit too small. I think both players have a pretty easy call here. Kim, maybe not so much. It's just such a good price for both these players. Does Kim want to go for the 4-bet? Gets rid of the ace jack. Very good result. Kazuhiro does come along for the ride, and we see a queen 4-3 board. Robert commanding lead over this, flopping top pair, second kicker. Kicks things off with a c-bet. That'll do it. Very nice pickup there. 76,000 in that pot. Robert adding 34k to his stack.
approaching 4 hours of play today, I think. Perhaps the stressful nature of the situation could be catching up. Maybe one of those all eyes on the break sort of scenarios in the next 5-7 minutes or so. You mentioned reaching the bubble within the next window after the break, 2 hours of play. I really do wonder how much the pace of play slows down. We've been incredibly fast thus far. You gotta think that people are trying to tank their way into the bubble. And as I've said before, it is completely fair. We have time banks and such for a reason. A shot clock in this case.
I don't think it's out just yet, actually. I don't see any time banks on the table. I wonder when those do come into play. Let me see if we have it on our website here.
Day 3, perhaps. We have a shot clock, though.
Do we? Going on right now?
I believe the dealer monitors it, but again, I might be off. Let's see. But the reason I bring it up, Sam, is we can make things interesting in the booth. What do you think? Little prop bet? Do we reach the bubble? Or do we, burst the bubble within the next... Not the coming break, but the one after.
I think we do.
Okay, I'll take the over.
All right, let's do it. We'll do it for a drink tonight at the players' party.
Free roll?
Yeah, yeah.
Okay, we'll do it.
Here we are. 30-second shot clocks will be introduced one table off the money.
Oh,
so that would be 168 players remaining.
This drink business, by the way, I know you're trying to get away cheap in case you lose, but let me just say, what if we make it the other person has to have a drink of choice?
Oh.
Nothing over 100 proof allowed. Let me just clarify.
Sure, let's do that.
Can't just hand someone a Bacardi 151.
I don't think they make that anymore.
Oh, is it? Well,
no,
good
I think it's gone.
Some substances deserve to be banned.
All right, we have a 3-bet pot here. Kim going for the C-bet on King at 9-7. Or raising the C.
Yeah, this is tricky. It's actually been min-bet by Na.
Oh, nah. Knows where he's at in the hand. So really... I did not donk.
Yeah, just one big. So it's a 3-bet on the flop that gets the job done against pocket tens. What a tricky pot.
That was a strange one.
Always something to keep us on our toes here in the booth. That's not a line that I'm too familiar with. Mind you, pocket tens had completely under-rep their hand, just flatting in the hijack. Felt compelled to not let the one big blind continuation bet stand, but then gets 3-bet and has to fold. That's sort of the main event special, as we call it. See players with all kinds of strategies and playing styles, all from all over the world, as we can see on our own table. Kim will get busy. Deuces, +2. Plenty of chips. Ace-Jack once again in the mix. Kazuhiro. 66 again is stacked. 22 bigs. He's shoving it. Will work against Kim unless somebody wakes up with a hand.
Oh no.
Right as I said, unless somebody wakes up with a hand. Our friend David Spade has the goods. Pretty meaningless what he does here. Kim just has deuces. This is going to get all in there. Kings versus ace jack.
Yeah, I think call or jam is basically the same thing here. You have to have an incredibly strong hand to do so. I don't think you can get Kim to come along with anything weaker.
Just a call, but like we said, deuces should be unaffected. And here we go. Bad news for Kazuhiro committing with the ace-jack. Can't say I blame him. Will need to catch 36% equity. Wins about 1 in 3 times here. Otherwise, David will be back up to almost 300k in chips. Oof. Ace on the flop. Kings down to just 1 out. An involuntary smile from Kazuhiro. Hand changes nothing. There you have it. David takes a bit of a hit. About 30% of his stack. Still has 50 bigs. He knows what to do with them. And what a feeling for Kazuhiro. 48 bigs now.
Wow.
60 spots from the money.
Mateus still on starting stack?
That's right. Sometimes you are looking for a theme of the day. The YouTube title, perhaps, is Mateus on starting stack.
Yeah. Well, we've got 18 minutes till the break. Let's see if he can improve that stack. Otherwise, he will have spent the entire feature table, all 2 hours at starting stack.
Wow.
Better than busting.
Certainly is. He found the triple up when he was down to, I believe, 6 bigs or so.
Yep.
30 seconds left.
Ronnie remains our chip leader. He is from Honolulu. Ronnie Tate has 285,000 in live earnings. King Jack for Rudolph. Ace Jack suited for Mateus. He's been patient, he's been grinding, he's been a short stack ninja. Now presented the opportunity to 3-bet jam. Goes with it. And Rudolph with not the easiest of decisions. Certainly King Jack, given the pot odds, could consider calling this one off. We're behind most aces. This is the worst case scenario, of course, but
I think it's a little bit too big. I think I'm happy here if the jam was maybe like 9 bigs. But at 12, I think King Jack offsuit. Oh, it is button versus big blind, though. I think it's super close.
Yeah,
whatever
close.
He does, I wouldn't fault him.
King, Queen, and Ace Jack, worst case scenarios. Otherwise, you tend to have decent equity. Let's it go. Marginal spot. Makes the right decision, given the holdings and perhaps given theory as well. Will preserve a chunk of his stack, and look at that, almost 50k for the man from Switzerland.
I had a layover in Switzerland just after Taipei.
Oh yeah?
Very expensive coffee.
Oh, very expensive country as a whole. I have heard some horror stories.
I think my small Starbucks coffee, medium one, was about 22 Canadian at the airport.
I mean, those are airport prices. I've also heard of $15 Red Bulls.
Oh, ouch. Could also get the, where was it that had the $10 bananas? Yeah,
some event. You know what's actually the biggest, the most ridiculous prices I've seen are at the F1.
Oh yeah, I've heard. Oh,
Yeah.
especially Monaco?
Oh yeah, the food stand prices. I think the cheapest thing on there was about 150 euro.
I saw that actually.
Yeah, and it was some sort of like lobster fries. Like lobster sauce on top of fries or something. You had like a ham sandwich for 180 euros. It's just silly.
That is silly. Why spend 100 and something euros on a lobster sandwich when you can play 9 games?
Yeah,
for
there
the
you
same
go.
price.
I think they just use a random number generator to get their prices.
Okay, here's a question. What's the most you've ever paid for a beverage, alcoholic or otherwise?
Ooh, a single beverage. I think around 80.
Wow.
Yeah.
I didn't know you rolled like that, Sam.
Very rarely. It was a collector's edition of my favorite brand of whiskey from Glendronach, and they just don't have them anywhere.
Yeah, I should have known. I knew it'd be whiskey oriented with you.
I mean, what else? For 80.
What else is there?
Yeah. What about you?
Nothing that crazy, but I feel like I have been stiffed in a nightclub or two back in the day. Do you
Okay.
remember, before I knew what the brand was, I asked only a friend what she wanted to drink as I was buying, and she said she only drank a certain brand of vodka that I wasn't too aware of. I
Yeah.
asked the bartender. Nice little $45 receipt.
Oh. Oh, that's brutal.
Smart woman, that. When someone asks, take advantage of it. I did ask. Beluga, I believe the brand is.
Oh, yeah.
Very
Yeah, I know
familiar.
that one.
Yeah.
Yeah. It's a very weird, I only drink this vodka.
Yeah,
I know
yeah.
2 bars that I've ever seen that serve it. So I guess she just drinks nothing half the time.
I think she'd spotted that it was available. That's what it comes down to.
Yeah.
Like I said, I respect it. Good friend of mine, actually. You know what I was eyeing, actually, speaking of materialistic punts? There's some excellent watches on display. And as soon as you ship outside the grand ballroom here, we've spoken about watches. Neither of us are big watch guys, right?
Yeah.
But there's a G-Shock collection.
Oh, yeah.
Love G-Shocks, man. For people like us who don't appreciate the finer watchmaking skills that are no doubt out there for up to hundreds of thousands of dollars, nothing like a few $100s on a nice looking G-Shock.
You know, I have been looking. So I got from the new collection the Moon Swatch. Have you heard of those?
No, what's that?
So it's Omega and Swatch jumped in to make a collection.
I heard exactly about that, actually.
So I got the Mission to the Moon. It took me about a year and a bit to finally find a store that stocked them.
Oh, wow.
And just 4 days ago, they released the Earth Phase Mission to the Moon, which is the exact same watch I have, but they usually do it where they have a moon dial, which shows where the moon is relative to Earth. But this one has a moon dial as well as an Earth dial from the perspective of the moon.
Wow.
And it's only $100 more than mine, and I wish I could trade mine in now.
Hey, that's cool. You're more into it than I am. But let me pause on that for a moment. Look at the situation, Sam. Ace, King, 7, all spades. David has Ace, Queen, top pair, best kicker on this board, but now has that key card, the nut flush draw in the form of the Queen of Spades. Got shot to Broadway as well. Equity is just so close despite having Queen high.
I think it's a really nice hand to go for the check raise with. Just gotta continue with a call here.
David has been running kind of bad thus far in terms of being on the wrong side of certain situations now. Quickly checks. 47.5K in the middle. No reason to risk your entire stack on a monotone board with one pair.
Yeah, button's going to have a lot of suited hands, especially given its multi-way. I think you want to go quite a bit bigger with the queen of spades here.
I was going to comment on the sizing as well.
Yeah, I think 80% or so makes sense.
This
Set
does
up
not
for river shove.
Yeah, exactly. It does not have that leverage on it in terms of a geometric sizing for the shove. Now the 5 of clubs. Check mark for David. And just queen high for Na in position. What can he do here? The effective stack is 128k.
I think all in is the only size that will make sense here.
Don't think he is going to listen.
I don't think he's doing it.
To your sizing advice, but he is going much bigger than he did a moment ago. 60% pot, it seems like. Mind you, Sam, in terms of how it's played, with a very narrow range of holdings, it does look like Na flopped it.
Yeah.
Calls in position, tiny bet on the turn, wanting his opponent to catch up. Has the queen of spades blocker for a flop nut flush. And now sizes up, trying to extract value. Can David sniff this one out? It's very, very close as a decision. Let's think about the hands.
I mean, Na's only repping, I guess, nut flush with a tiny bet, because I think something like 10-9 of spades wants to go quite a bit bigger.
Exactly.
On the turn.
He's balancing out with his blocker. Not the way people usually play Hold'em. It's more of a PLO move, but it has put David in the absolute blender. One of the things he needs to consider, David, that is he is pretty much at the top of his range as played. Bet the flop and check call the turn, but the job gets done by the queen of spades. Instead of sizing, I think the storytelling working out for Na there. Very impressive stuff, and David, unfortunately, folding the best hand. Down to second from the bottom in chips, but again, it is 43 bigs.
Yeah, still 128k, 3 starting stacks. Not bad for halfway through day 2.
Cannot blame the fold there, but what an interesting pot. Ronnie has been quiet despite the mountain of chips. Exactly 100 bigs now. Under the gun, queen jack suited. Nothing to do but open it up. Pocket tens for Kazuhiro. Just a call. Under-wrapping in the small now. Respecting the under the gun open. Also, not want to face the man with all the chips. And also, we're getting close to the money. Deuce, 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 by the way. Kind of flop you want when you've under-wrapped a decent pair. Checks and flow. The c-bet is always coming on that board.
Yeah. This is a board you want to go quite large on, under the gun. But Ronnie just goes with a one big blind bet. Gets a call from the full house of Kazuhiro. King of hearts on the turn. Kazuhiro cannot like that.
Again, a quick bet, but it's tiny. One big blind on the flop, 2 on the turn. Kazuhiro can comfortably check call rather these kind of sizings. 4 changes nothing. Kazuhiro checks once again. Ronnie has to bet here. Kazuhiro's check calls can have a lot of king highs. That would be a full house, of course, but also ace highs. It's a small blind flat call. Ronnie does not beat most hands that are calling on the turn there. So what does he want to do? When you bet small on the flop and indeed the turn as well, you have widened your opponent's range when they call. As a result, a lot of folds can be received by a bet. In this case, I doubt it. Dealer reminding Ronnie it's his turn to act. He knows it. He takes his time. We saw him really contemplate some sort of a move with Queen 9 in the past. Went as far as cutting out chips, so I'm not going to get excited until the chips indeed are in the middle.
That's never fun. You see the bet. Okay, 22k. Yep, I can call that. No problem. And then he grabs another blue stack.
Oh, well, there you go. The chips are in the middle, and it is the double stack, as you just mentioned, Sam. That is one way to try and win this spot.
Was that a
Kazuhiro fold already?
No, snap call.
Oh, snap call. There we go. The trap works perfectly. 3 streets of value, tiny ones on the flop and turn, but the check call, rounder style. He trapped me.
Nice pot there.
And with that dent, Ronnie no longer the chip leader on the table. That is indeed not. And Kazuhiro is not too far behind with the pickup.
El Julianus in chat asking, will the bubble burst today? It will. I'm predicting by the end of next break. Not the one coming up shortly, one after.
So 2 hours and change is Sam's prediction. Mine is 2 hours and change plus 1. We have a prop bet running. Kazuhiro with some fresh chips courtesy of Ronnie's bluff. Opens on the button with Ronnie on the big and Ronnie with 6-3 off. Always disheartening. You want to get revenge instantly. So much of poker is about being disheartened without letting it affect your play. Ronnie seems like the consummate pro.
Alright, if you start a shuffle, keep that in wrong is active turtle. So that means active turtle. When you have your table starter shuffle, you must keep that hand. 15-minute break in the main event. Break time in the main event.
All right, David King, 10 of hearts. Open things up to 7. 7K.
Players getting up can only mean one thing. We have hit the break, but we do have a pot brewing, so we'll see where it leads. 7-6 suited comes along.
As well as King 7. I like that. Mateus still 40k in his stack, still starting second. King 3, Ronnie and David both flopping trips here.
Oh my goodness. David could be looking at some serious clawback for the hits he's taken with the pocket kings and the ace queen fold now. In a great spot. Plenty of chops possible. 3s for one, high cards for another, but for now 69%. Ronnie's trapping with the call. Little does he know. One has the goods. The diamond is bad news. Action killer plus Ronnie, the one with the diamond, now donking it.
I think that's like a 10%.
The Ronnie special. The one big and change. David having none of it, raises it. Not too big though. By the way, the kickers play at the moment. Now the 4th diamond. Ronnie backs into a small flush, donking it once again. Can't love his hand too much. He'd rather have the trips than the small flush, but David knows something is up. His kings. No good.
Decent bluff hand.
Just calls and gets the horrible news. Takes it as well as he can. Down to 100 bigs. David came in with a monster chip lead on the table, getting bad beat after another. That being said, we are on break. He's going to get some time to reset, as will we in the booth, but it's going to be a short one once again, thanks to the hand going long. So just 10 minutes. We'll see you after the break and likely be closing out with the bubble in a couple of hours. So do not go anywhere. We'll see you shortly.
Welcome to Asia's largest online poker room. Our next generation poker software is now initiating. Elevate your online experience with a wide variety of poker variations to choose from. Get fully immersed with fun and social features. Level up your game with PokerCraft and Smart HUD. Unlock a wealth of rewards including cashback, bonuses, and jackpots. Join world-class poker tournaments featuring some of the world's most renowned brands and the largest guaranteed prize pools in the world. Experience the best in customer service and hassle-free transactions for a seamless online gaming experience. With online poker available on all your devices, you'll be able to play your favorite games anytime, anywhere. Sign up now and elevate your online poker experience today.
Yeah!
Welcome to Asia's largest online poker room. Our next generation poker software is now initiating. Elevate your online experience with a wide variety of poker variations to choose from. Get fully immersed with fun and social features. Level up your game with PokerCraft and Smart HUD. Unlock a wealth of rewards including cashback, bonuses, and jackpots. Join world-class poker tournaments featuring some of the world's most renowned brands and the largest guaranteed prize pools in the world. Experience the best in customer service and hassle-free transactions for a seamless online gaming experience. With online poker available on all your devices, you'll be able to play your favorite games anytime, anywhere. Sign up now and elevate your online poker experience today.
Welcome back to day 2 of the main event here in Manila. We are getting close to the bubble. 437 players came in today. Only 159 places are paid. My name is Sam Insel. I'm joined here by Vidur Singhal. How you doing today?
Doing very well. As you said, Sam, this is sort of the first milestone we all look forward to, not to mention bubble coverage gets super fun. We're still some spots away, 50 or so by my last counting, but things should get tense. We have a small prop bet running about when we reach it. My contention is we don't burst the bubble in the next 2 hours, which is going to be till the end of this break. After we get hand for hand, of course, things do change up. More importantly, what are we playing for? 308,000 or so in USD up top for first place prize. That is absolutely massive. 1,081 entries, records being broken here in Manila as the APT does. Didn't meet the ambitious guarantee, but that hardly matters when over 1,000 players do come out and support the festival, not to mention all the other events we have going on. And the Golden Lion is what we're playing for as we cut back to a new feature table. As always, this could be the one that leads us to the bubble. Some familiar faces from previous stops, but plenty of new ones as well, which is how we like it. That is one of the familiar faces, mind you. That's Edward from Hong Kong. Right in the middle, seat 5.
As we do rotate feature tables throughout the day, every 2-hour break we get a new table, new set of faces. We can see how their journey during this main event goes. The ups, the downs, the coolers, the bluffs, everything.
Couple of ladies joining us. That's one from Japan, Sayaka Sashimoto.
We have seen the average big blind dip down now. We're looking at about 52, I think I saw on the screen.
That's right.
We have seen about around like the mid-60s for most of this tournament, but now as we do approach the bubble, you always see the average big blind just shrink. But then after the bubble, you see it rise up again as all those little 3-4 big blind stacks that have just eked into the money are happy to take their min cash and try and add some chips to there and get a good run going to make it to that final table.
Mind you, 8 players and I count 7 flags. How incredible is that? Only one repeat in the form of 2 locals, which is also fantastic to see. All kinds of updates and stats available on the website, mind you, apt.poker. We'll take a look as we settle into this new feature table. That's Andre from Russia, ace jack off. In the small, Edward from Hong Kong raising up the jack 9 suited.
Edward is super short, so I'm sure Andre's very happy to try and get it in here. Goes for the very small min raise here. 22k, a little bit more. Couple extra chips in there. I think he's just got to let this go, unfortunately.
Yeah. For a moment, I thought he might just
flat or jam or something.
Yeah, flat and just hope to hit. I mean, it would be the worst case scenario being against the ace jack. As it stands, he has under 10 bigs. But Sam, look at that. Close to starting stack.
Yeah, not bad. Maybe he's our new Mateus.
Seat 1. That's Lin from Taiwan. It was nice to have 2 ladies on the feature table. Speaks well to the representation here at the APT. We'll get stats by the end, but we had 2 women's events. Both of them, women's events I should say, both of them super well attended. And just to look out to the floor, will show you it's not your average poker festival. Much more diversity than usual. Very cool to see. All thanks to the efforts of the executive and operations staff, making sure minor things are solved for that women are looking for, really taking a lot of feedback. That's quite a hoodie, by the way. Unleash your inner champion. Very appropriate for the feature table. But I wonder... Oh, never mind. I see the brand. I don't love it after all. I'm just kidding. It's from USOP.
Which one's that?
Tend to be Vietnam focused. But do check out the APT merch, by the way. Our very own Greg and Elfin have been modeling it, along with some professional models as well, dare I say. They've done as good a job as the professionals. Still hoping for the powers that be to hear us and give us free merch. But I will have to succumb and get some of those fantastic scarves, just $20 a piece.
That's such a good price for a scarf.
The problem is my friends who watch the APT will have seen players wear them and will be questioning where theirs are, so probably have to take back 10 on my way back to India.
Oh, that's fair. Andre picking up some easy pots here. Ace Jack, Ace 10 now.
Sorry? Oh, yeah. I want 2 Americano. Pound. Yeah, I give you money.
Jace, there's Justin in chat informing us that Eclipse Poker Club is in Georgia. I'm assuming you mean the country, not the state. Apparently a great place for families. A poker club, Justin. A great place for families. Edward's still looking for a spot. Double up. Castillo. 8. Ace 9 of clubs. Very playable.
go. Opens things up. No resistance so far. Folded around to the big blind. All right, pocket deuces in the big blind. Only very happy to see a flop here. Here we go. Ace-9 suited versus deuces. Pretty fair fight until the flop. Jack 10-9. Not the most comfortable flop to flop a pair on. Especially bottom pair. But he is in position here. Action goes check, check, and really bad turn, the 8 of clubs. Asnar want to get a little bit aggressive here with it. Just checks. Steele happy to check behind. And the 6 of diamonds on the river. And this is probably one of the worst hands Ramdrick can have here. Now it just checks. Steele will be picking this one up.
Ramdrick hoping for an ace, king, ace, rack kind of showdown, perhaps.
But of course, I'm not 3-5, So potentially you have...
So Sam, after all our bluster, given that we're at 207 in the field, we'll actually wrap up well before the players' party, which means everybody can make it. 10 p.m. I believe the venue is, it's called something else. You called it the Circle, right?
The Circle Bar, I think it's called, or Central Bar?
Center Play, there we go.
Center Play.
So now the question, where's the pregame?
The same place.
Oh, that's right. Yeah, it is in the casino. They are always serving fantastic drinks with live music. You can always head there early.
Yeah, or maybe we can get some, we'll get some drinks sent here.
Get in the booth?
Yeah, get a bottle of wine going.
Don't get me started. We do have some beverages available right outside the players' playing area. I mentioned I was playing with Thomas Ward, who was on our feature table, and first off, he just kept saying what a good time he was having. Low buy-in, 9 games.
Yeah.
He said he played mixed games online, so this was a cool update. But then, once everybody got a bit friendly, as, again, uniquely people do on the mixed games tables, they just kept buying beers for each other. And after Thomas busted, he said, maybe I should have had a few less beers.
I love that. I did notice in Taipei, as they don't serve liquor there, but you can bring your own in.
Right.
So the late game ones, when we finish our coverage, those hyper turbos,
yeah,
it's a lot of fun. A lot of beers going around. Someone comes back from 7-Eleven with a big
that's right
plastic bag of beers, just hands them out at the table, and they're often a lot of fun, these very low buy-in events near the end of the night, the hyper turbos.
And I'll tell you what, we had 2 venues going there. The other one was even crazier, just because it was, you know, a bit more in the middle of the city and much less to do around there, maybe less judgment to be had in the form of everybody else. You're there late night. The Aussies would get up to some wild stuff.
Yes, they do.
Oh, did you hear, by the way, that one player, I won't mention it just in case, but I already said Aussies, which is why I thought of it, lost a finger at the players' party, the top part of their finger.
That's real? That's confirmed?
I saw the photo.
Oh, no. I thought that was a joke.
You know who I'm talking about?
Yeah.
I saw the photo, and I could barely look at it, and he woke up not realizing that that had happened.
Oh, my goodness.
Or so goes the claim. I mean, that is just ridiculous. So don't do anything like that at tonight's players' party, but goes to show how wild they can get, if that's a positive for you. Listen, they start out absolutely timid, fun, chill, and then the longer you stick around, the longer you risk the wild stuff. So just plan your night appropriately, but do join us.
Yeah, especially if you make day 3. We do have early starts, 11 a.m. You gotta be at the table, ready to go.
Yeah, and you don't want to be blinding out anything on day 3. It's going to be all to play for. For now, the short stacks should start feeling the pinch. I'd say above 20 bigs, you're comfortable, but Sam, given the prop bet we have, really what it speaks to is how much the pace of play slows down. So even if you have something like 25 bigs, you do the math on that, a couple of hours. Can't just sit around.
Yeah, I mean, you'll probably make the money with 25 bigs if you do just tank your way into it. But you're not going to be able to last much longer after that, unless you get very, very lucky. Also, Justin clarifying they meant Fuquoc was a great place for families, not a poker club in Georgia. Yeah, I agree. Should be a very, very fun one. I think attendance is going to be amazing.
I think in particular, Justin's referring to the ladies' events attendance, and I look forward to that. We have had some great showing in Vietnam. Again, Vietnam being such a great venue for poker, actually. More and more women are into the sport and good enough to come and participate at the APT.
Looks like Justin can join us a couple hours. Another hour tonight, as the clocks did roll back for him.
Oh, daylight savings?
Yep.
Nice. Did you know that was happening in Canada, or are you too immersed in Filipino time?
I never even know until it's too late.
That's right.
Until I've missed my dentist appointment.
Jack 8 suited. The shove is so small. I wonder if Queen 8 suited feels compelled to call.
It's a lot of Elizur's stack, though. And he does have the big blind to worry about behind.
Nice pickup. Edward getting the Jack 8 through.
Is daylight savings time a worldwide thing?
No.
No.
America, Canada, and a few other places. Maybe Europe as well.
Yeah. Apparently they do it for the farmers.
That's right. Back in the day. Now,
Yeah.
not sure it makes too much sense, but status quo is too invested in it.
Yeah.
I do remember watching a political satire show called Veep, where there was a congressman, again, a fake character, running, and his primary issue was to end daylight savings time.
That's it, eh? I think
Ace
that's a
Jack.
good premise.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Suited Ace Jack +1 for Kim. These are the kind of stacks that need to navigate the most precisely. Obviously, the open is fairly standard, but it's +1. All kinds of situations could brew behind. Not in this case, though. Easy pickup.
Oh, Andre.
Justin.
Defend. He does cover and can put a lot of pressure on Kim here. Kim has to play quite defensively in this spot. SPR is about 6. You know, a flop bet means could be playing for stacks here. 8, 6, deuce.
A quick check and a very quick C bet from Kim.
This is too big with this holding.
Yeah, half pot. Andre decides not to attack. Gives a lot of credit to the early position open.
Justin letting us know Arizona doesn't have daylight savings time, even though it's in the U.S. So they're just on another whole clock.
No,
when
it's
you
a
get
good
to Arizona.
trivia. It's a good trivia question. I'm aware of that, by the way, because you can actually go to the border of Arizona if you go to Vegas.
Yeah.
That's where the Hoover Dam is.
Yep.
And so if you time it right, you can be 1 foot in one state, 1 foot in another, and actually like travel 2 hours, time travel, by
Oh,
going
yeah.
back and forth. It's a silly quirk. Arizona gets a lot of sun, so I suppose they made their own rules. It is the United States of America. They make up their own rules sometimes per state.
Yep. It's a nice drive from Vegas to Arizona.
Yeah. I've done that as well. Really cool. I did. So when you're leaving the country, without saying anything too out of line, let's just say you're a little bit less worried about the rules than you are if you're on a visa otherwise.
Yep.
So when I left the United States, I went to rent a car to do the drive you just mentioned. And like a movie, slow motion turned to the left and saw a nice little yellow convertible sitting there.
Ooh.
Upgraded to it.
Yeah.
Ripped it on the highway. Straight roads, you can absolutely floor it. And without the cheesy segue, pardon me, Seshimoto flooring it perhaps and running into pocket kings.
Oh, brutal.
Oh, that is rough. Jamming from the button and the easiest call ever. Lin shows up with kings. We've seen this before. Dave Spade getting unlucky. Now, Sayaka Seshimoto looking for the upset.
This is a lot of Lynn stack too. No, she'll be down to less than 5 big blinds if she doesn't manage to hold here. But 80% is a good shot at basically doubling up.
Pretty much. Looks like we are going to see an elimination or an upset. Off to the flop. No ace, 8, 6, deuce, 2 clubs. Minor backdoor presents, and oh, look at the outs. Just 1 ace left in the deck, and no backdoors come in. Sashimoto doesn't know it. She needs the Barry Greenstein, but it's also the 1 outer. And the king is actually top set, or rather top board for Lynn. GG. So close yet so far. Not much she could do there. Standard jam doesn't work out.
Yeah, rough one. You know, ace 3 suited is a very nice hand to be jamming the button on that stack depth, but very unfortunate to just run into pocket kings there.
Seat open announced by the dealer, which means we will be filling the seat shortly. Our feature table can't go empty, of course, for too long. Is it me, or have the eliminations slowed down already, Sam?
They have slowed down a lot. I'm starting to feel very bad about my my guess to have this at the bubble by the break. I think we did say burst the bubble, but I don't even think we're going to reach the bubble at this break.
Long ways to go, though. Just came into the fresh session here. Ace King now for Edward. Under
Only
10
one
bigs.
to do here.
Could leave himself a chip behind. People do that these days. He's separated a chip, the 500. Yeah, there it is. Holds on to the 500.
Oh, no. I
Oh,
thought
he
he said
puts it
all
in
in.
there.
Yeah. Looked like he was going to.
Nothing callable until the big. See what Kim wakes up with. Lynn needs to fold first, the queen 10 off. I suspect she will. No reason to gamble with the newly acquired chips. Huh. Are our graphics off, or is she actually contemplating a call here?
I think she is.
Nah.
There we go.
Graphics are fine, as they usually are. Lynn was just soaking up some tank time, and Edward set the 10k in the middle.
She is one of those stacks that does want to take their time and wait for the other tables to have bust outs.
Ah, yeah, you think that's a factor already, huh?
Yeah. Oh, no, she's on 34 bigs. Maybe hasn't counted her stack up for the double up, but still, she is that sort of middling stack that generally doesn't get to acquire more chips during a bubble. They usually have to play very passively, very straightforward, and have to overfold quite a bit.
Definitely. It's part of the reason it's worth gambling a little bit in the earlier stages, so that not only can you be a lot more comfortable in the later stages, but actually take advantage of the bubble situation. And 4 off. Really letting us make sure we know what his hand is. That's the RFID. Read the cards before letting it go. Ace 9 now for Andre. He's been patient. Bigger stack on the table. In case you couldn't tell from his name, Andrei Vavilonsky. He is from Russia. King Queen off. Very nice hand to look down on in the big. He will be coming along.
Yeah, I think raising here into somebody that twice overcovers you. A little bit optimistic near the bubble. Although, Andre should be opening quite wide, considering he is the big stack. It's one of those, there's pluses and cons to this spot due to the ICM implications.
Yeah, so much simpler to just call, take a flop. Certainly, he has a similar stack to the one you just mentioned, 30 to 40 bigs.
Yeah.
A bit handcuffed.
I think using a hand that's like a lot weaker, something that you're okay just folding, like king 3 off to 3-bet, rather than going for some very thin value with a hand like king queen.
Yeah, he's
versus chip
actually
leader.
gone big, Sam, so it's not even value. It's kind of a bluff with the blockers. He has king queen off, so he actually would be fine folding, facing any resistance.
Yep.
Gotta love the aggression. After all, we're always advising for aggression. Look at this, it's going to work against the chip leader. Very nicely done. Cutoff versus big blind. The man knows how wide Andre is going to be.
Mutual respect.
Just like that, the man from China, Chun Lai, 42 bigs now in his stack. He has about 160k on his handed mob, and as we know in China, not every tournament win, live or otherwise, get recorded, so combined with the hand I just witnessed, I have a feeling the man knows what he's doing.
For sure, I'm a nice Chinese, but usually Chinese are very nice.
Like you, or even better?
I think friendly thing. I think I'm in the middle.
Queen 10 now being opened. Has not lost the pep in his step with the previous holding, and Chun Lai once again has a hand, this time from the small blind. How does he want to proceed?
Wow. Let's it go. I'm very surprised by that. Usually you'd see a call there. Right, Ramdrick coming along now with ace 6. King 5-3 rainbow. Neither player connecting here.
Usually open season for the pre-flop aggressor. Take in mind, these are the big stacks fighting. Takes it down. There we go, Sam. We are now officially down to 200. 40 spots away.
Yeah, from the bubble. We will be introducing time banks at 168 or maybe 167 players, depending on if we were 8 or 9-handed at the time. Be one table off the final, off the bubble. I think players will get 2 time banks, each worth 30 seconds, and the shot clock will be 30 seconds as well.
Jack 10 suited in the hijack is pretty. Best kind of suited connectors. Can make all sorts of straights. Opens it up. Hold it to the blinds. Surely with the 9-4 suited on the button. Or is it? Chun could make another move. Not this time. Nothing for the small. Oh, Edward is on the big with the short stack. 2 blinds committed, leaving 10 in his stack. Certainly seems like a spot for him to at least call with the king 9 off, but could consider the jam. Decides not to, respecting the hijack open. Ace 10-10, easy life for Lynn. Trips on the flop. The tiny stack checks to her and she quickly checks behind. Edward does not catch. Checks again. Does have just king high. Delayed c-bet is incoming and she goes
Overbet.
big.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Edward down to just 9 bigs after losing that pot. He's been hanging around for a while.
Looks comfortable though. Just relaxed.
Yeah.
All he can do is play his best 10 big blind strategy.
He's one of Hong Kong's best. 1.2 million on his hand and mob. Very experienced.
Yeah, a lot of tournament poker is played at that 10 to 25 big blind level. It's nice seeing that you actually do get quite a bit of post-flop play nowadays, even at something like 12 or 13 bigs.
Oh, these days you see 3 streets of value.
Yeah. Yes.
The old 1.2 on the flop, 2.1 on the turn, 50% pot on the river. You still have some blinds left behind.
And you still have fold equity when you put 4 big blinds in as a jam on the river.
Edward has plenty of baby lions looking for that mega lion. Needs to make a comeback in the form of a double up at the moment. 7-4 suited now. Shouldn't, even though he's played a few hands, has the vibe of somebody who could be super active on the table, always considering his options. Ace on the button, all the chips for Ramdrick. Standard open, actually more than standard, 2.5x. Oh no, he announced 9,000, put in 10,000. Kings! Button versus big blind king, second time around that's happening, and this time it's a short stack with the kings.
Oh, I don't like this near the bubble. Does go for the trap kings.
Given the stack size, deciding that a 3-bet would look super strong, does not want to fold out the kind of hand Ramdrick has, is going to take the variance of seeing the flop. No ace means he should feel very, very good about it. Queen, 3, deuce. If you flat call pre-flop, you do check. That's right, checks and flow. Well done so far, and now Ramdrick is going to feel compelled to continuation bet. And now I do wonder what Elizur's plan is. Great flop to just check call again. The only variance you're worried about is the ace.
You like a call?
I do like it like a souvenir, you know.
It's a gift.
He's come this far with the trap. Does he want to continue?
Yeah, I think it makes sense just to call here. Keep Ramdrick's range quite wide, and you know Ramdrick's going to be quite aggressive here. Well, raising isn't that crazy either. Then it kind of begs the question, why trap pre-flop and let your opponent, you know, see all this equity for free just to get another 7,000 in the pot, which is only less than 2 big blinds.
Yeah, this is targeting queens and queens only, so I suppose Elizur deciding that it gives him a little bit of chance to double up, but he happily end the hand right here, which is exactly what happens. He's managed to gain the extra 7k on the flop. That does take him to a much more comfortable 25 bigs over 100k.
See? It's actually in time. They need to pay, he needs to pay the big bluff.
New player joining us. Taking over from Hashimoto.
Ace 8 suited for Lynn. She's been having quite the feature table so far. Opens things up to 8,000. Oh, Ramdrick here with the Ace King.
He's one of the big stacks. A 3-bet from him. It looked like he's bullying Lin in particular. Line's at 2k, 4k. Flying Lin has about 36 bigs. Pocket sixes have to fold. Would be in decent shape, but can't know it.
Not going to get pushed around here. She does make the call.
The spade was exciting, but Jack 5-3, very dry board. Ace King well ahead.
Yeah, Ramtrick, small bet here. With the Ace King, makes sense. Still get called by some ace highs here. Get a little bit of value. Looks like Lynn's thinking about it. I think Ace 8's a little bit too weak. Maybe a hand like Ace 4 or Ace Deuce of Spades. Ace 6 also can have some backdoor gut shots as well.
Some banter seems to have begun on the table. That's great. Just a reminder, this table likely has been playing with each other since the start of the day.
Yeah, it's nice. You've got the sort of camaraderie against the people who you were trying to take chips from.
Isn't that poker in a nutshell?
Well, I think it's the same as almost any competition. You know, you're playing against
That's right.
other people in tennis, perhaps. You know, a round robin sort of competition. It's still nice to congratulate someone, even though you knocked them out.
No, that's a fair point. In fact, you and I love the chess world.
Yeah.
Hikaru is often asked about Magnus, and they're like, what's your relationship? Are you friends? Are you enemies? He's like, well, we're rivals, for one thing. So that automatically means we're frenemies. I think that's just a part of the ordeal.
Yeah, that's a very good quote. Interesting. Are you going to be watching the World Chess Championship? That's November 25th, I think.
Of course.
Yeah, it's going to be a good one.
Gukesh from India might become the world champion.
The youngest ever. And I think he's also getting close to the youngest ever to reach 2,800 ELO. So, could do both in just one 13-game match.
Really?
Yep.
And that would beat the other phenom, Alireza Firouzja from France, I believe.
Yes. Yep. King 9-6. Kazuhiro wants to play defensively here. Middle pair. Weak kicker. Doesn't deuce a bet out of Andre.
I keep going back to this, Sam, but I really do think the poker world could learn a lot from chess players. If you think about someone like Gukesh, just training, I mean, I don't recommend poker to children, but, you know, chess, you start training as a child, but the amount of discipline it takes to be at the top certainly is very inspirational. They treat it like a sport, poker. It's a bit interesting, right? You just mentioned you're trying to take chips and cash games money from players who you're competing with, but treating it like a sport, like an athlete, goes a long way.
Yeah, of course. You see a lot of like the very top pros. They're all in great shape.
Always. Always.
They exercise, they eat well, they get their rest, work hard. You know, they study almost every day.
Jack of spades, by the way, semi-bluffs, and yes, the fold. That's what big stacks will get you, especially in position and especially at this stage of the tournament. Just look at that field go about 35 spots away from the money. The 9.
Interesting turn. I think Kazuhiro could have thought about like a 10% donk on the turn. We'll be checking quite a few ace highs and quite a few flush draws as well. El Julianas asking who is the greatest poker player at this moment. That's a very tough question. Just one. He says Martin Cabral. Martin struggles with getting into good games, though. Let's just say that. It's very tough for him to get into those big cash games, as he's not the friendliest person around at the table.
Wait. I'm still absorbing this. You think Martin Cabral is the greatest poker player at this moment?
Yeah, I think Adrian Mateos is going to get up there. He just broke the record for 50 million on his Hendon Mob and is the shortest to do so from his first tournament entry. And he is set to break that 9-figure mark on Hendon Mob. He's done it in 6,700 days, so I think, what is that, like 11-ish, 12-ish years?
No, probably closer to 15 or 17.
15 or 17? Okay. Yeah, but he could be the first to reach it. I think Bryn Kenny's at 78 or so, which is just an insane amount of money. Who do you think's the greatest poker player currently?
I will say, I mean, not that I don't love Martin Cabral, and what he does for the game really actually is, it's sort of like the heel position in WWE, and he does it to perfection. And you do need those ultimately nice guys, but play the villain sort of figures.
Yep.
Used to be a couple of those back in the old days of TV poker as well. So Martin Cabral, the closest we have, and what helps is that he's very, very good, and he recently did ship some massive events. Adrian is certainly up there. Absolute fan favorite. I would say I'm still very biased, and I don't know why Phil Ivey would still not be the greatest poker player at the moment.
Yeah, could be. There is also quite a bit of distinction to be had. There's MTTs versus cash. There's heads up. There's short stack. There's deep stack cash. There's so many different things, and to be good at all of them is very tough.
And definitely Ivy would be number one if you had to just say generally poker, including mixed games, including every form of the game.
Yeah. No, I will say Linus Loliger, or what's his online handle? Linus Love.
Yeah. That's
yeah.
Right.
He's been doing very well in tournaments. Somehow just managing to like put in those hours to study and knowing his spots.
Justin Fairbanks says that if I was based, and I'm assuming this is targeted at me, if I was based, I would say Santosh is the greatest. Santosh Savarna from India, who has absolutely crushed MTTs over the past 2 years, will soon be in the conversation for the GOAT. He's almost there. Phil Ivey, by the way, ended up getting revealed during the whole Full Tilt Black Friday PokerStars fiasco when some numbers came out as one of the biggest online winners on the platform.
Wow.
So for all those who were saying, well, old school live players, GTO wasn't really an expression then, but you know, computer players are better to quote the early 2000s.
Yeah.
Phil Ivey, one of the biggest winners of all time on online poker. Over 20 million, I think it was at the time.
Just crazy.
Now, Juliana says Santosh, probably the greatest recreational player. There's just no way to call Santosh a recreational player. You're shipping Tritons, WSOP, your bracelets, 50k World Series bracelets. Is rec the right phrase to use?
Yeah, maybe not. Definitely seen him improve quite a bit. I mean, Mikita Bodviazkowski. I always struggle with that one. Is definitely a very, very strong player in all formats. We also do see some players like Jason Kuhn, Steven Chidwick, but they're just MTT specialists.
Yeah.
Although they do jump into some very big cash games.
Jason Kuhn definitely does. And he's certainly in the conversation for the current crop for sure, from what I hear at least.
You got to say, I think Michael Adamo too. I think, in my opinion, probably the #1 MTT player.
Yeah.
Just so aggressive, but knows when to shut it down. And makes some ridiculously crazy light hero calls as well.
#1 most entertaining for sure.
Yes.
Michael Adamo.
Where is he on the all-time money list? There he is, 41st. 22.5 million. Crazy. Well, Brink Kenny's at 67, not 78. Yeah, I think Adrian Mateos could be the first to break 100 million. If I had to bet, I would go with Adrian. Ooh, Andre going for the re-raise here with Ace-Jack suited versus Ramdrix +1 open. Two very large stacks here colliding.
That's a call. Because he's up against the large stack, he actually has the right price to set mine. Deuce, deuce, 7. About as good as a non-set flop that the fives can hope for. And now the 2 clubs for Andre as well. This could get mighty interesting. Almost a must-bet continuation spot for Andre, and he takes it 1/4 pot, I believe, or 1/3 rather, with the 20k bet. And this should be a continue for the fives. That dangerous situation that everybody worries about is brewing. Big stack versus big stack. These two almost even in chips. Oh, there's the club.
It does improve Ramtrick to a flush draw as well.
That's right. It's that easy, huh, Andre? Binks it on the turn itself. Now can start building this spot once again. And go geometric, as they love to say these days. 75k would do it. Would set up rather a 1 SPR river jam.
Oh, wow.
checks it back to set the trap, and Ramjic improves to a full house on the river. Wow, this could be a massive pot. I can't see Andre just flatting here. He only loses to 9s, 7s, and 5s. Can get value from a hand like King 10 suited if he does decide to raise. I hope Ramjic goes for a smallish bet here.
What in the world just happened? Surprised by the check back, but can understand the trap, considering he wouldn't expect his opponent. And now Rambrick traps as well. He's put it together. Let me just zoom out and think about why he's doing it. On 7 deuce deuce, once Rambrick calls, he should have a real hand, so Andre would not be able to show down hands such as ace high. All of that rendered irrelevant. Andre is going to be betting for value with the nut flush, and he's going to want to go big. And look at how big he's cutting out his stack. Those are 100k in chips being grabbed. Yeah, goes for 90. And now the easiest jam ever for Ramdrick. Oh, the Hollywood begins, but question is what happens when the action goes back on Andre? Or wait. Ramdrick is showcasing some serious tells, which makes me feel like he thinks he's up against 7s and 9s. Just a call.
Wow. That is crazy.
That is some bubble action. Rambrick not wanting to not wanting to risk his tournament life with 5s full of deuces on that board.
You only lose to 9s at like low frequency. Right? It's a 3-bet pre-flop, so 7s aren't going to be in there. 9s maybe won't even be in there. You've got essentially the nuts. That was... Oh, wow.
Wow, he's going to be sick realizing how much value he could have got. They'd get to see the showdown. And Andre probably feeling like he has a second lease on life. I'm blown away by that flat call. That is just so tight.
I mean, didn't even give it any thought. He called before the camera cut back.
That's right. He started hemming and hawing, and I thought it was Hollywooding.
That's what I thought too, but he actually just thought it was a gross spot.
I'm still shook. That's insane. If you think you're up against 9s, I mean, you can even raise small, and I don't even know what to say. Sometimes, if you're up against 9s, it might just be your time to go, but
yeah,
to give up value. And how do you balance? I mean, are you ever jamming there? You're never bluffing there, I guess, but you know, don't you want to put your opponent's aces, flushes in a tough spot?
Yeah, if you're jamming, it's got to be something like 7-8 suited. Maybe some of your weaker 9s. I don't really think you've got 9-7 suited.
Just goes to show what making the money in the main event can mean. Meanwhile, Edward is going to put his ability to do that at risk, jamming the ace-6 under the gun +1. It is very, very loose, but that big blind burden coming makes him loosen up, hoping to not get any customers with a hand like this. Successful gambit thus far as we head to the blinds. King Jack is the kind of hand that could be tempted, but it's for a chunk of his stack. He would be behind. I suspect it gets folded.
Yeah, if this was a button, perhaps you can think of a call, but versus +1. Yeah, just let it go.
3, 3, 5, right? Double check.
All right, Lai. She'll get to it. Don't you worry.
He wants to know if he's priced in, and the short answer is he's not, so should get folded as well. And Edward should have picked up more chips. Edward might not even mind the call, mind you, being ahead.
I mean, he's technically behind due to folded cards.
That's right.
I think you're always just happy to take it down pre, because look at it, you pick up 10k, which is 33% of your stack without contest.
Yeah, he doesn't know that he's behind in terms of equity. I'm just saying that because, you know, when you super short stack, and Edward is the kind of player with over $1 million in his lifetime earnings, who's not looking for the min cash, you probably take the opportunity to be all in when ahead.
Yeah.
As it stands, 11 bigs for Edward. Still contemplating that pocket 5's fold. So it went check, check on the river. He checks to trap, or so we thought. And then he faces a big polarized bet.
I mean, it's not a good trap if you can't even induce a bet out of pocket fives.
Yeah, like I said, so we thought. I mean,
yeah.
I think Andre's still smiling about that one. I don't know if you saw him in the previous shot, but
oh, I would be too.
I mean, how do you get away with that? Not even put to the test. Ace 10 off for Andre now. 50 bigs is his dented stack. Pocket sixes for Lai. Should come along. Schlosser in chat asking if the field should be bigger or smaller next week in Fukuoka. Tough to say, actually. There is...
Let's take a look at our guarantee, how it compares to Manila.
It's 1.5 million, give or take.
For... Oh, in USD?
Yeah.
Okay, remember it's 1 billion Vietnamese. So a little bit smaller of a guarantee.
1 billion Vietnamese?
Yeah.
Huh. I was just in Vietnam, but when you get into the billions...
5 billion for the National Cup. And then for the main, 25 billion guarantee.
Yeah. So okay, that's $1 million. My apologies.
Oh, it is?
Yeah. So I suspect it'll be smaller, to answer your question, but we're always happy to be pleasantly surprised.
Oh yeah, 1 million USD, almost exactly.
Buy-in level remains the smaller 1,500 buy-in. In USD, that is. Do you know the date for APT Taiwan in April? Peter asks in chat. I heard it mentioned. Actually, Peter, I heard it mentioned as well. The only reason we can talk about it is because, or rather, the only reason we know about it is because Neil mentioned it when we were in the booth together. These things will likely get announced after Fukuoka. I do not know the dates. I try to cover both early and late April in terms of having availability on your schedule. Not sure which way it'll go. 10 of clubs and no clubs for anyone, so Andre gets a check mark, but the players with no showdown value might be tempted to take a stab. Multi-way though, it's tough. Yeah, just gets checked. And the check will take it down. Schlosser also asking about the prize pool. 308,000 USD up top, Schlosser. The prize pool was the guaranteed amount, 1.7 million USD. In case you're asking about the field size to determine whether you should come join us in Fukuoka, don't you worry about that. Last time around the APT was in Fukuoka was in early 2023. The field surprised us there as well. The guarantee has doubled since then, mind you. Every APT stop exceeding our expectations in terms of love and support. So, going back to Fukuoka should be interesting. Tons of Vietnamese locals should be around. Don't forget about all the other events. Over 70 of them in Fukuoka.
Field's coming down now, 187.
Getting close, Sam. So what's our deadline again here? Remind me.
The end of this break.
Which would be? Oh, I see. I can see the tournament clock. 1 hour, 4 minutes.
Yep.
Definitely
I
close.
don't think we're going to hit it.
I'm always happy when we set a decent line. Seems like we're going to have a sweat here. Pocket sevens for Andre. Even after taking the big dent and avoiding disaster with the ace-jack of clubs and the nut flush, managed to be one of the more active players on the table. Three minutes to the next level, and the jump is tiny. 2,500, 5,000. Just a 25% jump. 20% hit to the stacks. Sort of the medium jump we have. 8.9 bigs. I mean, how well has Edward navigated his short stack? His starting stack, as we've been saying, still hovering around 40,000 mark.
Yeah, we do see the blinds increasing now. 2.5k, 5k, just a few hands, 2 minutes, 33 seconds to go.
Randrick on our table has the next stack well covered. 443k in his stack. 227k in the next stack. It's a dream spot, getting close to the bubble. How does he want to make the most of it? Andre once again involved, not worried about opening from any position. It seems like queen jack off from +1. Certainly getting on the wider side, but it's worked once again in terms of being folded to the blinds. And 9 off for Edward. Meaningless. From the small, the raise is 2.3.
I think he was doing the baccarat peel there.
Okay. Natural 9 he's looking for, or natural 8, I wonder?
I think you see the 10, and then you want 4-side again. It is 4-side.
Ah,
and you're
okay.
hoping for the pair.
That's right, that's right.
Yep. Almost 50-50.
Do you know the rules of baccarat?
Yep. Yeah, I used to deal high-stakes baccarat. It was one of my first jobs.
Oh, wow.
They put me up there because I can't speak Mandarin or Cantonese, and the regulars, so that the regulars could swear at me.
No
and
way.
I would understand.
You ever see any crazy bets, or?
Yes. Yes. Our cap was $250,000 Canadian, so about 200k US. And the first time I met his name, I'm not going to say his name, but he's a regular at the casino, and he was the reason for about nearly 50% of our tip pool.
Wow.
Was just off one guy, and he would play the $250,000 bets very frequently. First time I ever met him, he comes down, throws a 10k chip on the table. I go, color change. He goes, no, 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 for you. Pit, what do I do?
Wow.
Yeah.
Hey, shout out to him.
Yeah.
Very generous. Love it.
Yeah, really cool guy. Lynn here with the ace-king suited. Raises thing up to 9,000. I will say one more thing to round out that story about the high roller. Plays those massive bets. One day he lost his passport, and it's right before his usual winter vacation for 3 months. The casino celebrated. We all had a very good Christmas that year.
Oh, God. Bittersweet, but yeah, that's a cool story.
Jack 7-4. Kazuhiro catches a 7 on the flop. Lin. No back doors besides queen and 10 running. Oh, there it is. There's the queen of clubs.
does improve to a gut shot to the nuts.
Playing passively, but near the bubble. I get it.
The next break.
All right, nice pickup there for Kazuhiro. 7-5, cracking the ace-king.
Four spots from the money, 3 tables worth of players. Bubble coverage should begin, I believe, 5 spots away, hand for hand.
Let's see.
And maybe you could explain to anybody new to our coverage what hand for hand is, Sam, and how it's going to work out.
Yeah, fantastic. So we've got 183 players, which is good for around 20 tables. Hand for hand just means that every single table will play out one hand. Once that hand concludes, they'll move on to the next hand. Just so that if one table is tanking extremely long, they're not getting an unfair advantage over maybe a table full of very fast players.
So tanking is going to be pointless. You're not going to play the next hand until every table is done playing that one. Justin in chat says 22 players qualified online. Indeed, Justin. Those are included in our field, so effectively you can subtract 22 from the numbers. So you have 3 less tables. Ace-9 offer. Andre has been super involved. Should be here as well. Under the gun open, so nothing to do but call with a hand as strong as Ace-9 as we head to the flop. Could be make or break for Lynn, considering her stack size at the moment. 16 bigs left. Queen 9-5. Andre takes the lead. Gut shot to the nuts for Lynn, though. She has been checking, as we saw with the ace-king, in position when she doesn't make a hand, so... Does she want to continue doing that with the gut shot? Yeah, wants to realize her equity. Kings, jacks, and tens. Give her the best hand, but the deuce is obviously a brick. And now Andre has to know he's likely ahead. Tens and jacks probably the only hand that would have him beat and check the flop. One-third pot is the bet. Lynn could feel she wants to draw to her outs, also is beating Jack 10, 10-8 at the moment. King high could be good so frequently against the big blind. 2 spades on the board as well. She unblocks spades. All of it should lead up to a call, but we're closing in on the bubble. Chip preservation could be the name of the game as well. Wait, did she not know action was on her, or?
I'm not sure. It looked like she motioned to call.
Yeah, I'm confused. I was trying to listen into the table chatter. I think she didn't realize that she's been bet into, perhaps? We'll just ignore that for the moment. Let's assume. Either way, she saw the bet. So she's coming along with the gut shot. Kings and tens live as well. The 4, also a brick. Also a safe card against the under the gun opening range. So Andre, believe it or not, can comfortably value bet his middle pair. Again, only jacks and tens. could check behind and have him beat as played. Queens much less frequently so. So goes for value, just under half pot. Takes it down. Andre has been so busy working his stack ever since losing that big pot. Randrick the opposite, despite having the big stack. To the extent we stick with this feature table as we head into the bubble, would love to see Randrick make the most of his monster stack. Just look at all those blues. Well, quick open from Queen Jack off.
All right, getting in the mix.
Just 24 bigs. Good surprise. The kind of hand you want to fold. Would be a disciplined laydown, but particularly as we inch up on the money. Working out so far, though. Well, working out indeed. Queen Jack off on the button, folds. Another queen has hit the muck, and king rack for Lin.
Looks like this long range steal is going to work.
Yeah, I always love that expression. You just get so much more credit under the gun sometimes, but with the big blind ante, I don't know. These days people are pretty loose under the gun. Long range steal. Does work out. I do love watching cards up coverage like the ones we do, as well as online as well, where you can see a lot of hands and you realize, you know, it is tough for people to have something.
Yes, yes it is.
That being said, when you have something medium, they will always have something.
Always.
Them's the rules.
Not bad to add a lot of 1 second.
Just one Indian left, Rishi Mehra. We remember him, says Justin Fairbanks. We do remember him. I actually had a chat with him, bumped into him at the registration counter. He'd tell me how he celebrated. Just went out to dinner, he said, for coming second in the APT Taipei 2-day high roller. Has flown down to Manila to play some of the marquee events. I believe Sam was playing with him as well, cashed in the No Limit tournament yesterday. He's Indian, by the way, of Singapore, so very convenient for him to get to Manila. And he also, unlike me, joined after Diwali, one of the big reasons a lot of Indians couldn't make it to this festival. Should see them in Phuket though. Ramrick opens and Edward has jammed, and I think Ramrick feels committed with the suited connectors. So Edward at risk. Once again, I mentioned he should be okay to find himself the favorite. Always stressful though, 22 spots away from the money. Here we go. 9-8 versus the ace 10, just one heart and otherwise pretty clean. So 5 outs, just the overcards for Edward. 6 does add the 7s. The threes would chop it. Five of spades means the double up, the long-awaited double up for Edward Yam, turning one starting stack into two. Very well done by him to be this patient. 16 bigs in his stack now. Just look at that. Lin now the shortest stack. "47 minutes to the next break, 20 spots away from the money." No short stack on our table. That's truly in the danger zone, but Lin has plenty to worry about at 12 bigs. She could take a leaf out of Edward's book, by the way, and be a bit patient. Really pick her spots. These aren't the hands to get busy with. Thus far. Ace 10 though. Just found a double.
Worst. Yeah. Poker.
That's a proper hand. 10-9. Both clubs. 136k in his stack. 25 bigs or so. Needs to navigate from the small. Both options on the table. Could limp, could raise. Don't forget the big blind is the big stack. Just goes with the limp. That way he gets to see a flop no matter what. Joshua says the guy is tanking every hand. I disagree. Manages to find the double. Talking about Edward Yam. I don't think he was the kind of player trying to eke his way into the money. Over 1 million in live earnings, one of Hong Kong's best players. This case, Rambrick trying to abuse the shorter stack, but this is why Lai simply limped. Wanted to see a flop with 10-9 of clubs, but it's not a favorable one. Rambrick taking our friend Stephen Lai's advice to heart. With great chips comes great responsibility. He has started to finally put it to work in a small versus big situation. Very favorable flop for him to see bet. Ace, Queen 3, Rainbow. Certainly should have all the aces, having raised from the big. By giving his opponent the please don't bet stare. I don't think it's going to work. Rambrick has a gut shot for extra support as well.
There we go. Rambrick taking it down.
Less than 20 spots away from the money. Rambrick can really loosen up here. He has a couple of players he's likely not too comfortable pushing around, but the shorter stacks and the middling stacks will have no choice but to fold. Looking at one such example, Alistair. Ace 5 off under the gun. Not what you want to see with 18 bigs, but 18 is plenty for the moment. There's one of those stacks that has decided that if Rambrick does not want to be the chip bully, then he's going to be. Andre opens ace deuce off from +2. This is so loose, but is leveraging the ICM considerations.
Such an unfair game. Just because you have more chips, you get to win more.
It's a metaphor, Sam. Didn't you know?
It is. It is.
Yeah, look at that. Targeting the fact that the chip leader was in the small. Even though Andre's strategy is a bit face up, looks like it's just working out.
I mean, the whole bully the table because of ICM is a very face up strategy, but there's no counter. You can't do anything about it. It just sucks. You just have to let yourself get bluffed over and over. You have to play tight. You have to preserve your chips.
Edward agrees. Let's it go.
Look at that, Andre up to 281k, nearly back to what he had before losing a massive cooler with the ace-jack of clubs. I think he had maybe 350k at his peak, something like that. So done very well to come back. He was down to 200k after losing that hand.
And he's done it the hard way. Small pots, small pickups. We just saw there the table dynamic. Chip leader in the small blind, short stack in the big blind. I mean, he had an ace, but he could very well have raised any two. Some support for Andre, by the way, in the chat. You can see the Russian.
Yep.
Very cool.
Ready, super stack. Blind is starting at small blind. 2000, big blind, big blind, D4000. Small blind 2000, big blind, D4000.
So, Peter, are you planning? Oh, let's get back to this hand real quick. Ace, Jack of Hearts.
I'm so curious, though.
I was going to say, are you planning to play any more events this series?
Well, I'd love to. I guess if we wrap up super early today, there's a chance I can get into the mix, but I think you were right about the hand being interesting, Sam. Look at this. Ace, King, Queen, and Jack of Hearts out there. And time to see how much Edward is willing to put his tournament life on the line. 17 spots away from the money.
Managed to chip up quite a bit, up to 70,000 in chips in his stack.
Yeah, found the double up against Rambrick, and this time around, Rambrick has the goods. This is going to get called. The big blind has much of nothing. Rambrick called off the 9-8 suited last time. This time, bigger shove, but a much, much bigger hand. Ace, Jack, a suited.
Yeah, it's not much to call. 12 big blinds of the hand this strong. Button versus small blind.
You can afford it.
Does call it off. Edward's going to get the bad news.
Hearts covered as well. Still a soft flip, I meant to say, of sorts. 39% to 61%. Two hearts are meaningless. Needs a king and a queen, but needs to dodge the hearts now.
Or for a chop.
That's right. Adds a couple of outs. That's it. We do lose one of Hong Kong's best. Edward Yam leaves us 15 spots shy of the money. He seems quite disappointed. There's going to be 14 more such disappointments. It is the life these players have chosen. Still doesn't make it easier, though. We will have somebody join us on our feature table.
Yeah, he's not too close to the money. It's 14 big blind stack. Yeah, I think you're very happy to just jam. If it came from early position, a call could be the approach. I mean, on that flop, I think you're just you're just dead anyways.
Oh, that's true. The flop would not have helped the matter, but yeah, he was jamming effectively against the chip leader thus far, so made sense. Very, very standard spot to jam. Pocket eight.
There we go. Proper holding.
He's been so active. He's opening on the gun. We're one player short on the table, so should help reduce the chances of somebody waking up with a big hand, but at some point people will catch on to what he's doing. The only question is, as you mentioned, Sam, can you do anything about it? Near the bubble, maybe not.
Rambrick's gonna get out of there. Jack 6 suited won't make the cut either. As a hero though, ace 9 offsuit. Take a flop of 5, 4, 3 rainbow boards. Generally better for the big blind. Could be a board that Kazuhiro leads on, but ace 9 doesn't make too much sense to do it with. But pocket eights, a lot of protection to be had from a bet here, a lot of value to be had. Let's go for the bet here. 12,000 and a quick call.
Opposite turn. Oh no, the deuce of hearts. Shirazawa improves to a straight. No sense in leading here though. Flush shot does come in. Andre can't be too happy with that card. Checks it back. Kazuhiro with the lock on the hand. Just decides to check it. And we'll take this one down. That has really evened out the stacks now. 258,000 for each of these players sitting side by side. Ramtrick still over 100 big blinds, 504,000 in his stack. Quite a few middling stacks here that are really going to feel the pressure as we get closer and closer to the bubble.
Let's make it longer. Thank you. Welcome, new dinner. Oh, they also have different color of their prayer. I saw the stand. Welcome, Bino. Which city are you from? Oh, I have been to the Long Island and Long Island. The famous sightseeing place. I don't know. I think it should be the number one of the sightseeing. Long Island. Not that Long Island.
Laijan, Jack 9, has one of those stacks that does want to take his time before we get to hand for hand. Ramjuk, very nice looking ace-king suited for the chip leader. Eliezer Castillo, ace-7 offsuit, could try and attack the chip leader here. Decides to let it go. Andre, Jack deuce of diamonds. $974 is the board. Ramjuk decides to go for the check here. The Jack of Hearts on the turn gives Andre top pair here. Right, we'll go for the bet here. Half pot into the chip leader. Ramjuk going for the raise here. I always find this to be a very odd line. The check back flop and now raise turn. Putting pressure on Andre. Andre does have top pair. The line doesn't make a whole lot of sense. It feels like a flush draw. Or maybe something like Jack 7 suited. Something like that, perhaps Jack 4 suited. Not many hands want to play a check flop raise turn line.
Also, guys, just to give you a heads up here in the lane, on the next break, we are going to color up all the 500s, and we are going to introduce a new
Andre weighing his options.
25,000 chip.
Call makes sense. Free bet is a little bit wide, but if you putting Ramdrick on a flush draw, which seems to be pretty obvious. No way! No way! Wow, shocked. A very strange line. Seems to have got Andre thinking. And manages to make top pair fold. Alright, well Ramdrick using his big stack to his advantage. Lai getting very, very aggressive ace deuce here in +1. I think this is way too wide for a middling stack. You need to be playing very straightforward with that kind of stack. Ramdrick just going for the call here, respecting the +1 open. Alright, these two are going to take a flop now. King, queen, 5. Really good board for Lai. Be able to fold out Ramdrick 7s. I'm quite confused with this line. Lai going for the check. Ramdrick checking it back. We see the king of spades on the turn. Lai going for the delayed c-bet here, half pot. $15K. That makes sense. He's wanting to value bet his sort of hands like queen jack here. So we can go this size, maybe a hand like jacks or tens. Small sizing does make sense. We head to the river. It is the deuce of hearts. Ramdrick, if he can hang on, will win this hand. It's going to be tough for Lai to win this. I think a flop c-bet would have just done it right then and there. Ramdrick getting a little sticky on the turn, and looks like he's going to win this hand. Couple of weird hands we've seen here. Ramdrick, is he thinking about betting here? Try to get him off a queen or pocket jacks, pocket tens, something like that? No, just checks it back. He will take it down. A very odd line from Lai to not c-bet the flop after opening so wide pre-flop. Ramdrick adding even more chips to his stack, up to 580,000. Has been the beneficiary of two unconventional hands.
I seem to have come back to the booth at an opportune moment, Sam. You mentioning how we've been seeing some weird hands. I haven't gotten the pocket fives out of my heads from Ramdrick. Tell me about this one.
So this one, lie open ace deuce off in +1. Gets called by the chip leader, and then on a king queen rag board decides not to c-bet.
What if your opponent has a king? You ever thought about that?
I mean, I think most of the kings are going to be re-raising you pre-flop. And if you're opening ace deuce off and not c-betting, it's it's almost a mandatory c-bet board.
I think his stack size might have something to do with it.
Yeah, but if he was considering stack size, I don't think he would have opened
He
in the
shouldn't
first
have.
place.
I feel like he's been dying to open light, and he always thinks about it, but lets it go. He let his inner thoughts win that time.
Yeah, perhaps.
A demand for payout in chats, and now an admonishment for us. Go to apt.poker, look it up. All information on the website, including the live reports for who all's out there in the field. Since the players likely have hit the break in real time, not too much difference between the players remaining in real time versus 30-minute delay we're looking at. But I have managed to spoil myself. Sam, looks like I get to choose one drink that you drink tonight. Because in real time, 30 minutes away from the break right now, we have not hit the bubble. We're one table away.
Oh, wow. You know, with how long the bubble takes, do you think we'll even be able to hit it by the end of next break?
The real question is, what do you feel about Sambuca?
Oh, God. I mean, I love it. It's fantastic. Best drink ever. That was, I think, the first drink I ever had was Sambuca.
No.
Yeah, horrible.
That's not the way to start.
No, I thought, why does anyone drink alcohol?
I think most alcohol does make you feel that way. Oh my goodness, pocket queens opens +1 and pocket 9 takes the spots and ace king in the small blind. Now this is a spot and a half, so close to the money. I'll tell you what, it's the kind of hand many players will fold if they were not on stream, but the real question is, what does Kim do with 20 big blinds and change? Meanwhile, pocket queens lies waiting in the wings, opening +1, having everybody covered.
I think that this is an incredibly tough fold. So the main question you have to ask yourself is Castillo jamming ace-queen? The answer is yes, then I think you got to go with it.
He's jammed pocket 9s, so I suspect the answer is yes. And now, just the call from Kim. Not sure it matters too much because Ashby should find the jam. Here we go. Kim's going to be a bit sick with the situation. Will be okay realizing it's a flip, but it's one he has to win to survive. Otherwise, we might have a double elimination. 9 needed for Eliezer, and of course the ace or the king for Kim.
Yeah, Kim can't love that.
Because you see that's it from the 33.
Sam, you don't think what I'm thinking.
He's thinking about a fold?
After calling?
I mean, if he did call rather than go all in, I think that he is giving himself just a sliver of a hope to be able to fold this.
The thing is, he's not a few spots away from the money. He's 11 spots away, which you can see on the tournament clock, by the way. So I don't see how he ever folds this. Blocks, aces, and kings, likely to be flipping. Obviously, it's brutal in case he's up against the worst of it, but...
You know what? In terms of raw equity and pot odds, I think even if he had aces, I think he's still got a call. But with ICM in play and the min cash, it does change things a lot. But ace king is going to be happy to see that he is flipping after that action. I'd be happy to see them flipping with that action.
Definitely.
I mean, that's the best you can hope for, because Ashby, you're never going to dominate Ashby's reshove range there.
Off to a crucial flop. No ace, no king, no 9. Queens in the lead. 61% to scoop this and knock out 2 players from the field. Oh, there it is! Oh, please cut to Kim. There we see it. He's standing up. Has to be one of the best feelings available. Just 1 card to dodge and he gets the double up and a half. And there you have it. We do lose the pocket 9s, of course. So we're down to 169 at least, based on our feature table. GG, sir. Very well played. Not much he could do there with the pocket 9s. And Kim, with the reluctant call, is rewarded over 300k in chips for him.
Yeah, look at him. He's so happy. Oh, that is a big spot.
Oh, I love that. That is so cute.
Right, guys, once again, if you are seated on table number 33,
One 169, 10 spots away. The tension is building. I did mention that the players being on break in real time meant we did not get to hand-for-hand coverage, but it does mean right after the break, we will be coming almost directly into hand-for-hand coverage. We'll be just a few spots away, few eliminations away from beginning hand-to-hand, in which case you want to stick around for that.
Well, guys, once again, 15 minutes to the break. We are going to buy up all of 500s. During the chip race, you are going to take out dealers to witnesses. We are going to introduce a 25k chip into play.
Pocket 7's opening up. Ace Jack has to make the fold.
ICM, baby. Tight fold, but a discipline, and possibly the correct one given the situation.
You were mentioning you like seeing those online tournaments where you can see the hole cards they commentate on.
Yeah.
I do remember one of the spots where Ace Queen suited opened, got jammed on by Ace Jack, and they're in the tank.
Mm-hmm.
And it's only 20 big blinds, and he just writes, "I hate ICM."
Oh,
Folds.
yeah.
Yeah, brutal, brutal.
Don't we all?
Brutal. Unless you're the chip leader.
I don't hate ICM. I completely disregarded it. Jammed yesterday. Became the stone bubble. There you go. ICM is for poor people, as they say. As we say hi to Greg Goes All in the booth, drinking a vanilla Coke. Man, life must be good. Oh, one more elimination out there.
Is that vanilla?
No, it's the Coke Zero with caffeine free. Ah, it is vanilla. Where'd you get that?
Vanilla.
Vanilla.
Vanilla tastes better in Manila.
Vanilla flavored. Nice. Hey
Greg?
guys, Greg will be handing out free zero sugar vanilla Cokes on the floor. Feel free to say hi to him as you see him and let him know that it came from the commentary booth. He's wearing a blue suit and will be on the floor momentarily, so claim your free vanilla Coke from
And
Greg.
he's just informing us he will be giving out $5 to whoever comes up to him.
Good to see you again, Greg.
No, about that.
All right, Ramchick, queen 3 off. I think he can just go for a raise-only strategy here, given that Ashby does have one of those horrible, horrible stacks to play near the bubble. Those 20 big blind.
ICM
Poor
jail.
people.
I'll end
sucks.
it. I'll end the poor people maligning, but ICM jail I think seems appropriate. And by the way, middle pair versus bottom pair, hearts in both their hands.
Really nice hand to check raise here from Ramchick to apply pressure. But just goes with the check call.
Rambrick hasn't been the out of line bullying type. Now the heart is tricky. Goes check, check, both wanting to realize another one would be mighty dangerous, but the 9 is clean for Ashby in particular. Check mark with the middle pair on the flop. Yeah, Rambrick just decides to take a showdown, but loses to Ashby's pair of 4s. And it's the kind of pot that gives you so much comfort at this stage.
Oh, yeah.
Only 2 bigs, but you don't lose your big blind and ante. Get a pot against the chip leader, and lastly, you're now able to kind of fold your way into the money should you desire to do so at 25 bigs. Still too early to say though.
Oh, I think 25 bigs. If you just walked away from the table now, I think you'd be fine.
Justin in chat says, good reminder that when the bubble bursts, we are done for the day. That's true. Obviously, we don't need reminders. Sam and I are already making pre-gaming, perhaps tournament plans, but you're right. To all those watching, go into this break. We don't hit hand for hand yet. As soon as we come back, I suspect within a matter of minutes, we do get hand for hand, and then it's time for the bubble. And once the bubble bursts, we're in the money, done for the day. Come back tomorrow. All the players having secured 2,800 USD, including 22 online qualifiers joining us. Lynn with 10 bigs. Could not find her hand in mob. Could imply she's more of an amateur. You never know though. However, might mean the min cash would mean more to her than most. No small feat, as you can tell from the numbers alone, to make it to the money in the APT Manila main event. 159 paid out of 1081. So with a 10 big blind stack, has to be careful. I like that she's not tanking though.
Yeah.
Insta folded. At some point, certainly makes sense to tank here. We're heading towards the break, after which we'll get hand for hand. So 10 bigs actually could be plenty, to the extent you're not willing to gamble it up.
Wow, I think Lai is just not respecting the bubble enough. Ramchick again with 7s after Lai making a pretty loose open.
Oh, surely this is pressure time. Rambrick realizing what Lai has done is a bit risky on the stone bubble. Well, 10 away, but Certainly feels like it across all the tables.
There we go. 28,000 is the raise.
Attention all tournament dealers at the main event.
Perfectly timed 3-bet from Ramdrick, and I don't see how this does not work out. Lai should be folding this. Nice pickup. Pocket sevens. Gets it done. So Lai now second shortest on the table, 14 bigs again. Got a bit too frisky, lost 2 bigs for perhaps no reason. Has to respect not only ICM, but the chip leader being on his immediate left.
Once again, to all tournament dealers.
Don't do it again. Sorry. I need to remind you because in the second time, I worry my two hands, my kicker becomes it's very fast.
Lai, not much of a playable hand, and he's learned his lesson.
This point,
Slowly, no rush. Yeah. Slowly. Thank you.
Kazuhiro trying to bully the blinds. Yeah, it's not going to work. Andre seems to be an expert at wielding whatever stack he has. Nothing Kazuhiro can do. He's been caught. Only option is to somehow find the 4-bet at this stage. Not this time. Andre is showing what you can do with his stack. Has been super active, finding the 3-bet, understanding exactly what's going on. Adds to his considerable stack. Comfortable 47 bigs for him. Like I said, if Ramdrick does not want to be the chip bully, Andre is happy to take up the mantle.
And also going out to all the spectators. Once again, if you are a spectator in the main event area, news and EBS.
Money for Cashy in chat says, stirring the pot, Justin, they said you were free labor. Did we? I doubt it. Time to charge him. Well, we are welcome to it, Justin. Let us know. Oh my goodness. The short stack has flopped. Basically the nuts.
Does she limp the 4s in the small blind? That's ambitious.
Did not get raised, and now is going for value. It's not the right time. If your opponent did not bet the flop, chances are they won't call the turn, but still, it's a pickup that she will value a lot.
Once again,
$168 remaining. 9 off. We're just 5 or 6 minutes from the break, so as I had mentioned, no bubble yet, but it will be kicking off as soon as we're back. If you've been joining us, this would be the break. Do not close that tab, not close the app. It's going to get super fun as we come back. Mind you, if you're supporting anyone, you can check out the bubble coverage or indeed the live updates, but chances are you'll get a glimpse of them as our production team runs around the outer tables.
Oh, it's my favorite time watching Neil hurry around, announce the action.
I'll tell you what I'm looking forward to. In fact, I'll tell you in a moment, Sam, because we both spotted the pocket queens for the other short stack. Is this the time for the short stacks?
Yeah, I think jam is the only option here. ICM is getting very high and incentivizes a lot of all-ins just because equity realization is just so poor when you can be put into these brutal ICM spots.
Time bank being used. The field just went down by 1, so only 8 players away. He's thinking about it.
Less than 2 minutes before taking today's main event.
Sam, I know how you feel about queen folds. I just don't see him doing it, though. And he decides to raise, leaving some chips behind. It looks stronger, perhaps. Doubt it matters against the king 4, though. Glad he found the lack of fear, the lack of ICM jail. Yeah, the raise is actually 36, so Andre should find the fold here.
It's a frequency thing.
Relief for Lai, even though he had by far the best of it. I can understand the feeling. 17 bigs, very comfortable. Few minutes away from the break.
Oh, we finally can get out the spatial table. I haven't spoke that. My God.
Alright, turn players have leaders. If the leader matches top, tables go to shuffle, you must complete that hand. And a 15-minute break at the end of it.
Wow, Lai. Not just folding, but raising the king 7. What is this madness? He's against the chip leader in the big and now will face the jam. Let's go off his earnings from the queen's 3-bet jam. Sometimes you can just make the fold. ICM has to be respected. Getting 2 out of line, Rambrick waking up with a premium, unfortunately. Respect the gumption, but this was not the moment. And that's it. With that, we've hit the break.
I saw you say you steal a car.
Alright guys, we're gonna transfer to table 31. And we'll do the chip race on table 31. So remain in the same seat to table 31.
There you have it. We've hit the break. 7 spots away from the money. Do not go anywhere. We will be right back to hand-for-hand coverage.
Welcome to Asia's largest online poker room. Our next generation poker software is now initiating. Elevate your online experience with a wide variety of poker variations to choose from. Get fully immersed with fun and social features. Level up your game with PokerCraft and Smart HUD. Unlock a wealth of rewards including cashback, bonuses, and jackpots. Join world-class poker tournaments featuring some of the world's most renowned brands and the largest guaranteed prize pools in the world. Experience the best in customer service and hassle-free transactions for a seamless online gaming experience. With online poker available on all your devices, you'll be able to play your favorite games anytime, anywhere. Sign up now and elevate your online poker experience today. Welcome to Asia's largest online poker room. Our next generation poker software is now initiating. Elevate your online experience with a wide variety of poker variations to choose from. Get fully immersed with fun and social features. Level up your game with PokerCraft and Smart HUD. Unlock a wealth of rewards including cashback, bonuses, and jackpots. Join world-class poker tournaments featuring some of the world's most renowned brands and the largest guaranteed prize pools in the world. Experience the best in customer service and hassle-free transactions for a seamless online gaming experience. With online poker available on all your devices, you'll be able to play your favorite games anytime, anywhere. Sign up now and elevate your online poker experience today.
Welcome back to APT Manila. We are here so close to the money. My name is Vidar, and I am joined, as always, by Sam and Sol in the booth. When we left you, a whole different feature table, but the dynamics remain 7 spots away from the money, which means just a few eliminations away from reaching hand for hand. That's when things go truly wild. This is a new table. We'll be happy to tell you all about them shortly, but for the moment, all eyes on the prize. The milestone to worry about is 159th place, good for $2,861. And of course, first place is 308,000 USD.
Yes, Vidar, it is my favorite part of every APT series here in the booth. Bubble coverage. It's always fun, it's exciting. These players have been playing for 2 days now, looking to get into the money, and unfortunately we are going to have 7 players, 6 of whom will go home absolutely empty-handed, and the Bubble Boy does get a small condolence prize, but that is yet to be decided.
Short break from the booth, but we are back, folks. Ace 10-4 on the flop. As we mentioned, a whole new set of players. And just like that, 1 elimination on the outer table means 6 away from the money. Ace high good. Check calling. Kim does have the stack to try and bully a shorter stack, but decides not to. Good timing for it. Top pair for Yi. And now sharing the king kicker against other aces. I suspect he goes into check call mode. There we go. There's a check. Tough to blow your opponent off an ace on a board like this, so Kim would be well advised not to try, but there are 2 spades on the flop. Could put his opponent on that. There are weaker pairs that could fold to a bet. You do feel compelled to use your big stack, and that's exactly what he's about to do, and I suspect get the bad news. Quick call.
Yep, Yi picking up a much-needed pot near the bubble.
It's one of those spots that just guarantees you just made at least $2,800. Need like a 6-6 super cooler to talk yourself out of that one. 1 short stack, Michael Denega, the local from Philippines, 14 bigs in his stack. 6 away from the money. It is a stack. You could fold your way into the bubble, but then what next? You don't want to not give yourself a chance to run deep, truly deep in the tournament, so might see him get a bit active if needed.
Yeah, we will see 159 of these players make it to day number 3. We also have our online qualifiers from Natural 8 who will be joining us. Speaking of that, I did see Abraham Seaspin just walking into the casino. Some of you may know him if you watched our Taipei streams, the runner-up of the main event. Come here to fire some more APT tournaments, I imagine. Perhaps one of our online qualifiers as well. Be very nice to see him make another final table for the main event, back-to-back. The dream.
A walk. Very nice. That's what 700k chips will get you, by the way. Chip leader, also local. Gopez. Patty Wright in chat says, wow, this is a long stream. Well, not really, Patty, considering once the bubble bursts, we're done for the day. Any other day, we play down. For 10 levels, that's 11 hours of play, including breaks today. Not so much. 6 away from the money. Once we do hit the money, we will bag and tag, as they call it.
I think for this event, actually, day 3 will play down to 48 players.
Yeah, but the way they calculate it, Sam, sometimes
10 levels or to 48 players, whichever comes first. Okay.
That's right, yeah. So usually they're bang on about it, but starting off with 159, I think you're right. 48 will come first.
It'll be close, I think. And then day 4, we will try to get to a final table.
I believe we have to get to a final table.
It'll be at the TD's discretion. You know, if it's getting to be a little bit too long, maybe we let the players sleep a bit and then come back for the final 2.
Justin Fairbanks mentioning we saw Yukako in Taipei. I'll take your word for it, Justin. Yukako Hiroi from Japan. Or perhaps it'd be the other way. My apologies. Yeah, dangerous situation developing. Again, you hate folding the ace-7 on the big blind, but once you defend and it comes 9 deuce deuce, it is unfortunately just the in-position bigger stack spot to steal. ICM jail, 1 big blind is the bet. She's not willing to fold yet. She is ahead. 2 streets to go. Can she hold on? Over 2 SPR. 3 of hearts is the kind of card that Yi can start just absolutely bullying Yukako with. A classic geometric leveraged bet, something like 2/3 spot here, should put Yukaku's entire stack at risk. Yeah, pretty close. 25,000, those green chips having been colored up are 25k apiece. And it's the kind of moment in the hand where there's just nothing you can do. If she had twice the amount of chips, maybe she would just float in position, out of position rather, knowing ace high is best so often. And Sam, would you look at that? 163 on the top left. We are hand for hand.
Yep. Very, very exciting. We will see the pace of play slow down a little bit as we wait for the other tables to finish. We have some massive stacks on our table. Very, very heavy final table.
All right, here we go, guys. Once again, to all tournament dealers.
That's Lloyd, our executive tournament director, telling the dealers what to do. You deal a hand. After it's done, you wait until Lloyd lets you deal the next one across all the tables. To the extent there's an all-in, the cards stay face down, and only then will Neil be called over. Neil Johnson, president of the APT, to call the action, really get into the swing of things and see if there are any bust outs. 162 now, Sam. 3 spots away. That's it.
Wow.
3 dreams will be crushed. 159 will stay alive. Justin in chat says, I know Pachara is an online qualifier. You know what? I did hear that, actually. While sitting on a table, he came over and spoke to someone. Pachara, one of Thailand's best.
Wait for instructions and you are going to have that.
Yukako once again involved. This time the flop is a lot more favorable, blind versus blind. Lee has come along with the 10, has one club as well, and now what do you do? No club, 80k in the stack, 60k in the pot. Hand for hand is on, and she has 13 bigs. Just checks, looks weak in my opinion. Lee is in position with a pair, and he knows what to do, is firing. He's not bet that big. Yukako could feel she has the odds to try and draw to a flush, but the board is paired now.
Oh, it's just, I think it's a very nice size. I think she has to fold, yeah. It's so brutal, so close to the money, and you have to make crazy tight folds like this. Oh, that's devastating.
She is the shortest stack, but now that we're hand for hand, I think the amount of hands she sees, or rather everybody sees, for the remainder of the day are going to be limited. She's on the button, doesn't actually need to lose too many bigs or antes. So let's see how we do on our table, but it's the outer tables to think about now. 162 in the field, so over 20 tables rather being played. Chances are we'll have an all-in shortly, and we'll see the media team rushing to cover it.
Ooh, that's a nice shot. This is probably Christy with her drone. Take a look. We have the super stack on the far right of her screen over there. Main event, day 2. Oh, there's Sumo. You see him in the blue hoodie, the top right,
Sumo
with the hair.
from Mongolia. That's Hisashi, who was on our feature table. By the way, Sam, I will correct you slightly. I don't think that is the drone. It was deemed a bit unsafe when everybody's standing up. So I think that'll be one of the cranes we have on the feature table. Many other such filmmaking tools that the media team is on top of.
Yep.
Pretty cool shot, though. I did ask about the drone to Sean, who heads content, and he said it was distracting some players as well. It makes just the slightest amount of noise, but once you see it, you keep wanting to just follow it around. Fair. Very fair. And flying at the height that you're seeing right now could get a little bit dangerous.
Yes, yeah, for sure.
These are the outer tables, all the floor staff and the media team rushing to cover any all-ins. Neil will be called as Julian, by the way, part of our photography team. Actually, all 3 photographers waiting to see. That's Neil, bit animated, talking to Victor Chong. The giant Asian poker tour written on the back. Nice shot.
Yeah, very nice shot. The president and the chairman side by side, getting ready to cover the bubble coverage.
Those are the banners Sam and I are referring to. Main event and high roller champions gracing our walls here at the Grand Ballroom in the City of Dreams, Manila. You'd think that these players not playing a hand, it would get tedious, but indeed, actually, welcome relief. You know you're just about to make it into the money.
Yep.
Test. Test.
All right, Neil, we hear you. That's Neil testing the mic. So who's at risk and who's all in?
Talking to both, just in case.
And we're over here at table 28. Everybody? I have Jinwoo Choi from South Korea. Called by Rohan from Morocco.
I need both. Never mind, I can't say that out loud.
Oh, 2 mics.
Just this one.
Okay.
Thank you. All right, we are. That ain't working, folks.
There we go. All in and a call.
Mine.
Looks like it's the table closest to the feature. Look at all the cameras out there.
We're still at table 28. We are pre-flop. Gentlemen, let's see the cards. I got pocket queens against pocket jacks. Pocket queens for the all-in. Queen of hearts, queen of diamonds for the all-in against jack of hearts and jack of clubs. Dealer, let's see the flop, please. He's already put the jack of clubs out. I got 9 of spades, 7 of clubs, deuce of diamonds. Queens are far in the lead at the moment. Let's see the turn. There's a 9 of hearts. So the queens just need to fade one of the 2 jacks in the deck, and they're going to double up here. Dealer, let's see what happens. 8 of clubs, and he's going to double up.
Right, our short stack survives. Would you ever troll your opponent in this spot and, you know, when they've, you're just covering them, they go, hey, what do you have? And just go, oh, 7 deuce.
Oh, I thought you were going to say so. I thought you were going to say aces, actually.
Oh, no, I would say 7 deuce.
Just cause maximum sweat.
Yeah. I just want to see them go, did you really call me with that?
It's an
And I just
interesting
tell them,
dynamic.
what better way to burst the bubble than with 7 deuce?
That is true. Sounds like a very Greg goes all in dream.
It does.
Another table all in on the same hand, mind you, considering we haven't dealt one on our feature table. So over 20 tables, this is going to happen. 4-4 deuce 9.
Morita from Japan. All right, we are on the turn. We have the 4 of spades, the 4 of diamonds, the deuce of spades, and the 9
We
of
see
clubs.
Victor Huang there.
We got a very big pot.
Third place in the Superstar Challenge.
I got pocket deuces for a flopped full house. I got pocket kings for the at-risk player.
Oh, the pain. Pocket kings against pocket deuces.
All right, the pocket kings are looking for a 4 to counterfeit the full house or a king.
This could be it, Sam. Rough shape.
We're hoping for. Let's just see the river. 9. Deuces full of 9s are going to take this. We're going to have 1 elimination here.
Oh, you can feel the pain.
160, right, Lloyd? All right, guys, we're at 160.
I don't even know what to say. That is just rough. It's tough when you can actually see the pain on the players' faces, and I do respect players who don't hide it. Has to walk away. A long walk, mind you, outside. So close, yet so far. Tournament poker is not for the faint of heart.
Yeah, we will be resuming the next hand now. I believe that is our last all-in. Yeah, dealers shuffle up and deal, so we will be proceeding with the next hand.
Sam, look at that. 160 stone bubble at the APT main event here in Manila.
So if you get eliminated, please do not score off. You do have a chance to split last place money. Also, for the players, as you guys can see on the stage, left and right and center, we are covering the bubble there, guys. So there's no reason for you guys to travel tables. You say action tables
Open under the gun.
and witness the bubble. It is all the speeds.
Sitting on about 50 big blinds. Imagine Jack Deuce off. You could really see how aggressive some people want to get on the bubble. He did go for it.
Fair pickup. And once again, we will pause the action as we take a look at the outer tables. Chances are it's going to be someone or the other all in at the very least.
And we've got exactly 20 tables. Field of 160, we're playing 8-handed at the moment, so... Yeah.
Don't be in the main event.
Those are the 20 tables and a few more for the side events, but all eyes on the main event, bubble coverage. In fact, all the side events tend to pause and pay attention whenever there is an all-in, as you can hear it announced on the floor.
We do display it on the big LED TV screens.
You can see me walking.
Everyone's watching.
Most of the tables seem to have dealt a hand. Well, what do you know? My prediction, absolutely incorrect. No all-in. This hand, on to the next one. Justin Fairbanks looking up. Disappointed player. Thanks for the info, Justin. He had 18,000 on his hand and mob. The cash would have meant a lot. I suspect 18,000 or not. Certainly. Unless you've played tons of main events and tournament poker in general. Going out on the bubble. And the way he did as well, kings versus deuces. It just makes you question the poker god sometimes. Justin also correcting you, Sam, about the 159 remaining. Fewer tables than 20, because 22 are joining us from live, so...
yes.
Let's just say 17 tables or so. Thanks, Justin. Bit pedantic, but thanks nonetheless. Yukako found a hand she could fold. Has been getting involved in tricky situations. And it's the hijack trying to abuse the table, but the resistance is met by the other big stack. Win calls with ace-jack off. Whiffs the board though. The queen actually ahead. King changes nothing. Should give Gopez more comfort with the queen 5 off. Antoine win from Vietnam. That's the kind of hand that could bet here. Yeah, he just decides that Gopez is going to be out of line so often, which is indeed the case, but this time it's with the queen. Sort of set his own price to get to the final street with the ace-jack. And will think he's likely to be ahead, but that is not the case. I think Win is going to be leaking some chips in this spot. He's checked, no doubt, with the intention of check calling. Likely any sizing. A lot of hands that Gopez could have here will have been counterfeited. Every pair, obviously. What?
Wow.
Just a check. That is shocking. We've seen this a couple of times now, Sam. Players so timid near the bubble, but this is a chip leader.
Yeah, that's very surprising.
No value with the queen there. Afraid of the trap. I think the players who are on our feature table would do well to take a look at the stream, just like you and I have, you know, when the cards up streams are displayed. You realize sometimes there's too many monsters in the closet players are being afraid of.
Yeah. Ooh, here we are. We've gone all in here. And hand number 3 of the stone bubble.
Something much more high stakes about to occur as we see at least one table all in. Let's see if there are others. An underrated aspect of this is that you can't let other tables know what the all-in cards are, otherwise they might influence their own actions. So the cards do stay face down. In fact, players are encouraged to stay in their seats as well.
All right, once again, as announced, table players. Both eliminations, all the bubble is a split for last place fighting. We have completed action on all tables on the site. We have 2 tables that are all in. Go ahead.
That's quite a top shot. You can see the all-in triangle opposite seat number 8.
Ray, are you done? All right, Bear. Excuse me, guys. You guys can actually watch it on TV. Nothing's going to happen if I can't get to the table. They want it live? Good, sir.
Neil trying to swim his way through the crowd.
All right, so James Mendoza from the United States in C5 is our all-in, covered by the Yoon Ho from South Korea. All right, we're all right, we're pre-flop over here, gang. Let's see, gentlemen. I got 2 black queens against 8s. The all-in player has Queen of Spades and the Queen of Clubs, followed by the 8 of Spades and the 8 of Hearts. All right, Dino, let's see the flop, please. To 10 in the window, 7, 10, 10. 10 of Hearts, 10 of Diamonds, 7 of Spades. Rolls the flushes away. Queen still in the lead, turn card, please. 4 of Diamonds, that's half an 8. All right, the Queens are in the lead unless we see a snowman on the river. River card. 10. 10's full of Queens for the double up.
All right, the bubble continues. Let's see if we have another all-in on another table.
And I believe the player with queens, I'm confused if it's him or the previous player, was down to 4,800 chips on day 1, made a comeback, and then obviously was on the stone bubble that the queens held up.
Down to 4,800 chips, that's incredible. Oh, 1/10 of a starting stack, a little bit more than that.
Let's see the hands, please, gentlemen. I got 7s against ace 10. We got a classic race here. 7 of Spades, 7 of Diamonds for the all-in. Ace of Spades.
7's at risk here versus the ace 10.
Here, let's see what happens. Cut, please. I see 10, 4, 6.
Uh-oh.
10's made on the flop. For the caller.
That's Michael Lomley trying to use the stand-up equity. Oh, he's walking away.
Turn is the Queen of Clubs. Please don't run away, sir. There's another drawing for you. Please don't run away. He's already half out the door. We need a 7 on the river for him to double up. River card. It's a 9 of clubs. All right, everybody. That pops the APT Manila main event bubble. 151 players remaining. Congratulations, everyone. Lloyd, please take it away.
That's it. We have burst the bubble. That is the bubble boy. Unfortunate. Somebody has to be it. Michael Lomley, I believe, from Norway. Very, very unfortunate, but we do have a consolation. He gets to pull and get a free ticket to one of our remaining events.
Or a main event refund, which is kind of nice.
That's Vans holding out the envelopes. Let's see how he does. A ticket to the double stack. Well, I doubt anything is a consolation, as you can tell from his face, but Vans will lead him to the cage so he can at least collect his ticket, his consolation. As I said, Sam, somebody has to be the bubble boy. We heard the applause. You and I talk about it plenty. It is extra brutal to hear everybody erupt in joy when you have just faced a horrible situation. But as they say in The Godfather, this is the life we've chosen. This is the nature of MTTs and certainly the nature of the Asian Poker Tour main events. 159 players have now made the money. 2,800 and some change in USD guaranteed. Bagging and tagging, and what a feeling it must be as they close out day 2. Will be coming back to try and fight on day 3 tomorrow.
Yeah, here it is. Everyone collecting their phones again on the TV tables. Quite a short day. We were expected to play until around 10 p.m. tonight if we didn't hit the money, but we've hit it. It is now 6:45, so means play ended at 6:15 p.m. So a nice short day. There's no excuse not to get to the players' party tonight for any of you.
That's right, 10 p.m. center stage at the venue itself.
Yeah, that's just downstairs. There'll be a DJ. There'll be free drinks. You get to watch me, unfortunately, have to drink a shot of Sambuca.
Are we settled on that? I might change my mind.
Okay, Vitter may spare me this horrible licorice of Sambuca. But come on down, visit us. We will be there. Say hi. And hope you also made day 3. It'd be very nice. We will be covering that tomorrow at 11:30 a.m. local time, as well as day 4, the final day, and wrapping things up with the Super High Roller Last Chance event, as we always do to close out this streaming series. Look at that playing hall. Everybody get ready. Basically, the end of the day for most of these players, they may jump into some of our side events. 7 p.m. we do have a few mixed games. I know you like those, Vidir.
Yeah, those are at 9 p.m. I'm going to have to sacrifice the mixed games for the greater good of the players' party, but there are some turbos, hyper turbos, and the likes for Hold'em going on at the moment. The APT never shortage of events on the schedule, and don't forget, once this APT ends in Manila, we're going the very next day to Fukuoka. Take a look at apt.poker and see what suits you in the schedule. As I said, no shortage, over 80 events in Fukuoka as well. There we see the payouts coming in tomorrow. It's going to be a grind from 159 down to 48 players, and that's going to be the pay jump on offer. So not too much, mind you. All of tomorrow represents just under a 2x pay jump, which should be the catalyst some players need to absolutely go for it, because after all, what they're likely playing for, what they're likely going to bet tonight is thinking about the 308,000 USD up top. We're down from over 1,000. Can be 1,000. Hey,
yeah,
1,081 entries, all the way down to 159. So suddenly the dream is real. 158 spots away from becoming one of the players on the left. You see Rene von Redden, our most recent champion, holding his own APT Mega Lion trophy. Those are the pay jumps between 48th and 10th place right before the final table. Things do get mighty serious, especially for a 1,500 buy-in all the way to 19,000. As you'll see in a moment, we'll go from 19,000 all the way up to 308,000. So Sam, as we close out a fun day 2, any thoughts on what we saw today? 3 feature tables, obviously bubble coverage, Neil Johnson running around and seeing some brutal eliminations. I must say it, these two really hurt this time, especially the Kings versus Deuces, and finally just the way Mikael or Michael, perhaps from Norway, was treating his consolation prize really puts into consideration the grind that they've been through, what's at stake, and the disappointment that is often part of multi-table tournament poker.
Yeah, it's a very rough way to go. You know, they've been playing for nearly 2 days now, and to get so close to the money and just not be able to sneak in there, it does hurt, but some players are going for the win. It looked like a pretty big all-in versus sevens versus ace-10, so perhaps the ace-10 made a big call. I'm not sure. I'm sure our live reporting team will be on it. You can check that out at apt.poker. But we will be in the money. So day 3 will resume tomorrow, like I said, 11:30 a.m. local time. So might be a decent hour for you guys, but Vidar and I will be here covering it. Vidar, you excited for that?
Mind you, 22 players will join us fresh from the online portion. Some superstars in the mix, perhaps Abraham Seasman, but at least Pachara Wongwichit from Thailand, and at least 21 more others. So it's going to be fun. Make sure you hit subscribe on the way out so you do catch our stream tomorrow. Day 3 tomorrow, day 4 after we play down probably from 48 all the way to the final table. And of course, the final table coverage of the main event. It doesn't get more exciting than that. We'll wrap up here from the booth for today. A bit of a shorter day, but we're in it for a long one tomorrow. So hit subscribe, stay with us, and we'll see you tomorrow. For Sam and for myself, goodbye for now.
See you later, and see you at the Players' Party.
That's right.
Welcome to Asia's largest online poker room. Our next generation poker software is now initiating. Elevate your online experience with a wide variety of poker variations to choose from. Get fully immersed with fun and social features. Level up your game with PokerCraft and Smart HUD. Unlock a wealth of rewards including cashback, bonuses, and jackpots. Join world-class poker tournaments featuring some of the world's most renowned brands and the largest guaranteed prize pools in the world. Experience the best in customer service and hassle-free transactions for a seamless online gaming experience. With online poker available on all your devices, you'll be able to play your favorite games anytime, anywhere. Sign up now and elevate your online poker experience today.